Hello, 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 hello. I don't know what that is. I think. Hold on. That's just bugging me out. That's just bugging me out, man. I think it's like that. Yeah. Okay, okay. So that's done. What else? Let me check. The streamu. Oi. Nope, not the Google account, Pop. This. 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 Okay, it's working. Alright, well then, we just freaking go. Wait, what? Oh. Start. Load. This shit. Oh my god. It's gonna take a little bit, but, Genji was against tying his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Ooh. Who's this guy peeping on? Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night, but it didn't look like the thick rain clouds were planning to let any trace of a morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing. As expected, it doesn't seem that it will stop today. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Genji-sama. Cannon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. In a normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight from a mid-shift to a morning shift. It was a special system for the 2 days of the family conference. But then, as long as the typhoon didn't leave today, the relatives stay on this island would last. The relatives stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Kenan thought that it was best to be prepared for the special schedule to be extended one more day. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain last night. Even though they had spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, it had taken one stormy night to ruin it. Kenan sighed. GG. The two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist he would undoubtedly have been set up for some time already, and now be in the middle of preparing breakfast, both exquisite and as elegant as glasswork. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion, and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took from his pocket a bundle of several keys and used it to unlock the front door. There was nothing on Rokkenjima outside of the Urishinomiya family mansion, so there never used to be there never used to be a custom of locking up. However, Natsuhi had ordered that it be a part of their duties to lock up the mansion from around midnight to early morning. Holy. And unlocking it in the early morning was to be done by the servants who had the morning shift. Since Goda would begin the preparations for breakfast as soon as he woke up, this task was to be undertaken by Genji and Kenan. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep. Well then, let's begin the morning chores. Yes. The two of them split up and began opening the curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains remained closed, the inside of the mansion would be unable to shake off its gloom, as if it hadn't yet managed to escape that previous night. Kenan, following the well-versed procedure, went around the mansion, opening one window after another without having to retrace his step once. Even with the horrible weather, by opening the curtains, it began to feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't yet smelled anything, his empty stomach started aching in anticipation of the scent of Goda's much bragged about cooking. Good morning. He had tried to greet Goda, who he thought would be preparing the meal inside in the kitchen, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit, and never mind the currents, the ventilation fan wasn't even spinning. It was still cold in the room without a hint of a flame, and of course, no preparations for breakfast were taking place. Although it must not be allowed to, although it must not allow it to happen, maybe Gora had overslept. Servants are human too. They can sometimes fail to wake up or something and be late as a result. In the rare case of this happening, it was a virtue of a servant to casually smooth the situation over as not to cause an unsightly scene, and to make sure that their masters never even noticed that such a mistake happened in the first place. Cannon took up the receiver of the phone, fitted to the wall, and dialed the extension number for the room where the servants slept. He couldn't hear that characteristic sound of the phone dial. Cannon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the unusual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effect. Could it be that the lightning last night caused a mechanical fault, broken the internal telephone lines? The equipment in his mansion was all worn out. Cannon fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. Cannon gave up trying to wake him up with the phone and dashed off to the room where the servant slept. Holy moly, man. How long had she slept until? How long had it been since she had woken up and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? The vague sense of awakening was Natsuhi's usual morning experience. Her sleep was always light, and she wouldn't even have been able to sleep at all without medicine. To Natsuhi, sleeping was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw it was still pouring. She saw that it was still pouring. If she hadn't sensed a tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought that it was still last night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guest. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. While she was inside this room, no one would torment her. Her headache wouldn't get any worse than it already was. This room was her only peaceful space. So when she left it, it meant returning to the world of her husband's siblings, probing each other's minds. Then wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? Natsuhi smiled bitterly at that fantasy. She was starting to sound like Kinzo, even though most of the time she would call Kinzo names for staying locked up in his own room and taking no notice of anyone. The truth was that she actually longed to do so herself. Jesus. Yes, we get it, pup. Natsuhi gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. When she reached for the doorknob, trying to leave her room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she had hung it before going to sleep the previous night. It was Maria's charm that Jessica had given to Natsuhi. If she remembered correctly, Jessica had said something about having the power to repel magic, and that she should hang it on her doorknob. Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from her husband's siblings' malice. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful. So perhaps it was thanks to Jessica that I was able to get a little peaceful sleep. Then Natsuhi remembered. That's right, last night I promised Jessica that I would give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Natsuhi opened a drawer of her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured ever since she was a child. Inside, there were many small objects that Natsuhi had thought were valuable at the time. From amidst those, she pulled out a red pouch. Inside was a small round mirror, about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it looked much more effective when compared to the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion keyholder. She had heard that this mirror was a spiritual mirror to ward off evil spirits, and she had been given it specially by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been distributed. It has been believed since ancient times that strange powers dwell within mirrors. Most likely, the way they reflect the light created a belief that they also reflect the misfortune and malice in the same way. Not till he returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Just as she placed it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room.
Hi.
Yes? Good morning, madam. It is Genji. My apologies for waking you so early. I'm coming up now. What is it? No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, and especially not directly. Maybe something bad had happened. For example, maybe some fatal oversight had been made during the preparations for breakfast, and the household would be put to shame in front of the guests or something. Natsui breathed out slowly, as if getting a head start on the trouble she was surely about to be told of. When she opened the door, Genji once again said a morning greeting to her while bowing deeply. Whoops. Let me get a little bit more comfy. Okay. When she opened the door, Genji once again said a morning greeting to her while bowing deeply. Natsuhi tentatively responded. Good morning. Did something happen? My apologies. It seems that the telephones are out of order due to last night's lightning. The internal lines have gone dead, so please forgive my coming to see you directly. The internal lines have gone dead? That will be troublesome. Will it be possible to repair it? I am afraid that we do not know the location of the damage. I would like to call an expert and have him repair it. Which means that we will be unable to repair it until the typhoon has passed? In other words, the lines will be out of order for the remainder of our guests' stay. Will there be issues with providing them proper service? We will do all we can to make sure there are none. Very well. I will be counting on you to ensure that everything goes smoothly. Natsuhi let out a small sigh of relief. She had been preparing for the worst, but the telephone's breakdown wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. But then, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm and Eva. Natsuhi gave her head a light shake. Hold on. As the preparations for breakfast proceeding well? About that, we haven't been able to find Goda. The arrangements for breakfast have yet to be carried out. What did you say? Natsuhi was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phones not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? Natsuhi placed a hand on her forehead and shook her head sharply. Most likely, he is oversleeping. Anyway, it doesn't matter who does it. Just hurry with preparing breakfast. What? Natsuhi had exited the hall and turned around for a second to close the door in her room. The unpleasant thing she saw silenced her completely. It was an unsettling sight, as if someone had dipped their fingers in a dark red liquid and clawed the area around the doorknob. As though someone had soaked both of their hands in blood and groped at the door and the knob. Like someone had wanted to stage something like that and left his mark as an awful prank. What wicked mischief is this? How awful. I also just noticed it as I came to call you. I will clean it later. Most likely a vulgar joke by one of the guests. Disgusting, truly disgusting. Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Natsui had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. Even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. On the contrary, it would definitely be better for her to say she hadn't even noticed that such a prank had been played in the first place. Natsui gave the orders to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with clacking heels. When Natsui and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Natsuhi. I heard Goto-san would be making us breakfast too, isn't that right? My stomach's been getting all excited since I woke up. Yes, food is the only thing worth looking forward to here, isn't it? You too, Eva-san, I'm pleased to hear that you are well this morning. Natsui returned Eva's gaze, which was fiercely competitive even though it was early in the morning, with a weary expression. Then Kanon jogged in. After bowing an apology to their relatives from running inside of the mansion, he approached Genji and told him something in a small voice. Kanon, have you still not found Goda? My apologies, madam. I went all around the inside of the mansion and guest house, but still. Where in the world has he gone? For now, breakfast is a higher priority than finding Goda. Quickly take care of it. Yes. Kanon glanced at Genji. It looked like he had something else to report, but needed to ask Genji whether he was the right person to say it. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself. Madam. Listen to the song. Kinda spooky. Very intense. It is not only Goda. Your husband is also nowhere to be found. My husband? Yes. I thought we'd report to him before you about the lack of preparation for breakfast and visited his room, but I did not find him there. Furthermore, it was not only he who was missing. Rudolph-sama and his wife, as well as Rosa-sama, are nowhere to be found. Not even in the guest house? And not in the mansion? Yes. Nor are they in their rooms in the guest house. Holy shit. Oh, whoops. When she had heard that Goda alone was missing, she had thought that he might have slept in or was loafing around somewhere. But once she heard that several of the relatives were also missing, she began to start thinking a little more optimistically. Last night's family conference might have continued all night and in fact might still be going on. It would then be imaginable that they wanted to cool off their heads after being in that stuffy room, and had all gone off on a group walk through the rain. The part about cooling off their heads really sounded like something Krause would say. Probably Goda had been called to go with them to aid them, or probably Goda had been called to go with them to aid them with something. Goda was not the man who lost track of time. He had to have understood that if he had not returned, the preparations for breakfast would be hindered. So perhaps, as much as he'd like to leave, the atmosphere would not prevent him to, and the conference was continuing in that manner even this very moment. Yes, Natsuhi thought that this would be extremely persuasive theory. Natsuhi remembered the illusion that she had felt that morning of being sucked into a continuation of the previous night. And upon learning that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once began to let out a deep, weary breath. Because of the banquet of the filthy vulture circling around Kinzo's property was still continuing, most likely they're still repeating the same discussion about the inheritance somewhere in the garden, or maybe the beach. In any case, we must call Gata back or we will never be able to complete the preparations for breakfast. So what are you saying? Are Nissan and the rest still continuing their discussion? She had thought she had spoken in a small voice, but Hideyoshi had overheard her, and managed to grasp the situation. Nissan and Rudolph are sure tough, and maybe it's just youth in Rosa's case. The two of us were so tired we had to go back to bed just after midnight. I do remember that Nissan and the rest were still having a heated discussion at that point. Men sure are nasty when they get excited. Natsui snorted, her face still blank. Kanen, search outside. If you find Goda, tell him to return immediately and begin preparations for breakfast. Certainly. Natsuhi, Nissan. They aren't necessarily outside, right? Couldn't they also be inside father's study? Are you sure? Sure, I could do that. I don't know what they've been discussing, but there's also a decent chance that they moved to father's study, included him in the discussion. I cannot imagine that father would willingly invite that detestable topic into his study. You really think so? Well, there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, Genji-san, Kanen-kun, could you search outside? But could you search outside? I'm sure it wouldn't be odd for Nissan to propose they go outside for a walk to cool off their heads. Even in this weather, I will go to father's study. After all, there's still some chance they'll be there, isn't there? Eva-san, a guest such as you mustn't trouble herself. I will go. I can also tell him good morning. Really, then I'm counting on you, alright? But I somehow doubt whether he will return your greeting. Natsui-san, were you on good terms with father? I don't know whether it would be called good terms, but I am certain that I have gained his trust as the wife of the successor of the Urishiomiya family. Then I'm sure he will at least answer you, won't he? I want to at least eat breakfast with father. I wonder if we could convince him to come down and join us. It seems that he thoroughly despises the rest of us, but I'm sure if his trusted Natsui asks, he will surely listen. If you can't convince father after speaking to me so sharply, then have to come down by yourself. I doubt you'll ever be able to say that you have gained his trust, will you? Okay, Pop. I am not confident, but I will try. Natsu responded, discouraged. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Eva herself treating it like a joke, expecting that it couldn't be done. But even so, Natsu would lose face if she gave up, said it was impossible for her, and let Eva go instead. Eva's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand caused Natsuhi's tightly clenched fist to shake. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over her shoulder. Madam, if you would, please take this. Is that? Genji handed Natsuhi a sparkling gold key of ornate design. It was the key to Kinzo's study. The study was always locked itself and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he allowed to carry a key to that door. But if this key is used, won't you also receive the blame? When the master is sleeping deeply, simply knocking on the door may not reach his ears. And when persuading the master to leave his room, it would be more difficult if you must talk through the door. Please use it, Genji. Until now, the Matsuhi had thought of Genji as a cold servant who worked directly under Kinzo and would never work for her. But it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her feelings of thanks, but then Genji had already turned his back to her and was walking down the corridor with Kanon. But as Natsuhi watched them go, the words that reached her from behind were sneering. Be sure to bring father with you then, okay? After all, it's his son's darling's wife who's asking. I'm sure he'll listen to you. We are guests, so let us leisurely relax here. Kura Eva, you're talking too much. Sorry about Natsui-ni-san. Will leave father to you. Natsui left without replying, at a swift pace, her heels clacking loudly with every step. Holy moly, holy moly, holy moly. Dude, I'm so fucking cold. I'm fucking freezing, man. Oh, yeah, I didn't read that, man. What did I just miss? Lots. After all the excitement from previous night, there's no way anyone was going to wake up soon. George, Aniki, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the bed in the cousin's room. But Maria who didn't join in and who had gone straight to bed the previous night, suddenly and completely opened her eyes. As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, the loud snoring coming from the three cousins continued. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she had realized her mother was not with her and quickly got lonely. Maria left the cousin's room, trying to head to the room that she had been arranged for her father and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she made a loud slamming sound on the way out. In response, Battler mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria could return once again, open the door with a lively bang. When she had left the room, her face was sleepy, but after returning, she had now looked discontent. After that, she climbed up on Battler's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. Wake up. What? Is it a raid? Surround them. After making sure that I was awake, Maria jumped over onto George Aniki's bed and started bouncing on that too. In that manner, all three of us were all greeted with an extremely pleasant awakening. Thanks, Maria-chan, for waking us up. You stopped us from sleeping in after that late night. But it would have been perfect if you just been a little more gentle. George Nisan, you really are an adult. I respect that. It's almost 7. Well, not really a bad time to wake up. Mama's not here. Auntie Rosa? She wasn't in her room? I wonder if she's already woken up and gone to the mansion. She's not here. Maria kept groaning, ooh, and looking unhappy. It seemed that she wasn't simply lonely because she couldn't find her mother, but actually unhappy because her mother wasn't in the place she thought she was, and this made her feel like she'd been tricked. If we could have just told her that her mother was, where her mother was, that might have been enough to satisfy her. But unfortunately, as long as we were here, we had no way of finding that out. It's time to go to breakfast anyway, so let's head over to the mansion. Good idea. Maria, let's go to the mansion together, okay? I'm sure Auntie Rosa will be there too. Over there too. Mama's in the mansion, then I'll go. That's right, let's go to the mansion. Our parents are probably already gone there. Maria regained her usual composure, as though her earlier temper had never happened. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. Holy moly. The door to the study was once again knocked upon, but there was no answer. He was still sleeping and she couldn't wake him up. If she returned downstairs saying something like that, Ava would be very amused and triumphant. And even aside the whole Ava issue, there was a problem that yesterday, during the once in a year family conference, he had stayed locked up all day and had still not come out to greet the guests. Even though she was the head, no, especially because he was the head, he couldn't fail to make an appearance. Could she convince him? Not till he readied herself and, using the key she had borrowed from Genji, opened the door. A sweet stench that seemed to eat her brain poured from the narrow opening that she had created, as though she was preparing for it, and she couldn't help but grimace. Thinking that he might still be sleeping, Natsuhi entered the room quietly. Holy. When she did, Kinzo, already awake, was looking down out of the window. So, you're awake. Good morning. How did you get in? Kinzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh, but calm, and Natsui was slightly reassured. However, he was at least in a bad enough mood that he had ignored the sound of all of the knocking, even though he had been awake. Natsui wasn't able to break the tension. My sincere apologies. I asked Genji-san if he allowed me to borrow the key to the study. Genji did. If my friend thought it was that important, then I have no choice but to listen. Tell me, what business do you have? Yes. Breakfast will soon be prepared, and I would greatly appreciate if you would join us. I will eat here. Have it brought here like always. But Father, this is the annual family conference. Please, at least let them see your face. You asked me to go downstairs and join in on the discussion of how my inheritance is to be chewed apart after I die. How foolish. They can keep talking about that kind of thing as much as they like without me. And if that's what you call a family conference, it's nothing so important that I should leave my room for it. I am busy. Do not bother me. With his last words came the threat that any further questions would be useless. Not till he realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. It would be annoying to hear Ava sarcastically say that she hadn't been able to convince him after all, but there was nothing more Natsuhi could do. Is that so? Understood. I'm sure that everyone will be sorry to hear it, but I will tell them. Natsuhi decided to give up. Bowing silently, she made a leap to the room before Kingsley's spasmodic temper could fire up. Gigi. As she did, Kinzo called out to her. Compared to the usual Kinzo, this voice was calm and gentle, like it came from another person. Natsuhi. It has been quite some time since you married into the Urishio-miya family. Yes, it has been a while since I was first permitted to bear the name Urishio-miya. Do you sometimes long for your previous family? No. Marriage means throwing away your parents' family. I am Urishio-miya Natsuhi. If I have a family to return to or to reminisce over, it is only the Ushiro-miya family. It was definitely not an exaggeration. Such was the level of Natsuhi's resolve in calling herself an Ushiro-miya. That was why she was so sorrowful that, despite all her effort, it had been fruitless and she had not been accepted by her husband. If Kraus had been a wife, and you had been the husband, no, I won't say that. What do you mean by that, father? Natsuhi was shocked. If Kinzo's words just now had been meant literally, it would have been more than enough to make up for all she had suffered up to that point. Forget it. It's just the nonsense of an old man. Kinzo once again faced away from her. He had told her to forget it, but Natsuhi couldn't help feeling the warmth in her heart. Father, even though I am not connected to you by blood, I am still your daughter. The honor and glory of the Ushiro-miya family, and everything you have left. I guarantee you, I will see it protected myself. You do not have the qualifications to wear a one-winged eagle. However, the one-winged eagle is surely engraved in your heart. In that case, you are unmistakably my blood relative, and the one who will inherit the glory of the Ushiro-miya family. Some will sneer that there is no eagle on your clothes. However, that is nothing to lend an ear to. Only those who hold the eagle in their hearts are my true blood relatives. I now believe it an honor that I was able to welcome you into the Ushiro-miya family. Wow, the glaze. Without saying anything more, Kinzo remained with his back to Natsuhi. However, Natsuhi couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside her that she hadn't felt since a long ago, when she had been just a child. Natsuhi bowed silently to his back and left the room. What perfect timing. How is father? You were taking so long, I came to check, you see. When Natsuhi left the study, she saw Eva climbing the stairs, and their eyes met. Eva was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsuhi had left the room trudgingly after failing to convince Kinzo. However, the way Natsuhi was now, she was frivolous. Such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently, with the dignity of the one who would protect the glory of the Ushiro-miya family. Father said that he would not join in on the family conference. He says that he has no interest in such an obscene topic. Yes, excuses. If you weren't able to persuade father, say so frankly. How pitiful. I am beginning to understand father's feelings of regret. What do you mean by that? Natsuhi did not answer. Just as Kinzo had done earlier, she showed Eva her back and she headed down the stairs. Cooked. Struggling to gather what had happened, Eva could only determine that she had been made fun of, and that something had happened so quickly, and that something had to have happened to quickly bolster Natsuhi's confidence. Even so, she didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door, she could only scratch the air in front of it, cluck her tongue, and follow after Natsuhi. So, were Nissan and the rest there? Did father tell you about them? I didn't get the chance to ask, but they were not inside the study. Father would never let them into his room to discuss such a lovely topic, so it is unlikely that he knows where they went. Let us go downstairs and wait for the servants to return from their search. Breakfast would be late. How about some tea? Eva-san. I will be fine. Eva couldn't hide her confusion over the complete difference in Natsuhi's demeanor. She was acting so boldly while Eva hated to admit it, but she had a sense of dignity about her. Unable to fault with anything, she could only follow Natsuhi's back to the parlor. Wow, fucking aura. When the two of them returned to the parlor, not only Hideyoshi but the four children and Nanjo as well had all gathered there. Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed that Natsuhi had returned. You still have not found my husband and the rest. Yes, my apologies. Also, Kumasawa has begun the preparations for breakfast. She said she will need just a little longer. The clock read a little past 8 a.m. 8 o'clock was the time that breakfast was supposed to have started. The mere fact that the host had gone over that time limit was a disgrace under normal circumstances. Cannon is now searching outside. Furthermore, no one has seen Shannon. Even Shannon? Honestly, how many people has my husband taken on this walk of his? How many people couldn't be found? Knowing this game and how much it avoids just giving like easy explanations over like events, I actually do wonder what where they're at. Let me just try to think about this a little bit. We have two sets of parents, right? Two servants, and the father, the head, or the successor are all gone. No, yeah, it is two servants. Where could they have gone to? No clue. Okay, let me get comfy again. How many people couldn't be found? With the number of people having grown so large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant, as though they were the only ones being left out on something interesting. At the very least, it looked like the children, no, Maria especially, felt the same way. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off eat something delicious without her. Trying to fix her bad mood, the other children were flapping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. No doubt about it, it was a book about chess. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them in a pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before they saw the source that it was not Kraus, but the rest, but probably Cannon. Let me read that again, without fucking getting AIDS. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them with a pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before they saw the source that it was not Kraus and the rest, but probably Cannon. Madame, excuse me. Judging by your appearance, you still haven't been able to find them. My apologies. I will still. That will be enough. You've worked hard. She didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on this island. They hadn't put on anything in their mouths since last night, so their stomachs must be growling about now. They would surely saunter in any time now. Natoi was already dumbfounded. And she had begun to think that there was no urgent need to find them right then. I will go to the kitchen and prepare the tea for all the guests. Thanks to both of you and all your hard work so early in the morning. Thanks to the both of you. Natsui acting as though the release of inattention had caused a new surge in her headache, left the parlor. Ken tried to call her as she left, but Natsui departed swiftly. What is it? Was there something else? Yes. I was unable to find her husband or anyone else, but Canon sounded evasive. He still didn't know where they were, but maybe he had found something with some relation to that. When Eva and Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words, they came over. They had probably noticed the slightly strange way Canon was acting. What's going on, Canon-kun? Did he find Kraus-Nissan and the others? Actually, something looked odd about the Rose Garden storehouse. Something looked odd? What do you mean by that? It was, how should I explain it? Canon once again hesitated. You can even hear like the clock in the background. That's kind of neat. He wasn't speaking anything like you'd expect from the usual fearless Canon. Eva and Hideyoshi exchanged quizzical looks at this display. What do you mean? You mean to say they're inside the storehouse? No, I'm going to inspect the inside now. I was just returning to get the key, but, I don't really get it, but it sounds like we just gotta investigate it inside, right? Where's the key to that storehouse? It is in the servant room. Let us check inside the storehouse immediately. Canon dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor saying that he would go check, but Eva and Hideyoshi also followed. What was this? Something odd about the storehouse that caused usually fearless Canon to hesitate. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be like blood, similar to what they saw in the room earlier. It was still pouring outside, but their custody over this something that Canon couldn't talk about won out. While the children made a big fuss watching television, Canon and the rest dashed off to the entrance. The Rose Garden storehouse was a place that housed various tools used to manage the garden. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been built hidden in a corner of the Rose Garden. Canon, Genji, Eva, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the Rose Garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the Rose Garden which was not used by those simply appreciating the garden, but only those maintaining it. Only by those maintaining it. As they dashed further along it, the front of the storehouse came into view. It was a very old shed of a storehouse, and compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the Rose Garden, it was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had been built in such a hard-to-see place. Eva and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Canon and Genji. You two sure are fast. I thought my heart was gonna explode. I guess they did build a storehouse over here. But what is that? When Ava looked at where Cannon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Cannon-kun's finger and was likewise too shocked to speak. The entrance to the storehouse was a kind of shutter. And there, everyone there now understood why Cannon was unable to find words that could describe what he saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to the wind and rain for so long, plastered on it, something that looked like a strange dark red liquid. Mucus? Or maybe it was some sticky paint. Some kind of ghastly substance that had been used to draw an indescribably eerie shape. The rain had caused it to drip down in several places, like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. There was no longer any point in being choosy with words. A ghastly dark red substance meant to look like blood had been used to draw some kind of figure or mark, intended to suggest something ominous. 2 concentric circles were drawn there, and the inside of them was designed that looked like a cross. The 4 ends of the cross were widely exaggerated and looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. And in the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were unfamiliar characters. Or possibly symbols? What a vulgar bit of graffiti. Could this be one of those magic circles used in demonic rituals? With a reference to the ghastly shape, drawn with a deep red dripping substance, Hideyoshi's comparison was not unreasonable. When was this drawn? Last night. I came here before it started raining, but there was nothing drawn here at that time. We must do something before anyone else sees this. If they laid eyes upon it, it would cause them great discomfort. That's right. Even though it's just a shed, I don't want to leave such an unpleasant scribble untouched for even 1 second. There's some paint inside of the storehouse. Let us paint over it temporarily as an emergency measure, then repaint it again someday when the weather is good. Genji remembered he had recently seen another piece of graffiti, and it too had been made with a strange dark red substance of the same color as this. That must have been, that's right. He had seen it before on the door. He had seen it on the door to Natsuhi's room. Kanon-kun. Oh, so maybe you think that even though there was like a curse on her, because of the charm, maybe it like prevented it from overtaking it. And that would kind of make sense, right? Because it's like all the couples were kind of taken apart, right? It was the main characters, dad and mother, or stepmom, and it was also Maria's parents as well, or her mom. Because of the charm, maybe it prevented the wife from also being taken with Kraus as well. Kanon-kun, let's remove this graffiti quickly and return, alright? Even though it's just a storehouse, it's really irritating to have graffiti around the home I was brought up in. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. Cannon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. Then he lifted it up with all his strength. A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked in through the top of the shutter, or as the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, that ominous thing disappeared from the direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to a kids program that they had come across, Maria was feeling much better. Battler and Jessica were making fun of the kids program at every turn, cackling. George was enjoying the program along with Maria. Nanjo sat on the sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were footsteps from a single person. Did that mean that it wasn't the group of four that had just left? Genji was the one who had returned. It was very rare for Genji, who considered being out of breath a violation of a servant's virtues, to be gasping for air. He had probably come back dashing from the outside of the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet, and he didn't have his usual smart appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him, he gave a small, silent bow and quickly approached him. Nanjo, my apologies. Please come with me quickly. What? What has happened? As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ears, Nanjo's face changed colors. Something with the head of the house, is my guess. He stood from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children, who were still engrossed by the TV. And the two of them rapidly left the parlor, muffled their footsteps. Just as they were leaving the parlor, they came across Natsuhi, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a tea set. Genji whispered something into Natsuhi's ears, and Natsuhi's face too changed color, shocked. Then, leaving the serving cart where it was, the three of them started dashing towards the entrance. Dude, the fucking tension in this is actually kind of crazy. I am low-key excited about what is happening right now. George noticed them running down the rose garden through the window. What's this? Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo, and that's Aunt Natsuhi, is it? What's up, Aniki? Maybe something has happened. They looked horribly flustered. Jessica and Maria also realized that something had happened from the fact that Eva, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats. And because the serving car had been abandoned at the entrance to the parlor. Could there have been some kind of accident? Let's go check it out. It's no fun when we're the only ones left out, right? For some reason, what Battler said sounded extremely indiscreet. But they couldn't deny they weren't a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain, disregarding their appearance. Let's check it out, alright? I need to know what happened. What's happened? Jessica's insecure words spoke for all of them. Hey Maria, are you coming too? Or will you watch TV? I want TV. Then the rest of us will go by ourselves. Maria-chan will be back soon. Stay here watching TV. You're gonna abandon the fucking child, pup? Crazy. I could never. By the time the kids went outside, they had lost sight of the adults who had left earlier. But it looked like Jessica had a pretty good idea where they had gone from the direction they had been running. Following Jessica, they ran through the rain-soaked rose garden. It felt like the wind suddenly got stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to ring out like the previous night. It felt like something eerie had surrounded the island, like it was trying to stop them from moving forward.
Jessica,
Jessica, what's over this way? I'm pretty sure there's a storehouse for gardening tools or something. What in the world could there be in a place like that? Just as Jessica had said, a storehouse came into view in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open, and several of the adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsuhi was outside of the storehouse, not even holding an umbrella. She was facing away from them, and it looked like she was hanging her head. The ones who had just left, Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuhi, and the ones who had left before them, Kanen, Eva, and Hideyoshi, made this a large gathering of people, but there was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsuhi realized that the children had come, a terrible expression rose to her face and she ran at them with her arms spread wide. Don't come here. Go back to the mansion. However, no, because of that, the kids saw that scene which Natsuhi was trying to keep them away from. Inside the storehouse, with the shutter wide open, was a flickering fluorescent light shone down. And over there, Jessica's piercing shriek rang out. But that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing spilled out of Battler and George's mouths as well. Ava, just like Natsuhi, spread her arms with a terrible expression and roared at the kids. George, take everyone and return to the mansion. Quickly. Right now. When Natsuhi had spread her arms, one might have thought she was trying to prevent them from advancing any further. However, right now, that wasn't why Ava was spreading her arms. She was trying to hide the terrible scene from the kids. It was her mother's heart, trying to protect the eyes and hearts of those children by attempting to block the view of what terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. Is this some kind of joke? Is it? I had seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies. I had seen it over and over again. This was just seeing something appear in real life that I had seen plenty of times before in some sort of those sensational movies, wasn't it? That alone shouldn't... But that suit. It's that old bastard's, isn't it? I get it. Then that's Uncle Kraus. And Kari-san and Auntie Rosa. Dad? You mustn't, Jessica. You mustn't go in. You mustn't look. Rigor mortis has set in across the entire body. Probably at least 6 hours have passed since death. As far as I can tell, by looking at the damaged areas, there is a high probability that these were damaged after their deaths. No, I must watch what I say. I'm a general practitioner. Examining corpses is outside of my area of expertise. What does that mean? Just killing them wasn't enough, so they went on to do something like this? The devil... The devil. This here's the work of the devil. Aunt Natsuhi caught Jessica in her arms and Auntie Eva caught George Aniki. So I was the only one who could approach the entrance in the storehouse. If only there had been someone here to catch me too. I wouldn't have I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible evil scene burned into my eyes. No, that's not it. I'm standing here not because the people who would catch me aren't here, but because the people who would catch me are right there. Just as Jessica said, it didn't look like the store has used, just as Jessica had said, it did look like a storehouse used to keep gardening tools. A lawnmower and its replacement blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, a saw and some construction tools, piled up potted plants and bags of fertilizer, and treated just the same the corpses of several people who had laid to rest there. No, hadn't been thrown in there. I could tell them by their clothes, that old bastard in Kairi-san, Uncle Kraus and Auntie Rosa, further back Goda-san, and there's still more of them? No! It's both of the servants too, that's insane. How many people died? Fucking hell, I can't even count them on one hand. Fucking god damn it. I didn't know whether it had been one of these gardening tools, which if used for something other than their intended purpose could definitely be wielded with a naked brutality, or whether some horrible tool had been brought in here specifically for this. Whatever the case, the bodies lying about here, each of them had been given an atrocious makeover. This isn't a damn makeover, it's more like their faces have been plowed. Their faces were smashed, forced into an expression that a normal person couldn't make even after death. I couldn't tell where the eyes or nose were. I couldn't find a mouth because it's gaping wide and the ridges of its teeth exposed. But the front teeth were missing. Even the cheek that would have covered them, it was all torn up and exposed. The stylish makeup that he spent way too much time fussing over for a guy is no help at all. Sure, I always thought you were going to hell, but you weren't this bad, right? You weren't such a son of a bitch to have this done to you, and Kairi-san. Didn't I tell you to stop going out with this guy? There was no reason for you to go through this as well. There's no face, there's no fucking face. You mustn't look anymore. There's no way that your mother and father would have wanted you to see them like this. For your mother and your father's sake, you mustn't look anymore. Dead people are supposed to have faces that look like they're sleeping peacefully, aren't they? There's no face. My dad and Kairi-san still have no face. Have no faces. I don't even know what kind of faces they were wearing when they died. What the hell am I meant to do? Are you telling me I have to see these mangled, monstrous faces every time I remember Dad and the rest? Well, that's perfect. Because I didn't even want to remember that old bastard smug face anyways. This is perfect. Perfect. But you know, why Kairi-san's face as well? Kairi wasn't a bastard. I sometimes got a little sick of her butt. She was a little cool, just like a big sister to me. She didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve this. At least Uncle Kraus is better, isn't he? It's not his whole face, just the side. At least half of his fucking face is left. Better than this. Better than this. Trying to shut out my reckless words, Jessica tried to fill her ears with the sound of her own screaming. Stop it, Battler-kun. Just stop it. Just stop it. Aniki, Aniki. disregarding age and appearance. I fell to my knees, clinging to Aniki's waist and sobbing, as if I were crying on the behalf of everyone there. Representing the feelings of everyone there, I screamed over and over. Holy shit. That's quite gruesome. Father. The ones who are lying over there are Uncle Kraus, Uncle Rudolph, Auntie Kairi, Auntie Rosa, Goda-san. 5 people? No. 6. There's one more here. The body that Hideyoshi was looking down on now was hidden in the shadow of a mountain of random objects. In a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance, so George couldn't tell whose body it was. Therefore, George cursed himself. He cursed that part of himself that imagines the worst and is always right. So, the one lying at your feet is Shannon, isn't it? Yes. It's Shannon-chan. George was completely silent. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. He wanted to run up to his beloved, screaming and crying. But before rashly running up to her, he mustered all of his strength and asked his father, "Is Shannon also the same as Uncle Kraus and the others?" Hideyoshi deeply understood what he meant by those. Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words, so he couldn't give George a quick answer. No, he thought that to George right now, that was the only possible sincere and loving response. When George asked whether she was the same, he had meant to ask whether her corpse was the same as the others. Since Hideyoshi had denied it, it meant the body was just as horrible. Can I look at Shannon? No, you can't. Why? After all, I won't be able to see Shannon's face again, right? So why can't I see her last face? The last time you met Shannon was yesterday. Yes. I see. When you left her, what kind of face was she showing you? It was a wonderful smile. After accepting the ring, she was bewildered even though her heart should have been decided. Bashful. And so embarrassed to show him that face as she ran away. That expression was revived in George Aniki's mind. I see. Then I'm sure Shannon-chan would also have wished to debut with that smile. That is tough. That is tough. Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state it would have made anyone want to cover their eyes. Half of the face had been smashed off and no more than the other half of her expression remained. If that remaining half, soaked red with blood, had been wiped clean, that grateful smile might have peeked out. Only half of it. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hand over his eyes. How cruel. If only all of it had been crushed. If they were going to crush it, then He might have been able to deceive George's heart for a while by saying that it was just someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. Yet, they had left half of the face. It cost the body so much humiliation. It also made it clear that his body was none other than Shannon. How inhumane. How monstrous. There at Hideyoshi's feet, trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes, was Cannon. Cannon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but he did not drip down. But they did not drip down. But that didn't mean that he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the gospel house, whom he had loved as his sister, must have been just the same as losing a blood relative. Georgie. I'm sure Shannon-chan would be grateful. She wouldn't have want you to see her like this. I'm sure. She'd be thanking you for staying strong. I understand. I understand, Father. I understand. George leaned against the wall of the storehouse, sinking down powerlessly. Father, I have a request. What is it? I want you to look for me on Shannon's finger. Is there a ring? A ring? Let me see. Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Cannon silently pointed out to one of Shannon's hands. Yeah, there is. It's a diamond ring, and not a chip diamond. Must have been pretty expensive. And which hand? Which fingers is it on? Finger is on her left hand. I see, so Shannon was engaged. George. You couldn't have. Ava. Right now, that doesn't matter. A man made a lifelong promise to Shannon-chan. A man promised her happiness for life. It doesn't matter who it was. Being told that by a man is a woman's dream, isn't it? I don't know how she received this ring. I also don't know who gave it to her. But even so, Shannon-chan took this ring and she accepted it, put it on her left ring finger. I'm sure the man who gave it to her was happy too. To most of the people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out strange things. But to those who really knew the truth about George and Shannon's relationship, everything he said made sense. I see. Thank you, Father. George stood up. The traces of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to his usual calm. Let's go. Butler-kun, Jessica-chan. If we stay here any longer, we'll get in the way of the adults. You're right. Jessica sniffled once, trying to say that she was alright. She showed her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time. When she faced George again, she once again had on her usual face, although she couldn't recover her smile. Battler, don't lose heart. Battler kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies. I'm sorry. It took this much crying to calm me down. You bastard, Dad. I bet you're laughing at me. Always talking shit about you. And crying like a baby just cause you've died. It's not my fault. It's wired into our genes to cry when our parents die. Battler's face was still bright red from the tears, even though it was forced. He hadn't at least recovered enough to make a fake smile. Cannon, you mustn't remain here any longer either. Take the children and return to the mansion. Natsuhi, unable to step into the storehouse, had been standing under the rain the whole time. Maybe it's her own way of grieving, different from Battler's. She realized that she had to take on a sense of responsibility now that her husband was dead. So she gave Cannon those orders. Yes,
奥様
madam. Cannon rose silently and turned to face them. His face was pure white, almost as if though his own heart had died along with Shannon. There was no life in his expression. If, during the course of a normal day, he had been instructed to do a tour of the beautiful rose garden, Cannon may have led the way for them. But now there was no distinction between Cannon and the children. They were now just kids of about the same age, with the wounds of having lost someone close to them. After seeing the children go back, Natsui gave orders to Genji. Genji,
すぐに警察に連絡し
contact
な
the
さい
police immediately.
台風が通り過ぎ
They
るまで
probably
来ら
won't be
れない
able to
し
come until next typhoon
どう
phase.
すればいいか
Oh, until
指示
the
を与えてくれるはずで
typhoon
す
passes. But they should be able to tell us what to do next.
わかりました。
Understood.
防災用の無線機があります。
There's an emergency radio, so I will use that to contact them. When she heard that, Natsui remembered. That's right, the telephones were out today, weren't they? However, since they had been assumed that there could be trouble with the phones on this isolated island, a radio had been installed. Anyway, let's contact the police and seek their instruction. Everything else can wait.
ナチョ先生
Dr. Nanjo,
この場は
is there anything further you can do here?
残念ながら
Unfortunately,
私には
I cannot
何
do
もできません。
anything.
わかりました
Understood.
エンジ
Genji,
せめて
could we at
主
least
人たち
cover
の
their
顔を
faces with something?
このような姿を晒す
Exposing them like this is humiliating to them as well.
はい。
Yes. Genji picked up several towels hanging from the inside of the storehouse. Then Ava stopped them in a shrill voice.
ちょっとちょっと
Wait a
お待ち
second.
なさいよここは犯行現場なんでし
This
ょ
is a scene of a crime,
なら
isn't
変
it?
に手を加えちゃ
And
ダメ
we
よ
can't disturb
私たちは混乱してて
In our
現場に土
confession,
足
we
で踏み入っ
tracked
ちゃ
the
ったけ
muddy
ど
footprints all over the
それはき
scene,
っと警察の捜査の邪魔になったわよ
and I'm sure they will have caused a trouble to the police's investigation. Natsui glared at Ava's testingly. Objectively speaking, Ava was right, even though she glared at Ava as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after death, the simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Ava had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible state was definitely not an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. In that case, they should be careful to not further disturb the site. They had to aid the police as much as possible, so that they might hand over a clue that could be used to find the detestable culprit.
私も
I agree with Ava-san. Until the police come, we should leave everything be.
奥様
What do you say, madam?
そうです
You're right.
わかりました
Understood.
ここを閉ざしなさい
Close it up.
それから
And just in case, we should put a
ここに別
put
の
a
施錠をす
different
る
lock on it.
別の施錠
A different lock?
こ
Yes.
こに来た時
When we came here, the
シャッ
shutter
ターの
was
鍵が閉じてい
locked.
るということは
That means that
シャッ
the
ターの
culprit
鍵を
used the
使い
key to shutter,
犯人が施錠
used
し
the
た
key
と
to
い
the
うこと
shutter
です
to lock it.
確かにど
That
うや
makes sense.
じゃあここを開
And
けた
then,
限り
does it mean that the
犯人の
key
指
which
紋が
opens
残って
this
るの
shutter
とちゃうんか
will have the killer's fingerprints?
警察に証拠
I'm
として
sure
提
it'll
出する
be
価
a
値はある
worthwhile
で
to
しょうけ
submit.
ど
I'm sure it will be worthwhile to submit it to the police as evidence.
カノン君が普通
But
に
Canon
持っ
Kun
て
handled
ここ
it
を
just
開
as
けるの
normally
に使用
used
し
it
ちゃ
to
った
open
わ多
this.
分
It
カ
will
ノン君
probably
の指紋
also
も
have
付
his
着しちゃって
fingertips
る
on it.
そしてその鍵はさっき
Also, the key was handed to Genji now, just now.
源氏さんも素手
And
で
he
受
took
け
it with
取
his
って
bare
入っ
hands.
た証拠には
It
なり
doesn't
そう
look
に
it
な
would
い
be
わ
a very
ね
useful as evidence.
それは不用心
That was
でした
careless of me.
申し訳ござい
My
ません
apologies.
源氏さん
Genji-san,
この倉庫の鍵は
are there
他
other
にもあ
keys
る
to the
か
storehouse?
いいえ
No,
この一つだけです
only this one.
ということは
Which means that the killer
犯
walked
人
out
は
of the
その
servant
鍵
room
を
with
しよ
that
うと
key
して律儀に
and then
元の場所に
consciously
戻した
returned the
とい
key
う
to
こと
where
になるな
they found it, right? Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but it was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go all the trouble of returning the keys they stole? No, if you think about it even more deeply, there are some even more bizarre points. Usually when a criminal hides a body, they are trying to delay the point at which it will it would be found and use that time to escape. The actual place where the six were killed wasn't necessarily here, but they had been killed somewhere on this island. And it would be normal to think that the reason they had been carried to the storehouse was to hide the bodies and delay the discovery of the crime. But that graffiti drawn on the shutter that looked like an eerie magic circle had eloquently indicated that the corpses were hidden here. It didn't specifically say that they were here, but after the six people had gone missing, by making such an obvious scribble and even returning the key to open it, it seemed almost as though someone had wanted the corpses to be discovered here. True?
とにかく
In any
一度
case,
は
a
犯人が
lock
開け
that the
閉めを
killer
した
had
施錠だ
opened
けでは信用できません。
In any case, a lock that the killer has opened once before will not be sufficiently trustworthy on its
犯
own.
人の手からもこの場
If
所
we
を
want to
保護
protect
す
this
るに
place from that killer's hands, I think we should put a new lock on.
いい案だと思います。
I think that's a good plan. I agree. Genji fished around the inside of the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock which had been inside a small
鍵は
box.
どうなさいますか。
What would you have me do with the key?
私が持ちましょ
I
う
will take it.
責任を持って
I will take responsibility and hand it over to the police. Natsui took the key to the padlock from Genji's hand. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. Because of that, the corpses were once again sealed behind the shutter, covered with that gruesome magical circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. In addition to the main lock to the shutter, there is sometimes a place where you can attach your own lock in front of it. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar of the thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there ominously. Once its closed shutter was the magic circle drawn in creepy blood-like substance and swallowing up the bodies of the six whole people. To Natsui, putting on the new lock may have not been entirely to preserve the scene for the police, but rather she might have felt like she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity, to prevent any more victims from being swallowed by that eerie demon.
さ
Come on, let's go,
あ
everyone.
先生
Dr. Nanjo, thank you for everything. Thank you for much of your work.
現地は急い
Genji,
で警
quickly
察に
contact the
戻
police.
りました。
I will contact them as soon as I can. The adults left the storehouse. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter, still swallowing the six bodies, loomed eerily, occasionally lit up by lightning. By the lightning. Oh, glass shutter. Okay, let me save this. Wow, it's still the morning. 8:45. Okay. Save this. Then I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be back. I might even go get some to munch on. We'll see. Where was I? All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, the voices from the kids, from the kids' television program that Maria was watching, and the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. In other words, what greeted them as they returned dumbfounded from that horrible, bizarre scene was the voice of Maria as she rolled around laughing at the television. Not knowing how to explain to Maria that her mother Rosa was dead, those who returned to the room couldn't imagine any more than suffocating silence. Those who returned to the room couldn't manage any more than a suffocating silence. At first, Maria returned their stairs with a dubious look. Uh-oh. She knows. Maybe the witch told her about it or something. No way. But then she realized that they weren't trying to blame her for anything. She ignored them and again immersed herself in the television program. At death's door. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock, though they had all cried and mourned as so much that now they just vaguely sat there, their faces expressionless. Only Kanenkan had returned to his usual calm expression. However, that didn't mean he hadn't been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes when he stared into the emptiness. Hideyoshi, fidgeting as he remembered that horrible scene, kept muttering. Unbelievable that something of this world, it's just the work of the devil. Every once in a while, he turned these into questions and bounced off. Every once in a while, he turned these into questions and bounced them off Nanjo. But Nanjo, in a calm, doctorly manner, kept repeating that nothing he understood by only glancing at the scene. Nothing could be understood. And that until the police arrived, he wouldn't know anything. However, Nanjo only appeared calm in comparison to Hideyoshi, who could not contain his agitation and fear. In fact, Nanjo also received a huge shock, and his face was deathly pale. Maybe it was because of their attitudes that Natsui tried to rise to the challenge and take control. Natsui was apparently unchanged from her normal attitude, and she briskly gave directions. I will head to where father is. Genji, quickly contact the police. Certainly. I wonder if you would allow me to tag along, Natsuhi-san. Since Kraus-Nisan is now gone, the task of aiding father has been left to me. It would be improper for me to relax here while relying entirely on you. Natsui was struck speechless by Ava's aggressive actions in a situation like this. I'm not gonna lie. She's looking kind of sus. That's all I'm saying. It seemed that she was claiming that, with Kraus dead, the one to take responsibility should not be his wife. Let me turn down my notification sounds. That shit was fucking loud. That shit was ear piercing. Okay. Check, 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 check. Check. But herself, the next highly ranked in the family. Possibly, she was not happy with Natsui was ignoring her and handling matters herself. Possibly, she was not happy that Natsui was ignoring her and handling matters herself in this extreme situation. Of course, even Ava's mind had been blank from the shock until just now. She only returned to herself after Natsui started giving orders. Yes, you may do as you please. Natsui walked out without saying anything more. Ava followed behind her. Mere moments after they left, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. Since she wasn't the kind of person to run around, it would be normal to sense as something had happened. But since everyone had been stricken by that earlier shock, none of them took any notice of this trivial indifference. Madam, if you're looking for Natsuki-san, she went to go see father. She'll probably be back soon. What happened? That, the dining hall, blood. Oh god. Oh god. My fucking goodness, that is quite fucking rancid. One sec. Sorry, I'm fucking hungry. Everyone in the parlor turned to listen. Isn't there a fucking child in there? What do you mean you're just gonna say that in front of Maria? Sorry, but like for this next I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes, I'm probably just gonna be clicking through, not reading it, because I'm eating. But trust me, I'm reading it, okay?
朝食の準備に食堂に配膳に行ったら
ここにも血だまりがあるよ。これは一体。
だいぶ時間が経っているよ。おそらく昨べ、そういうことになるよな。
That is kind of crazy though. It's like what they were just talking the whole night, and then they got murked.
わしらは昨べずっと食堂で話し合いをしとった。そしてここに何者か。
父さんたちが打ち合わせを抜けて休んだのは何時だっけ？
昨夜の24時を少し過ぎだから、その後にと考えるんが妥当やろな。
マジかよ。勘弁してくれよ。お嬢様、しっかり。
俺はもうさっきの倉庫でこの世の地獄ってやつを拝んじまったから、今さらこのくらいじゃ答えねえぜ。
Ah, but this guy's kind of comfortable just remembering what happened, like, not even 5 minutes ago.
そうかよ。よかったな。私は頭がどうにかなっちまいそうだぜ。ここは食堂だぜ。私は毎日ここで食事をして学校のことをぼやいたり、宿題親父に学校の成績の話を、そういうところなんだぜ。お嬢様、これ以上ここに100万円戻りましょう。
俺のどうか。秀吉おじさん、この部屋は多分警察にと俺たちが踏み荒らしちまうのはまずいんじゃないですか。
バトラさんの言う通りです。この部屋にこれ以上好んで居続けることはありません。
Damn, this shit's spicy.
Mm. わしも同感や。この部屋には犯人の痕跡が残ってるかもわからん。素人のわしらがかき回すべきとちゃうで。はよ出るんや。はよはよ。お、源氏さん、警察に連絡はつきましたか？
Please don't say no.
それが申し訳ございません。
This fucker.
無線機の故障か、それ以外の理由によるものかわかりませんが。なんや、警察に連絡がつかんのか？電話も無線もどっちもダメなんか？申し訳ございません。月曜の朝に船が来ることになっていますので、この島には船はないんか？新島の警察署までちょっくら行ってくることはでき。秀吉さん、この天気では無理だ。少なくとも台風が通り過ぎるまでは。クラウス様のボートは今 修理中で島にございません。ですので月曜の船を待つほかないかと。
Something that I really like is how, at least for me, it kind of slowly puts like a little bit of suspicion on people. Even if it's not like intentional, I kind of like it, you know? It's pretty cool. I'm still eating some. Not reading until I'm done, but yeah.
そんなアホな話があるか。6人も死んだんやで。そして電話も無線も通じず船もない。台風が過ぎて船が来るまで、つまり明日の朝までわしらは警察にも連絡できずこの島におれっちゅうことなんか。
ってことはつまり俺たちだけじゃなくおじさんたちを殺した犯人も
そういうことになるね。
Where is Maria in all of this, by the way?
みんなを殺した犯人はまだ。
親父たちを殺した奴はこのクソ見つけ出してやるぜ。警察になんか引き渡すもんか。私がこの手でやっつ先にしてやる。
ジェシカお姉ちゃん、誰か死んじゃったの？
死んじまったぜ。みんな。
This stupid motherfucker.
私の親父もパトラの幸田さんもシャノンも、そしてマリアの母さんも。
よすんだジェシカちゃん。悲しいのは君だけじゃない。
マリアさん、ショックだろうが聞いてくれ。あなたのお母さん死んでしまいました。
ママが死んじゃった？
ああ、誰かに殺されちまった。悲しいだろうがよ。
何人死んじゃった？
Bro, what the fuck? You know how like earlier they implied that the servants were just kind of like spies for the main head? I feel like Maria is kind of giving off of that vibe, you know? She's a spy for the witch.
6人だぜ。6人だ。くそあんな残酷なことしやがって。踊ってもんがあるだろうがよ。誰だか知らねえが犯人は人間じゃねえぜ。血の色が赤いわけがねえ。
犯人は人間じゃな、鍵が選んだ生贄なだけ。
おい、マリア、今、なん
無線でも連絡できない？こんな時に使えなくて何のための防災無線ですか？
申し訳ございません。毎年保守点検はさせている。
ほら、光をチカチカさせるみたいな船舶信号ってあるじゃない？そういうので向こうの島に連絡することはできないのかしら？
そのような設備はございません。申し訳ございません。
なぜ朝食をこちらに？
ああ、夏木さん、それよりエヴァ、お父さんはご一緒でないところを見ると、このような事態になった。
いないわ。
Whoa. Notice how like the clock stopped as well. It's pretty cool.
部屋は空っぽだったのよ。
なんやて？
Listen to this speak.
こんな時にどこ行ったんや？
親方様が書斎を出られたという。
そうです。いつの間に部屋を出たのやら、あなたたちに心当たり。
僕たちにも。
ご存知の通り、親方様はあの書斎の中にお休みの場所からご不浄まで全てを設けさせました。親方様があの部屋をお出になることなどよっぽどのことがないとなると、そのよっぽどのことがあったって考えるのが自然だっちゅうことになるんか。
まだそうと決まったわけではありません。とにかく気まぐれな方ですから、現状をご存知なくお一人で仮にそうだとしたら、一刻も早く現状をお知らせ。そうね、考えたくはないけど、お父様のそのような不吉なことは考えたくもありません。 私たちはお屋敷の戸締まりをお父様も念入りに探さなければなり、子供たちはこの部屋を出ないよう。エヴァさんと秀吉さんは申し訳ありません。南條先生もお願いいたし。
わかりました。ここで。
Jesus. But this shit is fucking spooky, bro. Oh, Tusama. Yo, what's up, man? I'm eating right now, so I'm not like reading it, but once I'm done eating, I'll read like the actual, you know, text. But what's up, man? How you doing? Doing good? Doing bad? No, sounds good. Just chilling.
みんなで仲良くテレビでも見て待ってよな。しかし日曜日の午前中はろくな番組やっとらへんな。
ろくな番組見る
お、そうか。マリアちゃんはテレビ見るか。じゃあおじさんと一緒に見ような。
兄貴、聞いていいか。なんだい、さっき倉庫で兄貴はシャノンちゃんの指輪の話、あれ
よせよパトラ、少しは察しろよ。
悪いことを聞いたぜ。そうさ、僕だよ。
Listen to this peak.
彼女に昨べ求婚したんだ。その時指輪、明日になったらそれを好きな指にはめて返事としてくれた。気ざったらしいことを言ってね。
数年前、シャドウに相談し、おじ兄さんのことです。
なんて言ってたのかな。
シャノンは嘘をつくのが、ジョージ兄さんのことを言ってるのはすぐにバレバレでさ。自分は使用人の身分だけど、親しくしてもいい男の人の好きそうなものは何か、どういう服を着たら喜ぶかとか、そんなことを。
それが婚約指輪を渡されて、そこで
価値観は人それぞれだけど、男から求婚されるってある意味人生だから、昨夜のシャノンは心の底から、いや生まれ。
シャノンは昨べゲストハウスの当番でも、シャノンは僕と一緒にゲストハウスお屋敷に行ってしまった。
シャノンの気持ちを察しろよ。婚約指輪をもらえば、どんなに予告されてたって普通は舞い上がっちまって恥ずかしくて仕方なかったんだ。
それ当番でないはずのお屋敷へ行き、事件に巻き込まれてしまった僕が。あの日
あの場所で指輪なんか渡さなく、シャノは、サヨは事件に巻き込まれなかったんだ。
兄貴、それだけは違うぜ。断じて違う。だからそれ以上泣くんじゃね
Sheesh.
バトラ君、
Fucking sheesh, bro.
そっとしてあげなさい。バトラ君は強いわね。もうだいぶしっかりしているように見えるわよ。
え。まあほら、俺は別にあんなクソ親父同志の方が知った子。キリエさんは気の毒ですが。
あら、という割にはさっきすっごく。
まあ育ての親に対する恩は
そのあたりの切り替えの速さやドライなあたりは本当にルドルフ譲りね。あの子は昔から激しく喜んだり悲しんだり怒ったり、すぐにケロリと平静を取り戻したわ。
俺だってまだただ俺がみんなと違うのはそれによって。
どういうこと？
This fucking music. Listen to this peak right here.
「悲しい」っていうよりは腹立たしいって気持ちなんすよ。どこのドイツがこんなことをしやがったのか。横っ面に一発お見舞いしてやらないことに腹の虫が収まらねえんです。親父たちが殺されて以降この島は台風に包まれたままです。つまりこれだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎は。
そういうことになるわね。今も暗い森のどこかに身を潜
エヴァおばさん、この殺人、昨べのベアトリーチェの手紙と何か関。
ああ、例の。さあ、あの手紙はお父様が遺産問題に絡みたくて出した怪文書という見方で兄弟は一致したんだ。それと今朝の事件に関係があるかは今の段階では分かりかねるわね。
あの手紙、本当にベアトリーチェなんて魔女がマリアに渡したんすかね。
まさか。全部お父様の仕組んだ茶番でしょ。シャノンちゃんあたりに肖像画のドレスを着させてマリアちゃんを騙したんでしょ。お父様らしい手の込みすぎたいたずらだと思うけど。
昨べキリエさんとベアトリーチェは実在するんだろうかって話をしたんですけど、キリエさんも俺たち18人の中にベアトリーチェがいるだろうと言ってましたね。
そんなの当然じゃない。この島には私たちしかいないのよ。なら私たちの中の誰かがベアトリーチェを語ったに決まってるじゃない。
この島には俺たち以外はいないですか。
当 せんでしょ。私たち以外の誰、この島には私たち18人しかいなら、ベアトリーチェを語るのも18人。
19人目がいないなら、親父たちを殺した犯人も18人の中にいるってことになっちゃうじゃないですか。
So how are we doing though? We doing good? We doing bad? Shilling? Not shilling? Oh yeah. I mean, you know, I'm just playing through this game. What I'm gonna try doing like 4 hours today. And then do like 4 hours tomorrow or some shit. Because I do want to get through this game. Because it's actually really intriguing, but it's so fucking long. And then I might try doing like a video for Tobias, maybe. I mean, I might do something small. No, I will do something small in the meantime, and then if it comes out good and if I enjoy doing it, I might try to do like an actual video for the man. But if I feel like dog shit doing it, and I just can't be bothered to like work on something like that again, then you know, GG. But I guess we'll see. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, really funny actually because I assume you're typing. I was watching my favorite video of yours, Legend of Tobias Fate, just a few days ago, and I finally realized why you told me that it was not that good for a few months ago. It's really good, but I finally understand your POV, LMAO. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know. I think you do something and it looks good at first, and then, you know, if enough time passes, and I think if you've grown, obviously, like as a person, like as someone who like edits or whatever, you can see like kind of like all like the flaws within it. But you know, I mean, I'm proud of the video, obviously, but I could make much better, I think. Even if I'm washed up now. But you know, I think that's awesome that you kind of see you see the vision. Thank you, thank you.
でもよく倉庫の中に運び込めたわよね。あのシャッターは常に閉められていて施錠されていたそうよ。
No, I scrapped it, actually. The perfect video got scrapped. The whole thing. Can you believe it? I can. It's gone into the ethers. Forgotten. Dust and ashes is all that remains. Yeah. I think I still have like all the files still on my laptop, but I don't think I'm gonna dig through it. I transfer it over. But I think they're still there. Honestly, I should. I should just post that shit. Like scrapped ideas. I think I will moving forward. Just cause you know, it's basically just like wasting time if nothing comes of it. If I'm just like scrapping everything I do. But yeah, you're right. 100%. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it's like an ego thing. I feel like I hold myself too high in regard. Like I think of myself highly, even though there really isn't like a reason to. Like no one cares if the video isn't perfect, but I care, like too much. I don't know. Like if the video isn't perfect or whatever, like it's just, I don't know. But I think it's also because I'm not used to like posting shit, so I can only like post shit that I am like super comfortable posting because it's like the best it can be. But I mean with art, like it's never gonna be perfect. So I feel like I have troubles with that. That's what I think about. Who knows? Yeah. Definitely that, for sure. Feels embarrassing.
つまり鍵を使用人室から持ち出さなくては倉庫は絶対に開けられない。
鍵は使用人室の一つしかないんすかね。
源氏さんはそうだと言ってる。ということは犯人はそのたった一つの倉庫の鍵のありかを知っさっきカノン君が使用人室に壁にびっしりと鍵がかけられていて、とても素人にはどこに何がかけてあるのかわからなかった。
But you know, with time, experience, I think you probably just gonna get used to posting. Maybe not even like unfinished work, just like work that isn't perfect. You know, like doesn't have to be perfect. Obviously, but I think for me, it's like that's hard. But I think yeah, just doing it more often. I think would help me a lot.
犯人はその中から倉庫の鍵を見事選び出したの。しかも札も何もついていない鍵を手にしてバラ庭園裏にある倉庫の鍵だと理解した。
Yeah.
ついでに倉庫の場所すら理解していた。もっとはっきり断言する。犯人は使用人室の内部にも
This voice actress or actor is Detective Conan's mother. Who the fuck is that? I don't know who that is, but I mean, I'd believe it. Fuck it. Why not? The thing that I like about this game so far is that nothing is ever as simple as you think it is. It's always way more fleshed out. And I really appreciate that.
ってことは使用人の誰かが 犯人
And it's just an anime about some teenager who was forced to take a pill to become a child by some organizations and is now hunting them down. Nice hit. Oops. It's not. Well, it's not like necessarily like about like high school kids. It's like a murder mystery. Is what I would call it. But there is like some high school kids. But there's also adults. There's like a child. You know. There's like old people as well.
悪いけどそれ以上はおばさんも言えないわよ。でも一つ
なんすか
犯人たちは複数で、そして十分な武装をしていたと考えられる。だってそうでしょ。食堂にいた兄さんたち4人を一度に襲って殺し、合計6人分の遺体をようようバラ庭園、これだけのことを単独犯で行えるはずもないでしょ。
Yeah, you've been exposed, bro. You literally exposed yourself being a fucking weeb. Crazy. Crazy. Not even Batman could beat that shit out of me. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
ってことは使用人の人たちがみんなグルだろうって言って
静かになさい。憶測で言っちゃ悪いわよ。それにもし本当にそうだったらどうする。彼らは私たちを生かしてしかも兄さんたち4人を今この部屋に残っていてまともに戦えそうな人間は
True.
うちの家族の3人にせいぜいバトラ君で4人ってところ。
Wait, so does like Chilling Smite like not stream anymore or what? Is he done? Shilling. Damn. That is unfortunate. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'll be back. Maybe Netflix said he stopped streaming. Did he even say why, or did he just like disappear? Is it just like life shit, or what? Chilling Smite. Nah, man, he made a final video called Goodbye.exe. Did he actually? No fucking way, I don't believe you. Wait, really? Yeah, that's insane. Wait, he did? Holy shit. Wow. That is sad. Damn, just like that, he just fucking quit. That is unfortunate. I see. I don't know, man. I feel like you could say it's an opportunity to like maybe replace them, but I mean, not only is it harder to replace, it's so much easier to just post lesser edited content and you just make sure that you're like popular. Like, for example, like Baus. Like his videos get like 500,000 views like in a day. Like he doesn't really need to change his formula or anything like that. And I feel like for a lot of like smaller streamers like Sanchovies or Hums or I don't know, whoever, I feel like edited content doesn't really match like their audience, you know? So I don't know, I think it's tough. So just like feeling like niche. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, right. Fuck that, bro. Play the game, have fun, get AIDS, peak. But I do think, yeah, there is like an opportunity to do something like that, though, for sure. For sure.
つまり犯人にとって残る私たちを見 あくまでも可能性の問題よ。
think I am just about done eating here. Fully. Okay. Well, it is just a possibility, right?
でも私は
But I can't bring
使
myself
用
to
人の人
trust
た
the
ちをまだ
servants
信用
yet.
できない。それに私は使用
And
人だ
that
けを
does
疑ってる
that
わけじゃ
doesn't
ない
mean they're the only ones I
さ
suspect.
らに黒
I
幕
also
が
think
い
there
るか
might
も
be
しれ
some
ないと思う
mastermind behind all of this.
黒幕？
A mastermind? Why do you say that?
官僚
It's just a feeling.
使用人は書いて字の
Think
ご
about
と
the
し
word servant. Literally
誰
means
かに使用さ
it
れて
means
手
they
足と
serve
なる
someone.
存在
They do someone's bidding, right? By the way, I told you you had. By the way, I told you you had plans to make a game a few months ago. Still working on that? Kinda. My cousin's waiting on me to like finish some assets, so he can like populate like the scene that he has. But I have not done that, obviously. I don't know. I just wasn't like having. It's weird because like it's hard for me to like want to work on it and then not really know like anything. Like, I don't know. It's like you do something, you send it off, and then they come back with like notes. It's like, okay, well, I don't even know like how to interpret this. I don't know. It just feels like the feedback that I would get from like sending the models just doesn't really match at all what I think I'm doing. You know, I feel like just like lacking of, I wouldn't say communication, but it's more like lacking of shared information, I guess. I don't know. But it's hard to stay up to date on like what needs to be done, what doesn't need to be done, or like how the models should be made, or how they shouldn't be made. Like I just have no clue. It's just like make something and then random chance if it's good or not. Like I don't know. That's just so AIDS to me. But right now, I'm learning how to draw a little bit, and then I have a short clip that I want to do, like an animation, and then if the clip goes well, like if I enjoy doing it right, I'll probably try to make a video for Tobias, and if it doesn't, I guess we'll see. Maybe I'll just keep on drawing. So I guess my goal is to learn how to draw, obviously, so then I can potentially make designs, like full-on character designs, and then, you know, maybe I can sculpt them or whatever, and then maybe I can make my own shit. But you know, that's just like fantasy as of now. It's just a feeling. Think about what the word servant literally means. It means they serve someone. They do someone's bidding, right?
殺されたのは後ろ宮家の
Everyone who was
親族
killed had some relation to the Urishiyomiya family. Yeah. What about you though? Like, are you still editing, or obviously you have your videos, but is that something that you're doing like is that your main thing, or do you do that as a side project, or what? So it must be natural for someone with interest in that result to be involved. Yeah, I'm working on movies. It's my main thing. Playing the late game, you know? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man. That is dope. This followed the formulaic plot used to death by many classic mystery novels. If YouTube is just a matter of time, then might as well start now. Yeah. I don't know, YouTube is tough because I feel like you wanna... honestly, I don't even know. I honestly don't even know. I don't know shit about YouTube, bro. To be honest. Just be like authentic, I guess. Well, YouTube is fail, learn, yeah, for years until you wake up one day and you're an overnight success, LMAO. As long as you keep learning. True. True. Yeah, I mean, I would say the biggest thing is just make. I mean, that's probably like the hardest thing, right? Just make something that is like worthwhile, to at least someone, and do that consistently. Like that's like the hardest part. I feel like whether it's like engaging or if it's like high art or if it's like slop or whatever, I feel like that's like fine. Like that's like the second hardest thing, but the first thing is just do it and then do it consistently. I feel like is the thing. But yeah, obviously like don't half-ass it, right? Put effort into it or whatever. Which is why I don't like it for some reason. What do you mean you don't like it? Nah, I'm just talking to myself. I thought it was a question by joking, but I couldn't wipe out the sense of unease I felt inside of me. Because the reasoning we arrived at was altogether too simple. Reasoning that anyone could arrive at. And I just couldn't accept that. If I tried flipping over the chessboard like I had learned from Kairi-san, that's exactly why it was impossible for the servants to be the culprits. Ooh. Show one sec. Okay. If the servants really had been the culprits, they wouldn't have hidden the bodies in the place that was tied to themselves. Certainly not the Rose Garden storehouse of all places, whose key they themselves controlled. The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. Even if I don't make it, I'll be in a better place anyways. I'm fixing my accent, stuttering, upgrading my editing, being more consistent with things, getting more braves to put myself out there. Win-win, yeah, absolutely. What's happening in the game, basically, I would say to summarize the whole thing. There's a really rich family, right? One where all the wealth, or at least like 85% of all the wealth, is owned by the grandfather, and he's like the last one alive, right? Like the grandmother passed away. It's just the grandfather now, and the grandfather has a few kids. I think it's like 4 kids, and they'll have like their own family. And I guess like in the structure of like this setting, the oldest kid would be the next inheritor of the assets after the grandfather passed, after he dies. So all the kids, they reunite, and then they're trying to discuss the inheritance of, or how they're gonna split up, like all of the assets, after the grandfather dies. And the grandfather's still alive, right? But they're just making that plan. And in doing so, about now, obviously a lot of stuff happens before and then, right? But right now, like half of the families just died. They're gone. And so the other 2 families and like other servants and the people who happen to be at the island can't escape the island right now because there's that typhoon, and they can't contact outside. They can't contact the police because the radio doesn't work. So now they're just stuck in the mansion, and the grandfather's nowhere to be seen right now. But yeah, that's basically it. So they're trying to find out who potentially killed them. So right now they're suspecting the servants, but due to how the bodies that they found were placed or where they're placed, it was too obvious for a servant to do it. It just doesn't make sense. So that's what they're doing right now. Yeah, I mean, they're gone, bro. They're cooked. They're dead. And there is like an element of like witchery, or there's like a character, she's like a witch, but she hasn't played like a huge role outwardly. I mean, I'm sure like she's very important in the plot, but as of now, she's not like a big driving force. Something you'd play, not gonna lie. What the fuck are you talking about? I would never play this unless my friend told me to play it. Literally, I would never play a fucking visual novel game. But honestly, maybe I was sleeping on them because this is pretty captivating. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty interesting. Oh yeah. I mean, the story's also it's getting good. A little bit of a murder mystery. The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. That would create a danger for exposure. If we were to assume that they were the culprits, they had no reason to carry the bodies into the storehouse. Did they expect us to think that? And did they expect us to think that? And so put them in the storehouse deliberately? No, that definitely didn't make sense. When the police come and inspect the site, all kinds of things will probably become clear. No matter how deeply careful the culprits were in carrying out the murder, some kind of traces will definitely be found. So, in summary, they have everything to lose and nothing to gain. Oh, I gotta go sadly, so I might check you out later. Alright, man, take it easy. Have a good one. It's nice talking to you. Yeah, man. Take it easy, bro. So, in summary, they have everything to lose and nothing to gain. You too, man. Take care. If you think about it this way and look at the game from the culprit's side, it feels like there's no point in advertising the location of the corpse. If the bodies were found, a report would be sent to the police. The remaining people would become more cautious. They could start looking for who was responsible. Anyway, none of these things would make the culprits feel any more comfortable. Just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I read recently called Higurashi no Nakokoro ni. A mystery story has 4 parts: introduction, development, turn, and conclusion. And so, to commit the perfect crime, it is essential to eliminate the introduction. Right now, no one knew where grandfather was. We don't know whether he had already become a victim or if he was one of the culprits. But this state of confusion has had to be beneficial to whoever did this. By blatantly advertising the bodies to us, and declaring, hey, there's a murder case going on, the culprit had absolutely nothing to gain. Right? That was where we could flip over the chessboard. So this blatant advertisement of the bodies was itself the culprit's goal. So it may well be that to the culprits, having the 6 corpses be present there meant more than the deaths themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted to display these murders. True? This is true. To who? To us. This is some intriguing shit.
バトラ君が何を考えてるかおばさんわかるわよ。
わ嫌だな。内緒にしててくださいよ。あんなことやこんなことで頭をいっぱいにしてたなんて。
私がこの殺人で一番得をする。どうせ疑われるだろうから先に自己申告しておくわ。遺産は兄弟の数で分割する。でも今や4兄弟は私一人。
Wait, really? Holy shit, wait, you're right actually. It literally only is her now. Wait, that's insane actually.
後ろ宮家の全財産は全て私のもの。
秀吉おじさんが聞いたら予算か言えばシャレにならん。
ごめんね。どう取り繕ったってどうせ疑われるだろうからふざけただからこの殺人は私の立場から見れば私を疑わせるためのも困ったことに。昨べの
聞かせてもらってもいいですか。昨べのことを。
バトラ君たちも知っている通り兄弟が遺産をどう食いちでも何時まで続いたかは知る。私と主人は朝が早かったからもう眠くて24時を過ぎた。そしてゲストハウスに戻って
それを秀吉おじさん以外の誰かに証
Wow,
明
he's
でき
actually
るっすか。
investigating her though. It's kind of bold.
いやいや別にエヴァおばさんを疑ってるわけじゃないっすよ。
Right.
あらどうだか。証明になるかわからないけれどゲストハウスに戻ってきた時源氏さんに出迎えを受けて、だから私たちがゲストハウスに戻ってきた時間は24時過ぎだと証明してくれると思うわよ。もっとも私の仮説通り使用人たちもグルなのだとしたらこんなのアリバイにならないけどね。
確かにそうっすね。ってことは俺今真犯人と推理ごっこをしてるってことになるんすか。
でも私の名誉のために言わせてもらうけど遺産目当てだったならこんな変な殺人はしないわ。だって遺産相続権を喪失させるだけならどんな死に方だって構わない。むしろ事故死に見せかけた方がスマートでしょ。使用人たちを抱き込んで周到に計画していたならなおさらそうするでしょうよ。
確かにそうっすね。営利で人を殺すならそれは常に殺人に見せるべきではない。
そういうことよ。だからおばさんは今からとてもブルーな気持ちなわけ。警察には黒幕扱いされて散々調べられるでしょうね。やだやだ。
多分こんな十字架をアレンジしたみたいなマークが書かれとったんや。そしてこんな感じで外周の円を取り囲むように妙な文字がびっしり書き込まれていて、アルファベットとかそういうのとちゃうで。あれはよく言う古代文字とかいうやつや。
あと円周部の頂点に小さなマークがありましたな。小さな丸を5つ十字状に並べ、それぞれを。
ああ、確かにそんなのも書いてあったで。うん、図形的には細かい文字はわからんが、配列はほぼ同じや。
こんなわけのわかんねえもんを書きたがるのはじいさまだけだろ。
Fuck. Oh.
まったく、どう捕まえて意味を聞き出してやりたいぜ。
こんな図形に
はあ。おお。
僕の第一印象ではどこか外国の。
ああ、確かにこんなデザインや。ということはどこぞの
その国の十字章はもともと
That
聖
cross
地
symbol
巡
was,
礼者を
was
守るため
originally
の
a crest
騎
from a
士修
religious
道士
order
た
of
ちの
knights
紋
and
章
was
だった
supposed
そ
to
うで
protect
すな。
pilgrims traveling to sacred places. I think I might just read it with my mind rather than like read it out loud. Because it's like so much more comfier to do. But maybe I'll read out loud sometimes.
つまりこの魔法陣には宗教的な意味があるってことかよ。ますますにちんぷんかんぷんだぜ。
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
全然違うよみんな。
That's completely wrong, everyone.
こんなの見てわかんないかな。
Can't you tell by just looking?
これは太陽の7の魔法陣だよ。
What? The fuck was that? This is the seventh magic circle of the sun.
書かれてる文字はヘブライ語。貸して。
ああ、
ね、こんな図形だったんじゃないかな。
Was this kind of shape, right?
そんな図形だ。
Yes, it was.
マ
That's
リア、
incredible.
さすが詳しいぜ。
天地と左右に書かれているのは
Written on the
風化水
forearms
道
of
を
the cross
司
are
る
the
天
names
使
of
た
the
ちの
angels
名
who preside over the air, fire, water, and earth.
カサン、アレル、タリアハド、そしてフォルラク、そして斜め四方には
And the
4
four
代の
diagonal
統治者たち
directions
の名。
are the names of the four great rulers. These ones? I don't know.
アリエル、セラフ、タルシ
Ariel,
ス、ケル
Seraph, Tharius, and Chetum.
ブ。合ってる？
Do they match? It's unmistakable. Yes. These kinds of characters were definitely written there.
なんでこんなん書けるんや。
How can you write something like that?
あと演習
Where's the mom in all of this?
文字が書かれておりました。
Oh, she died. Forgot. Guess I meant to say, where's Ava in all of this?
わかってるよ。
I know.
こうでしょ。
Like this, right. Mari began jotting down Hebrew all around the circumference.
旧約聖書の詩編
It's
第
from the Old
116
Testament's
編の
books of
16節と17節だよ。
Psalm 116 verses 16 and 17. What the fuck? Trying to think. Well, she did give away 2 of her charms, right? Maybe that was like protecting her this whole time, and then when she gave them away, she got fucking cooked. Let me think. Yeah.
聖書くらい読んでなきゃ。
You must at least read the Bible. Acting as though knowing this was only common sense. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words.
すごいね。
It's incredible. I'm
それで
surprised.
この魔法陣には
So
どんな
what
意
meaning
味が
does
あ
this
るんだい？
magic circle have?
太陽の力を借りる魔法陣
It's a
だよ
magic circle to borrow the power of the sun.
黄金で描き、
He
護
who
符に
wears
して
as a
身につけ
talisman,
たる者は
God in
いかな
culture
る
is
牢
the
獄で
power
あ
to
ろう
break
と
free from the bonds,
束縛から
to the
逃れ
bonds of
自
any
由
prison
を得
and
られ
gain
る
freedom.
力を授けられる。
But it was written in blood, I assume. And it also wasn't a talisman, so. Guess is there any other use application for it? That's my guess. I mean, there must be, right?
束縛から逃れ自由を得られる意味深だぜ。
この束縛という意味は何も肉体的なものだけを指さないと解釈されている。だから縛られて牢屋にいる人ばかりに意味があるわけじゃないよ。しがらみや逃れ得ぬ運命など精神的な束縛からの解放も意味してるんだよ。
しがらみや逃れ得ぬ運命か。これまた意味深だな。
しかしさっぱ ぱりわからん。それとあの6人の遺体とどんな関係があるっちゅうんや。束縛からの解放どころか殺された上に倉庫に閉じ込められてたんやで。
I guess you could say that maybe the symbol was written in blood where the bodies were to release their spirits and souls from their bodies, right? Kind of like just freeing them from their corporeal prison. I don't know. So maybe it's possible that there's two people and then one of them killed them and then the other one either right after or sometime later saw what happened or saw the bodies and in attempt to free their souls wrote that. Maybe. But honestly, I have no fucking clue.
別にその6人のために魔法陣が描かれてるわけじゃないね。魔法陣のために6人はそこにいるんでしょ。
6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle. Okay, well, I'm already cooked. Immediately shut down.
お気の毒だよ。
どういう意味だ
What
い
do you mean?
魔法陣のために6人がいるってのは一体。
それは演習部に書いてるよ。
That's written around the
読め
circumference.
ないか
Can't
な。
you read?
詩編第116編
Psalm
16節と
16
17
verses
節。
16 and 17.
読んであげるよ。
I'll read it for you.
主は私の枷を解か
The
れまし
Lord
た。
has freed me from my
私
chains.
はあ
I
なた
will
に
offer
感謝
to
の
you
生
the
贄を
sacrifice of
捧げ、
thanksgiving
主
and I
の
will
皆を
call
呼ぶでしょ
the name of the Lord.
ね。
See?
ねって何を言ってるのかさ。
生贄だってのか。
You're saying there's sacrifices? The part that Mari had just read out loud was a vital part of the magic circle. They will say that the benefit of this magic circle required sacrifices to be offered in exchange. So inside of the storehouse where the magic circle had been drawn, the sacrifices had been offered. Looked like everyone had slowly arrived to the same conclusions. Ever since that point, this whole mansion, this whole island has begun to be drawn into some kind of peculiar world. That's right. I think back on it, the letter was an invitation from the witch. The rule of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. The fun immediately interrupted. Yes, on this island right now, it is perfectly normal for witches to send letters and for sacrifices to be offered to magic circles. So what will happen next? It's no good, I don't get it. I don't even know what to think. Jesus. As I started losing heart, I began to recall a distant memory. It was from when I was very young. I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while I hadn't been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard had given me an exaggerated laugh and said this.
なあバトラー、
Hey, Butler.
どうして悪魔だのオ
Why
カ
do
ル
you
トだのっ
think
て
they
の
all
を
go through
わざわざ
Why
こ
do
う
you
して
think
映画にすると
they
思
all
う？
go to why do you think they go to all of the trouble to make movies like this about demons and the occult and such?
ねえからだよ。
Because it's because they don't
そんな
exist.
滑稽なもん
Something
は
that ridiculous
地球
can't
の
be
ど
found
こにもねえ
anywhere
の
on
ね
the
えから
planet
わざわざ見たく
because
て
they
作
don't
るんだよ。
exist. People want to see them and go to a lot of effort in making it and making them.
だから俺はオカルト映画なんてち
That's
ゃん
why
ちゃらおかし
those
くて
occult
笑
movies
っち
just
まう。
make me laugh.
俺に言わせりゃ
If you ask me, rather than
悪魔
demons
や
and
ら妖
monsters
怪やらより
this year's
今年
earning
度の収
calls
支報告や
and angry
機嫌
vibes
を
are
悪くした
100
女
million
房の
times
方が
scarier.
さらに言うぜ。
I'll go further.
俺
Alright?
に言わ
If
せ
you ask
怖
me,
がるってのは
being scared is an emotion for
心
the
と生活
entertainment of
に
people who
ゆ
have
とり
too
のあ
much
る
time on
連
their
中
hand
の
and too
娯楽
much
的感情
empty
なのさ。
space in their minds.
暇で暇でしょうが
They
ない
have
か
so
ら。
much free time they don't know what to do
連
with.
中は変わった
So
感
in
情で
order to play
心を
around
遊ば
with
せたくて
unusual emotions, they create a
悪魔だの
culture of demons and
オカルトだの
monsters and stuff. Huh. Definitely a perspective. Seriously, why have I been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taken in. Core. To hell with that shit. This is the human world. So I give a crap about witches, demons, magic circles, and sacrifices. The human who killed that and everyone else on this is still, and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is, right? Next starts speaking to my heart was Kari-san.
チェスや将棋ってね、
You know, in chess and shogi, the deeper you proceed into a mating attack, the very last move of the game, the more limited your best possible moves become.
だから
Therefore, in every moment when you are backing someone against the wall,
あるいは追い詰められているというその
someone is
時、
doing the same to you.
両者の手は限りなく読みやすくなるのよ。
Infinitely, both players' moves become infinitely easier to read. True.
つまり
In
完
other
全に
words,
追い詰められて
when you're
打
completely
つ手なし
cornered
と
and
思ったその時こ
think you
そ
have no moves left
最も
is
読
the
みやすい
moment
瞬
when
間
it's
なの。
easiest to read your opponent.
でも主勢に立った人
However,
間
when
は
the person is
どう
forced
しても
to
考え
into
が
a,
硬く
into
な
a
って
defensive position, they
相手
can't
の
help
手を
but to
読む
lose
こ
their
とに
ability
ま
to
で考
think
え
clearly,
る
so
力
they
がない
forget to read their opponent's moves.
そういう時はね、
That's when
チェス盤をひっくり返
flip
す
over the chessboard. With all my strength, I slapped my face with both hands. Actually, my phone's gonna fall. Now my eyes were truly open. You don't understand anything and you're completely cornered just like how I am now. Isn't that the perfect time to flip over the chessboard? With us put on that defense, we couldn't even guess at a corporate scheme. If you flip it over and looked at it the other way, just how far could you see? I wonder if they poisoned them, right? That'd be like my only guess. Because they do talk about like not needing silverware to detect poison. So it's not like anyone's gonna poison anyone. So people got comfortable with that, maybe. And they poisoned them with the tea later in the night. That could be something. What else? I mean, sure, the parents could be poisoned, but what about the servants, though? It's not like they're gonna get poisoned from the tea that they're serving. I mean, I think I'm 100% barking up the wrong tree here, but we'll see. Shit. Holy cinema. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool rundown. I guess my question is, what's in that room where the initial blood was at? Was clawing at the door. Wait, who could that have been actually? So I'm thinking maybe. Let me read through all of these. Corpse. She was chosen by the demon's roulette. That's all there is to it. I'll be seeing her again, so I'm not lonely. We start where it all begins. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. How unfortunately, apparently he was supposed to be on duty in the guest house. I mean, I have no reason to think this, but I want to say the blood grabbing at the doorknob at the very beginning was this guy. For no reason. I just feel like it was. Maybe the servants? Could have been, actually. Because it could have been one of the servants. Because I think she had to go around cleaning, not cleaning, but like locking up the windows. And I think she was seen there last, no? I guess it could be that was Shannon. Shannon's blood up there. I could believe that. Let me think. Because if I try to remember where everyone was at, I think these four, plus him, plus her, were in the parlor room discussing. And then, actually, that's not true. I don't think Rosa was, I think Rosa was making her way back. Or was already back. So I think she walked out with the kids. With, because Mario was asleep. I think she was already there. And then, I don't know where she was at though, actually. During this whole time. But she was upstairs. He was in the main servant's room. No clue where he was at. I think he was in the guest house. Alongside with Cannon. Guess we'll see.
驚かせてしまいましたね。
Holy shit.
万が一に備えて持ってきたものです。
それは金蔵さんの銃です。
ご存知でしたか？
Did you know about it?
そうです。
That's
お
right.
父様の古いコレクションの中にあったことを思い出し、
ひゅー、すっげえ夏よおばさん。
ええ、実弾を発砲できますよ。昔お父様は野鳥を。
あら懐か、どこから出てきたんやら。私がいくら触らせてって言っても指一本触れさせ。へえ、じいさまこんな知らなかったですよ。お父様は昔西部劇にあの世代はこういうライフル銃が大好きなのよ。
結構
Stupid.
年季の入った銃のようですね。でもこんな短いし。
ああ、思い出したわ、その銃。懐かしいな。昔好きやった映画のガンマンが派手にぶっ放しとったやつだわ。お父さんも渋いな。親方様がだいぶ昔にアメリカより特別にご覧の通り実銃ですので、どうかこの
手に入れられたばかりの頃は大層気に入られておりまして、撃つより薬莢を出す動作が面白いらしくて、裏の森でいろいろとかっこつけて遊んでおられたもんですよ。
しかし物騒、そんなものまで持ち出しちゃうのかしら。
万が一に備えてです。賊はおそらく一人ではないでしょう。しかも主人たちを6人も殺した恐ろしい。私には主人に代わって皆さんを屋敷内の戸締まりは厳重に確認してきんですが、万が一というみんななるべくここに一緒にいた方が。
そうね、ここに全員が集まって相互監視をし。
それはどういう意味ですか？
別に夏日姉さんの意見に。
No, I skipped it. In that case, the culprit was among us. Holy. What? What do you mean? Holy shit, that was like 4 hours. It was 5, yeah, it was like 4.5 hours.
私が洗いますから、源氏さんとカノン君は少し休んでいてくださいな。何か飲みます？
私は結果の
僕も結構です。
お二人とも早朝から大変だったでしょう。参ってしまうのもしかっ。
シャノ、どうしてあんなひどい死に方。
死に方のことは忘れなさい。
Minute darkness.
「そうですね。ただ
シャノンちゃんが死んじゃったなんて、未だに信じられませんよ。本当にかわいそう。もう会えないなんて嘘みたいですよ。もう一度。
どうしてベアトリーチェ様はシャノンを。生贄が欲しかったなら他にも大勢いただろう。どうして。
ただ運が悪かっただけ。少しの運がたがえばシャノンあるいは他の誰かだったのかも。全ては運命。
源氏様、奥様の部屋の扉に血のような跡がついていたとシャッターに書かれていたのと同じ。
君の悪い跡だった。まるで血のついた指でドアノブを引き、部屋扉をかき破ろうとしたのか。そんな君の悪い跡だ。
ベアトリーチェ様がそして扉を開こうとしたけれど開けなかった。
Oh, okay, so it was the charm.
ということでしょうか。どうして奥様は生贄を免れたんだ。もし奥様が選ばれてたならシャノンは死なな。
Huh.
面白そうな話じゃねえか。俺も混ぜてくれよ。
That's fuck.
バトル様、これは失礼いた。
免除って言って抜けさせてもらったのさ。ずっとあの部屋に閉じ込められてると窒息しちまいそうだったから、水でも飲ませてもらおうかと思ったら面白そうな話が聞こえてきたんでよ。頭なんかさ、今の話の続きを聞かす。
今のは
ちょいと前から話は聞かせてもらってるんだ。今さら隠すなよ。 だからベアトリーチェってのは何者だ。どうやらおとぎ話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。
Holy.
夕べまでなら俺は無関係さ。だがな、今朝からは違う。親父たちを殺された時点で俺は立派な、俺にもそのうさんくさそうな話。
バトラさん、手を離してや。別にカノンさんは隠しているわけではないので。
じゃあ話してくれたっていいじゃねえか。仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
お話しすることはできます。ただバトラ様が沖を悪くなされる。
躊躇なんて男らしくねえぜ。内緒にされる方が気持ち悪いさ。どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。多少はうさんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもん。
わかりました。何でもお聞きください。お話しします。
Shit.
ああ。
Wait. Chapter 12 of episode 1. Holy.
じゃあ聞くぜ。ベアトリーチェってのは一体何？俺が知ってる限りではロケン島の森に住まう森に入ると危ないからってんで、ばあ様あたりが作り出した脅し話だって違うのか？
いえ、その通りです。ベアトリーチェ様は。
バトラ様、にわかには信じられないでしょうが、ベアトリーチェ様は親方様に莫大な黄金を授け、長いことおそばにお仕えし。
はあ？よせや。じい様の受け売りを言うのも給料。なるほど。こいつは確かに正気じゃ。つまりベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
はい。親方様がこの島にお屋敷を構える以前からずっと
Since
お
before,
使いしてい
yeah,
る
of
方
course.
でございます。おそらく私よりも長くお使いして。
なんてこった。桐江さんの仮説は外れたな。じい様にベアトリーチェという名の腹心は実在したってわけだ。そいつは今この島にいるんだな。
はい、いらっしゃっていると思います。
曖昧な言い方だな。ってことは昨日今日そいつの顔を見たってわけじゃなさそうだな。
はい、大変申し上げがたいのですが、
なんだよ、そこで切るなよ。鮮度目みたいで気持ち悪いぜ。
The fuck?
お顔を見ようにもベア。
Oh,
お
what?
姿がなんだって？
Fuck. Ruined. Because Beatriz Sama has no form. Okay, so how the fuck do you have a portrait then? Huh? Is that just made up or what?
お顔を見ようにもベアトリーチェ様にはお姿がありませんから。
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がありません。ですからベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り、私ども凡庸では お姿を見ることすら叶いません。
ベアトリーチェ様が
Never mind.
人の姿をされていた頃の絵があの肖像画のものなのだとか。そのお姿を懐かしみ、よく肖像画の前に佇まれているそうな。
ベアトリーチェ様は時折輝く蝶の姿に身を変えられて現れることがあります。万一お屋敷の中でお見かけした場合には決してその後を追ってはならない決まりです。追えば不幸があるとささやかれています。その禁を破り大怪我をして辞めた使用人も実際にいます。
おいおい、マジかよ。あんたら本気でそんな話をしているのかよ。
バトラス様、すでにベアトリーチェ様がお越しになっておられます。そのようなお言葉は。
ベアトリーチェ様はご自身を冒涜される方を好みません。その存在を疑えば必ずや不幸が降りかかるでしょう。
バトラさん、気持ちの悪いお話とお思いですですがね、ベアトリーチェ様はいるんですよ。
います。それを疑われることをベアトリーチェ様はことのほか嫌われます。
わかりませんか、バトラ様。ベアトリーチェ様は今すでに。
おいおい、よせよ。俺そういうのは弱いんだぜ。脅しっこなしにしろい。
バトラさん、お願いですから悪いことは申し
いるって言われて俺には何も見えないぜ。今俺の隣にいるとでも言うのかよ。冗談よせやい。
Okay.
?波長の合う合わないは生まれつきだよ。バトラは生まれつき波長が合わないタイプなんだから見えない。
Huh?
会えない。話せない。ベアトリーチェの一番嫌いなタイプだよ。ベアトリーチェのことが知りたい？ベアトリーチェはね、あらゆる悪魔を刺激し、錬金術を極め、賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すこと。おじいさまは彼女と契約することで、後ろ宮家に昨日私がベアトリーチェの手紙、あれは本当。バトラに信じろと言っても、六感が生まれつきさっぱりみたいだからね。
Without a trace of the sixth sense.
なんだよそれ。魔女？あ、そんなの誰に聞いたんだよ。
ベアトリーチェ本人に聞いたんだよ。
マリア、聞くだけ野暮だろうがもう一回聞く。昨日マリアにあの手紙。
ベアトリーチェにもらったって 何度言えばわかるかな。わかんないよね。見えないんだもんね。信じられないもんね。バトラ、まだわかんない？ベアトリーチェが
いるって、どこにさ。
だからベアトリーチェがここにいるのが。ベアトリーチェは1000年を生きた偉大な黄金の魔女。でも波長の合う人間にしか自分の姿を見せられない。だからね、それがとても悲しいんだよ。だからバトラみたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に存在を否定。バトラは幸運だよ。昨日私にお守りをもらっていてよかったね。それを身につけていなかったら今頃ベアトリーチェのどんな呪いが身に及んでいたかわかった。本当に幸運なんだよ。
ああ、あれって安っぽい景品か何かだと思ってたんだが。
それがなかったら今頃バトラがあの倉庫の中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。
Holy shit. How did she know though? About the faces crushed? I mean, obviously, right? She got told, but I mean, if you're like from his perspective, it's like, that is certainly surprising.
幸運だったよ。
そうか、あれがなかったら俺は今頃
なんでバトラはベアトリいるのに今そこにほら。ね、信じる気になったでしょ。信じなよ。マリアにお守りをもらったこと、あれがなければバトラは今頃倉庫の代わりに誰か一人が助かっていたかもしれないね。
Holy core.
?じゃあ全然ダメだぜマリア。ってことなら悪いが、ああ全然ダメ。お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから俺黙ってお前にもらったお守りを俺ポケットに入れたつもりだ。どっかに落っことしちまったんだぜ。だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのはお守りのおかげでもねえし。悪いが俺は自分の第六感波長魔法のセンス悪いが俺はそういう前つばなもんはいい。クラスの女が霊感がいいの悪いのって言い出すのを聞いてると虫唾が走るのさ。あんたらがいくらじいさまに給料もらってるか知らねえがそう簡単にはいかねえってことをよく肝に銘じ。
バトラ様
だが俺が信じるかどうかは常に俺が自分で決める。マリーがこの目で見るまでベアトリーチェなんてうさんくさいものの存在を信じ。
ならそれでいいんじゃない？ いずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目もうじき蘇るんだよ。ベアトリーチェはね。そうしたら一緒にいっぱいお話をし、疑う必要も無理に信じる必要も全くない。現れるんだよ。
The fuck? Shibales.
確かにマリアちゃんは魔女とかの話になると、昨日海岸でバトラ君も見たでしょ。
サソリのキーホルダーの、いや、あんな機嫌を損ねるみたいな、まるで二重人格みたいなか。
ああ、たまにそういうこともあるな。さっきマリアが魔法陣の話を始めた時みたいなやつ、たまーにあるぜ。気持ち悪いけどな。
Huh? Nah.
あれってのは何なんだ？マリアは二重人格か何か、それとも本当に霊感が強かったりとかして。
そう、バトラ君にも経験ない？小さい頃自分以外の誰かになりたく。成長期の根底には 子供から脱却したいというひよこが殻を破るのに似た衝動がある。子供と大人の違いは何かわかるかい？
年齢？それとも。
違うよ。大人が子供を見下すのは、人生子供が何を言っても鼻で笑ってしまうのは世間知らずのくせにと見下しているからだよ。
ああ、そう。子供の頃って妙に人生ってもう悟りきったようなことを口にして、大人は子供が何を言っても世の中甘くないとか、社会に出ればわかるとか鼻で笑ってる。まあ実際そうなんだけど、子供的にはそういうのって見下されてるみたいでムカつく。
なるほどな。知識や経験の有無か。確かに年齢だけ無駄に食ってても尊敬はされねえよな。
となるとつまり子供から脱却したいという衝動を持つ時期に、かつ他者とは違うという個性を持ちたく、子供からの脱却がつまり知識や経験なのだとしたら。
なるほど。他人の持ち得ない知識を持つことが一つのアイデンティティになるわけか。
小学校の頃なんかさ、クラスの誰も知らないことを知っていたり持っていたり身につけていたりするとヒーローになれたよな。バトラもそういう経験あるだ。
あるある。何か一芸に秀でたいと思うお年頃って確かにあるな。なるほど。それが子供からの脱却。
健全な意味での成長期は、そうして没個性を脱却するために人が持たない知識、これは社会学的にも面白いこと。人が没個性を嫌うために人と違う技術を身につけようとする。これにより社会は幅広い技術を獲得して立脚する。神々の高度なプログラミングに驚かされるね。
まあ個性がネガティブに働くこともあるぜ。クラスみんなが真剣に勉強してるから俺だけはサボって目立っ。でもまあ誰も飛べない飛び箱を飛んでやりたいとか、成績のいい連中を周回遅れにさせてやるぜって、まだ勉強はダメだったから少なくとも運動では見返してやるぜって根性。なるほど。ちゃんと成長期してるな俺。
男子ってやっぱり肉体的な方面でもよ、同じ時期に女子はバトラのクラスの女子にも占いとか霊感とか。
あったあった。人の星座とか血液型とか聞いてきて、ああやっぱりとか笑われると、どこのクラスに行っても女子は占いが好きだ、決まって霊感に強いだの弱いだの、感受性がどうこう、見えないものが見えちまうだの。
占いも霊感も学校では教えないものだからね。男の子と違い内向的な世界に関心を持ちやすい女の子にとって、それはアイデンティティを確立しやすくて、かつ
男子が成長期に入ると急に悪ぶったりして、女子も成長期に入るとそういうのに興味。私はそうでもなかったけど。
つまりマリアがオカルト。
さっきも言った通り、大人になるというのは知識や経験を持つことを言う。だからそれを得るために子供たちはいろいろな子供の世界に今も昔もはびこっているある便利な妄想があるんだよ。わかるかい？
漫画やアニメに多いだろ。ほらあれだよ、前世の記憶が蘇ってとか、偉大なるなんとかの魂が乗り移。
他にも遺伝子が覚醒、封印されていた能力やら記憶やらが戻ったりとか。どういうわけか、あの時期はそういうのがやたら。どうしてだ？
今挙げたキーワードは全て子供の自分に知識や経験を直ちに付加できる幻想。9歳の女の子も1000年を生きた魔女が私に憑依していると言い出せば1009歳のアイデンティティが得られるわけだからね。
まあつまり勉強するのは面倒でも、人とは違うスキルを持って周りに威張りたい、ちやほやされたいっていう連中にとっては便利な妄想なんだよな。
あとは子供からの脱却願望には必ず自分のその願望の姿が別人格として形成されることが少なくない。バトラ君だって家と学校では多少キャラクターが違うと多分家での自分の姿をクラスの友人たちに見せるのは恥ずかしいはずだよ。学校の自分は自分のなりたい姿の投影で家の
つまりキャラクターの使い分けというか人格の多重化はごくごく当たり前だと言いたいわけか。
オカルトが好きな女子はそれを憑依と言ったり覚醒と言ったりするぜ。正直ドン引きするくらいにキャラを変える子もいるよ。男子にもいるだろ。キレたとか言ってやたらめったら粗暴キャラに変身する。あれ本人はかっこいいと思ってるんだろうけど。
つまりおさらいするマリアくらいの年頃の女の子がさっきそれほど珍しいものじゃない。
簡単にまとめるとそういうことだね。アイデンティティは自己を形成するための大切なもの。それをバカにしたりするとかえってその殻に閉じこもってしまうこともある。だからほどほどに付き合ってあげる、それを丸ごと受け入れてあげるのが親の包容力と
兄貴、それで独身って信じられねえぜ。
This stupid fuck.
もう子供が中学くらいに上がってそうな貫禄さ。じゃあローザおばさんもあのマリアの二重人格に。
知ってたぜ。ここだけの話、ローザおばさんは気持ち悪いしクラスでますます孤立を深めるだけだって。だからマリアがオカルトの話を始めたり魔女だからマリアもローザおばさんがいる時には
Whoops. Huh? I see. My bad. Got a notification. Muting that shit. Holy.
ジェシカ。
Jessica.
ベアトリーチェの話ってのは
All I know about the
俺の
story
認
of the
識で
witch
は
is that
森に子供たち
it
が
was a
迷い
story
込まな
made
い
by
よ
the
うに
adults
っ
to
て
keep
ん
the
で作っ
kids
た
too scared to enter
もっ
the
とこの屋敷
forest,
じゃ
but
違うのか
it is different here in the mansion.
私もバトラと同じ意
I'm
見
with you
だぜ
on this.
こんなのは子供に言うことを
I
聞
think
か
it
せ
was
るた
just
めに
dumb
親が
ghost
作っ
story
た
made by
間
the
抜けな
parents so their
階段
kids
だと思って
wouldn't
る
listen to
で
them.
も
But I
そ
can't
うだと
deny
口には
that
でき
the
ない空
atmosphere
気が
inside
屋
the
敷内にあ
mansion
ること
makes
が
it a little
否
hard
めないな
to say it out loud.
おじい様が
Because
ベアト
grandfather
リー
had
チは
proclaimed
存在
that
すると公言されているからね。
Beatrice does
使用人
exist.
たちは立場上
Because
そ
of
れ
their
を疑えな
position,
い
the
し、
servants can't doubt that.
クラウスおじさんたちも
Just because mother and
おじい
father
様と
don't
喧嘩がし
want
たい
to
わ
get
け
into
も
a
ないか
fight
ら
with him either.
表向き
So
は
on the
口を
surface,
揃えてる。
they go along with it.
だから多分このお
So
屋
you
敷
could
では
probably say
ベア
that
トリーチェの
inside
存
this
在を
mansion,
疑うことは
doubting the
ある
existence
種の
of
タブー
Beatrice
だ
is
と
a
思うん
kind
だよ
of。taboo.
年に一度しか来ない
Unlike the rest of
僕たちと
us.
違ってね。
Well, I come here once a
そう
year.
でしょ。
Is that right? Jessica puffed out air in admiration. Looks like Aniki had guessed
ジ
right.
ョージ兄さんの言う通
You
りだ
got
ぜ
it totally.
みんな腹の
No one
中
really
で信じて
believes
るわけじゃない
it on the
でも
inside.
表
But
向
on
き
the
はその
outside, they
存在を
accept
認
that
め
she
てほら
exists.
神様の存在を
She's
認めるよう
no.
な
See,
そんな雰
it's
囲気だよ
just the other. It's just the way some people are about
実際に
gods.
はいないことを知って
Even
て
if you
も
know there's
それを
no
口
actual
に出
such
して
thing,
否
it
定
feels
したら
rude to actually
野
say
暮
it
みた
out
いな
loud.
空気
使用人たちの間ではどういう
How
こ
do
と
you
に
think
な
the
ってんだ
servants feel about it amongst
やっぱり
themselves?
雇い
Is it
主
true
のじい
that
様
since
がいる
grandfather
っ
who
て言ってん
employs
だ
them
から
says she
それに口
exists,
を合わ
they
せ
have
て
to
る
go
わけ
along
か
with it?
さあ
Well,
詳しくはわから
I
ない
don't
け
really
ど
know the
使
details.
用人たちの
But
間で
between
は
the servants, the story
ベア
about
トリーチェの
Beatrice has
話
been
は
treated a bit
ある
like a
種
ghost
のほ
story.
ら
Remember
昨
yesterday
日
when
海
China was
岸で
talking
シャ
to
ノンが話してく
was
れたよ
talking to us down by the
夜
beach
見回りをしている時
about how they saw
不気味な
unsettling
何
things
かを
while
見
doing
か
the
けた
rounds
と
in the
か
mansion at night. She did something like that, hadn't she? Back then, I didn't give it much thought, assuming she was just going along with the displeased Mario. But now I think about it, she did say that, and completely seriously. That's right. She definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji-san and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen.
他にも鬼火や
In addition, some
輝
servants
く
have
蝶
also
々が
seen
舞ってい
Willow
るのを見たという
of
使
the
用人も
wisps and glittering butterflies dancing
カ
around.
ノン君もそれらしい
Kind
も
of
の
couldn't
を
say
以
he
前
also said he
夜
saw
の見
something
回り
like
の
that
時
when
に
he
見た
went
ことがあると言ってま
patrolling
すあ
one
と
night. And
最
recently,
近
the
では
servants had been talking about
お屋敷の
strange
中で
footsteps
深
inside
夜
that
に
mansion near
不思議
midnight.
私たちは肖像画の
They
中の
had-
ベア
we
ト
have
リーチェ
whispered
様が
together that Beatrice
姿を
Sama
消して
from the portrait
お屋
sometimes
敷の
walks to
中
the
を散歩
mansion
しているんだろ
invisible.
うとずいぶん前です
It
が
happened a long time ago, but I've
私も
heard
そ
those
うか
kinds of
もしれ
footsteps
な
while
い足
patrolling
音
at night. That's right. She definitely said that. Exactly the same thing I had just been told now.
でも
There's
怯え
nothing
る
to be
ベア
afraid
ト
of.
リ
You
ー
know,
チェ
Beatrice
様
Sama is
は
another
親
ruler
方
of the
様
mansion
とは
separated
だ
from the
から
master, so she won't
変に
do
怯えた
anything
りし
bad
な
as
い
long
で
as you respect her and
敬
don't
意を
act
持ってい
oddly
る
afraid.
ただし敬意を持た
Oh,
ない
she's
と
fearsome
恐ろしいんだっ
if
た
you don't
ね。
respect her, right? Yes.
私が
I
勤め
heard
を始める
that
直前に
someone who
階
quit
段
just
を
before I
転が
began
り落ち
working
て
after falling down
腰
the
に
stairs
大
after
怪我を
receiving
し
a
て辞
large
めた
injury
方
on
も
her
ベア
to
ト
their
リー
back
チェ様のこと
had
を
been speaking badly
悪く
of
だから
Beatrice
使用
Sama.
人
Because
た
of
ち
that,
は
there was a rumor
ベ
between
ア
the
トリー
servants
チェ様の
that
お
Beatrice
怒り
Sama
に触れ
Angers
たの
was
だろうと
had been
噂
brought
し合っ
down
たそう
upon
です
this person.
敬わないと
If you don't respect her, her
お
anger
怒りに触れ
will
て怪我を
be
す
brought
る
down upon you and you will be
つまり
injured. So, the
使用人
servants
たちにとってベアト
Beatrice's
リお稲荷
existence
さん
is
にい
just,
たずらしたら
it's just as
お
credible as
狐
a
様の
story
たたりがあ
that
る
if you pull
って
pranks
くらい
on
には信憑性があるわけ
Inari-san, you will be cursed by Kitsune. Of course, even though everyone accepts the curses, everyone accepts that curses, and the like don't exist in modern era, people are still afraid and still have a little respect for them. You see a lot even in residential areas, such as when someone is building a house, they call it a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of the plot of the land. You might think that's just a big waste of money and time, but the workers say that a big accident will occur if they don't do it, so they apparently never neglect the procedure. You'll also hear about how if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanning, there would be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read it somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they had to remove the Inari-san that was in the way. All the workers were suddenly taken out by some mysterious fever. Even in the modern cities like Tokyo, it isn't rare to see modern buildings around the packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. Whoops. And it isn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how people baptize babies. If I remember correctly, by the Christian doctrine, unbaptized souls through their sin is the lightest still. Fulfill the conditions for going to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if a parent can prevent their child from going to hell with just a little effort, they will happily go through with the ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we're still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could say that it is a passive acceptance of the supernatural. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice was the name that was respected here. So in other words, if anything happens that doesn't seem to be explainable in human terms, it's called the work of Beatrice. I think Sanchan was talking about it. About the windows and doors that had definitely been properly shut or locked being open the next day, they were checked. Lights had been off, being on, and lights had been on, being off. And if I remember right, Jessica used to joke that it was Beatrice's doing and couldn't find your bag sometimes when you wanted to leave in the morning, right? Good memory. Normally I'd say a fairy detective, but when they saw it, it's Beatrice. Man, what a stupid story. This mansion has been standing for almost 30 years now, hasn't it? It's natural for things to get old and get their fair share of ghosts and occult stories. Like the 7 mysteries at school. So here is where we flip-flop. It's where we flip over the chessboard. Okay. How long is this shit gonna go for, man? I swear to God, they're just yapping about some fucking bullshit. Like, can we get to the cool parts? Thoughts? Huh? Basically, on this line, there's a rule that Beatrice can be blamed for anything that could have happened or that couldn't have been done by humans. Anything that the humans can't do. However, how many humans are there? There's 18. In other words, the culprit is modeling things after this rule, trying to make it appear this crime was a work of a witch. In short, they desperately want to claim this as a doing of a 19th person. I don't like it. I really don't like it. What don't you like? Just assume that an invisible 19th person exists and that this person wanted to make it known that it existed. If it were me, I'd deal with more perfect timing. What do you mean by perfect timing? Well, the crime took place after midnight while it was still dark. People were together until midnight. Some people had the night shift, and some people had returned to their rooms and were sleeping. Everyone's alibi is really vague, and there's plenty of room to suspect that the crime was committed by one of us. Georgianiki, Auntie Eva probably told you too, right? That there's a good chance that one of us is the culprit? Yes, I guess. In other words, the 90th person who existed and wanted to show themselves in the first crime was a complete failure. No. In the first place, the time was also a mistake. If this invisible 19th person really wanted to show themselves, they would have made sure that the crime took place under conditions which proved that the remaining 12 people were all innocent. Only there is no suspicious because they can't prove that they exist. So by killing them in the middle of the night when everyone's alibi was at most ambiguous, whether or not this 19th person exists was also its most ambiguous. Even so, they chose a time to commit crime. By committing the crime, then, it's obvious that the 18th would be suspected. One of the 18th would be suspected, yet they took the name of Delusion, handed to Mario the letter, and everyone else handed to Maria the letter, and everyone denies doing it. Well, I guess that makes sense, right? You can't. And I guess that makes sense why everyone denied giving her the umbrella as well. Because if you give her the umbrella, then the same person who gave her the umbrella also gave her the... what's it called? The note. Then you're cooked. So, I guess that's kind of confusing for me. Like, if there is no Beatrice. And who could have possibly given her the note in the umbrella? Makes you think.
つまりベアトリーチェという19
In
人
other
目
words,
が
we were
リ
trying
オ
to
に
say
見
that
せ
one
か
of
け
the
たい
18th
人
is
間
trying
が
to make it look like
18
the
人の
19th
中にいると
person called Beatrice
こう言いたいの
exists.
かよ。なんだかぶっ飛んだ
That's
ま
pretty
だおふ
crazy.
く
I
ろの
think
屋敷
my
の
mom's
外に不
theory
審
that
者が潜ん
someone
でいる
is
って
hiding
話の
outside of the
方が
mansion is a
信
little
憑性
bit
があるってもん
more
だぜ。まさ
credible.
かバトラーは
But don't
こ
tell
の
me you
客
actually
間の中
suspect
に
that
犯
someone
人
in
がい
this
ると
room
疑っ
is
て
the
いるのかよ。
culprit.
ああ、
Yeah,
何者かが
someone's trying to force us to
俺た
accept
ちに
that
ベアトリー
Beatrice
チェを
exists. That's
昨
right.
夜のあの手
The
紙か
letter
ら
last night
もう事件
is
は
when the
始まってい
whole
たん
thing
だ。
started.
証拠も根
I
拠
don't
も
have
何
any
もねえけど
basis
な。
or proof, but with the chessboard upside down, this is my best guess.
飛びまくってる
Seriously,
の
that's
妙
too
な推理
crazy.
小説
Haven't
の読
you
みすぎ
been
じゃね
reading
え
too
のか
many
よ。
weird detective
でも
novels?
無視できない着眼点
But
も
it
ある
does
ね。
say on a point that we can't
19
ignore.
人目がいるかいない
Whether
か
there's
は
a
別に
19th
して、
person
その
or
犯
not,
人
the
は
culprit is
確
definitely
実に
planning
この
on
島のルー
something
ルに
based
のっと
around
って
that rule
何かを仕
about
掛け
this
て
island.
どうかね。
Just now
今
listening to
バトラ
Batman
君の
couldn't
話を聞い
talk.
て
I
いて
remember something
少し
that's
だけ
a
気持
little
ちは
disturbing.
気持ち悪いこと。
Something disturbing.
うん。
Okay. Well, the grandfather threw away his ring, right? So that means that someone could have found it, forged it, and then given it to Maria. I guess that makes sense. Sure.
覚えてるかい？ベアトリーチェの手紙。
Beatrice's letter.
ベアトリーチェ
So
は
that
利
Beatrice
子の
was
回収を行う
going
と
to
言ってい
collect
たね。
interest.
そして利子とは後宮家のすべてだと言った。
As for what interest means, it says everything of the Urishiyomiya family. Yusuke and I thought back when Mari had read out loud the previous night. I said that.
確かに言ってた。
It definitely said that.
そして利子の回収をこれから行う
The
は
collecting of the
黄
interest
金の
would
謎を解いた
now
ら
take place.
その権利を失うとも言ってたよな。
But if the riddle of the gold could be solved, she would lose that right.
おじい様は黄金を
Grandfather's
授かり、
granted the gold in the
後ろ宮家
Urishiyomiya
を
house
再興した。つまり
proposed
黄金を資本に生み出したものすべて
prospered.
が利
Basically,
子だっ
Beatrice is
て
saying that
ベアトリーチェは言
everything
ってい
he
る。
birthed from that gold counts as
つまり
interest. In other words,
冗談きついぜ兄貴。
that's a pretty scary for a
まさ
joke.
か
Don't tell me that everything
後ろ宮家の
of the
つまり
Urishiyomiya family. In
じ
other
い
words,
様が生み
everything
出
that
したもの
grandfather
す
gave
べて
birth
じ
to
い様から血を分
refers
け
to
た一族
everyone
の
in
ことを指
grandfather's
す。
blood flowing through their veins.
あの手紙をそう読み
Read
解
the
いた
letter
ら、
that way.
この殺人は
These murders
ベアトリーチェが
are
行
just
った
Beatrice
正当な利子の
legitimately
回収ということ
collecting
になる。
interest.
となれば、この事件はまだ続くよ。
And if that's the case, these crimes will
利子の回
continue
収は
because the collection
ま
of
だ途
interest
中なん
is
だから
still
ね。
only halfway complete. George turned around looking over the parlor. There's still many people who held the name Ushido Miya. And we knew that since Goda-san and Shannon-chan had been killed, not even the servants who hadn't bear the name Ushido Miya would be spared.
全
Are
員
we all gonna be killed?
でもおかしいよジョージ
That's
兄
weird,
さん。
George.
ならどうして6人だけ
Why only 6 people
他に
then?
大勢
They
殺
could
せた
have
は
killed
ず。
a lot more.
下手をすれば
In the
猫身を
worst
襲って
case,
全
might
員
have
を
been
一晩
even
で殺
possible
すこ
for
とも
them
可
to
能だった
assault
はず。
us all while we were sleeping and kill everyone in a single
ど
night.
うしてそれをしなかったの
Why didn't they do that?
特別条項だよ。
The special
黄
clause.
金の謎を暴く
Someone
者が
managed
現
to
れたら、
solve the riddle of the
利子の
gold.
権利は失われ
The
る。
right to the entrance would be
そ
lost.
して
And if
手
I
紙の
remember
最後には
how the
こ
very
う
last
結ばれていたはずだよ。
part letter
おじい
concluded
様の
said
黄
that
金の
everyone
謎をみんなで解いてみ
said
ろ
for
と
everyone
ね。
to try to solve the riddle of grandfather's
ジ
gold.
ーザス。
Jesus!
ようやく犯人のメッセージが分かってきたじゃねえ
It
か。
looks like we're finally getting close to understanding the culprit's
Twenty.
message. In other words, the culprit is
犯
telling
人は
us to
俺たち。
try and solve the riddle
じい
of
様のあの
the
碑文の
epitaph
謎を
grandfather
解い
had
て、しか
made.
も
Furthermore, it says,
ぼやぼやしてれ
furthermore,
ば
they're saying that if we
ど
just
ん
sit
どん利子の
around,
回収を進めて
we'll
しまう
keep
つもりだ。
collecting interest. I realize that this is all based on several crazy guesses, but not everything that happens in this world is joined together in a perfect line. Most unknown phenomena are nothing but individual points. By joining them together into lines, we deepen our understanding. The closer together the points at the ends of those lines are more logical, it is easier to understand. And the further away they are, the more it lacks those qualities. That is why we use a distance analogy, and we call theories such as way out there. However, you can only join them. However, if you can only join them up to a small limited distance away, we call it having a limited imagination. Is imagination different from reasoning? Was I just trying to force everything that I knew about the case to fit my simple imagination? No, that's not it. When you're searching around with your hands in the dark, that search is imagination. Only imagination can find the 2 points you should connect together. Reasoning is nothing more than action of drawing the line between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. That's true. What I was doing might be out there, but it shouldn't be wrong either. Only the power of imagination can pull out a clue from the darkness, and the power of reasoning ties those clues together. It's a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. Alright, if it's crazy, find a weak point first. Then we can think about how to strike it. Now was the time to find the points that we could tie together later. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person exists, and the announced of the theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi looked like he was really interested, but not so he thought it was ridiculous. Of course. If you think about it that way, even the letter from yesterday makes sense. That motive seems to fit pretty well with the facts. Setting aside whoever it was that gave Maria-chan the letter, even though she was puffing up her cheeks in the cute way she'd been doing yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I took it lightly, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh. The hidden gold doesn't exist. However, the idea that we have a culprit who foolishly believes otherwise wants father's gold. Okay, but doesn't she know about the gold? Like, I guess you don't really want to reveal that. I don't know. Do you? I mean, if you're looking for the best interests as the head of the household, you might want to conserve that. But I mean, if you know it exists, I don't know. Something's kind of weird here. And whose motive is to make us solve the riddle than to steal the gold from us does indeed make some sense. However, in that case, why did they kill those most highly ranked in the Ushiromiya family first? The good point. They wanted to make us solve the riddle. Killing those close to the Kinzo-san doesn't sound like a very good plan to me. I agree. Besides, if we followed that argument, wouldn't it have been quicker if they had threatened the father in the first place? I think it'd be faster to just ask the person who wrote it rather than to try to force us to solve it. That's a good point. Of course, I don't think the father would let it slip from any ordinary threat. Anyone who knows Kinzo-san well would surely be aware that he won't bow to ordinary threats. He is a man who bears the burden of the Ushiromiya family and all its wealth. He has been exposed to many threats and attacks in the past. Because he was able to overcome them, the family prospers today. Totally agreed on that. I can't imagine a grandpa letting himself get pushed around just because some asshole threatened him. Where's he go? That is not how we talk. That is not fucking. In that case, what about this one? No, wait. Is this out there as well? Scar in the score. I'm just gonna save real quick. Hold it. Let me look at the characters. Any updates? I don't think so. I think it's all about the same. Yep. Cool trivia. Goodbye. Yep. Yep. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing, same thing. Same thing. Same thing, same thing, same thing. Same thing. Okay, this is kind of weird to me though, this line. Where it all began. I don't know. A crazy idea is like a bow and arrow. It might be hard to hit, but it's a great weapon that can strike enemies from afar. Researchers that most people who have died in battles were killed by wounds from arrows. In battle, you don't shoot off just one arrow. You shoot a whole bunch of arrows at once. They assault on enemy soldiers with a wall of them. So shoot them over and over. Assault with the truth of a wall. And the culprit is after the hidden gold. It would be very inefficient for them to force us to solve the riddle. Asking the person who made it in the first place would be much quicker and easier. In that case, the question is this all a message directly? Is this all a message directed at grandfather? In other words, these murders were a threat directed at grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? If you think about it that way, it explains why grandfather's mysterious disappearance. The culprit had attacked grandfather, then judging by the state of the 6 bodies were left in, he would definitely have been displayed somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still hadn't found him. Did that mean that grandfather had been kidnapped and was being held somewhere? Why was Cannon even out there? I guess it makes sense. I mean, he was the one carrying like the wheelbarrow at the very beginning with all like the gardening tools. So I feel like if it would be anyone to go into like the gardening shed house, it would be him. But still though, like, it's not like you're gardening in the middle of the fucking... Yeah, it's not like you're tending to the garden in the middle of the typhoon, so... What even was he doing out there? How could... You aren't saying how could... That sounds interesting. So father is being confined somewhere? That being threatened? That if he doesn't tell them where the location of the gold is, he would be killed? That we will be killed off on their own? I struggle to understand what you find interesting about that. And as we threatened her, but Aunt Ava just smiled calmly. Since we still haven't seen him after all this time, I think it's almost certain that grandfather has gotten caught up in the crime. When you think about that, you just can't ignore Valentina's theory, right? Stay quiet, George. In the first place, when exactly was it that father went missing? Who was the last one to see father? That was probably me. This morning when we were worried that we didn't know where my husband and the rest were, we were talking about how they might be in father's study. I went to check his room and greeted him. I think of it, I've been holding the key to his study this whole time, haven't I, Genji? Let me return this to you. Looking at the key, Aunt Ava giggled. Hey, Genji-san, I'm sure. Please will respect father's room thoroughly anyway. It doesn't matter what you hide. it will just be
だったら
exposed
ちょっと
anyway.
早
So
く
you might as well tell us
今
about.
この場で話してくれてもいいんじゃ
So you
な
might
い
as
か
well
しら
just tell us about it right here, right now. Why don't you think?
何のお話でし
What
ょ
are
う
you talking about?
シンプルな
It's simple.
話。お父様の書
Don't
斎
forget,
は
father studies
その
locked room.
鍵
There's
が
no
な
way
ければ
in
外か
or
ら入
except
る
for
か
that
その
key.
定義の
I'll
確
double
認を
check
したいの。
how that's being
お父
defined.
様の部屋には
There's
入り
only one
口が
entrance
一
to
つ
father's
あとは
study
窓
and also the windows.
他に出入り口は
Any other entrances or
あ
exits?
りません。
There are none.
中に入るには
There's no way to get in
入り口
except
し
for
か
the
間
entrance.
違いなくね
Sure about
秘
that?
密の隠し扉
There
な
isn't
んか
some
があっ
secret
たり
hidden
は
door
し
or
お父
anything.
様が不
Since
在
father
であ
isn't
る以
here, I
上
am the biggest
後ろ宮家
I'm
の
the
最
highest
高序
ranked
列者
member
は
of the
私よ
Urishiro Miya
そ
family.
の後ろ宮家の当主
I
代
am
行として
asking
聞
you
い
as
て
a
いるの
representative of that Ushiro Miya family head.
それを理解した上で
Understand
答
that?
え
Answer
あの
me.
部屋には入り
Are
口以
there
外に
any
他
ways
に出
in
入
or
り
out of
口
the
は
room other than the main
お
entrance?
父様の最高の
As
側
father's
近だっ
closest
たあなたは
aide,
知って
I'm sure you know. Aunt Natsuhi looked a little offended at the part of highest ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about hidden doors?
カノン君も熊
You
沢
two
さ
can
ん
go.
も知ってるなら教えて
Kumasawa-san,
くれな
if
い
you know, won't you
あ
tell
る
me?
なら
If
ある
there's
って言ってくれた方がいい
it
の
would be better if you
じゃ
said
な
it.
いと今からある人
If
が
there
とて
isn't,
も
then
追い詰められることに
someone's
なるわ
going to
よ
be very much driven into a corner in a second.
隠し扉がある
If
と
I'm
仮
given
定
that-
されたら私の
If I'm
話
given
は
that there's a
全て
hidden door,
水
then
の
my
泡
argument comes to nothing. Auntie Eva didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner, but following the flow of the conversation, I had to feel that she was referring to Aunt Natsuhi. Yo. Oh! Oh! I missed my show. Yeah, bro, you are 4.5 hours late. Like, it's over. Play it back up. Yeah. Yeah, right. I mean, so far it's actually like really cool. Like, I'm surprised that like 6 people died, like just out of nowhere, like instantly. Like, that was kind of like bizarre. Like, that was fucking not something that I was expecting. Cause I was thought like, yeah, cause I was thinking like, cause there's so many chapters, like it probably goes like one by one. And then you see like 6 motherfuckers just drop dead. Like, that was fucking crazy. And then that fucking weirdest part with like Maria, and she has like a fucking her second personality or whatever. Like, that was fucking, that shit caught me by surprise. I'm not gonna lie. That shit fucking spooked me.
母さん
Mother, what are you talking
ジョー
about?
ジは少し黙っ
George,
てな
stay
さい
quiet for a
どうなの？
while. What do you say?
源氏さんカノン
Genji
君
Cannon
そして熊沢
and
さ
Kuma.
ん隠し扉はあ
Is there a hidden door
ないの
or not?
源氏さんはお父様が
Genji-san,
書
when
斎
you
を改造
remodeled
したと
father's study, you must
施
have
工業者
overseen
の
the
勘知
construction.
らないとは言わせないわよ
I won't let you say that you don't know.
そのようなもの
There is nothing of that nature in the master's study.
間違いな
You
く
sure?
片翼の
What
場
about
所を
Kanekins
許された
interested
カ
in
ノ
the
ン
other
君
one winged eagle?
はい
Yes,
間違いな
I'm
く
sure.
親方様の書斎
There
に
is
隠し
nothing like
扉
a
など
hidden
ありま
door
せ
in the
ん
master's study.
熊沢さんは
Kumasawa? No, I haven't heard such a thing.
お父様と
What
親
about
交
Dr.
の
Nanjo,
深い
who had
南
a
條
closer
先生
relationship with
は
father?
私もそんなもの
I
は
have never heard of
聞いたこと
something
結
like that.
構じゃあ
Great.
いい
Then are you ready?
話を始めるは
Let me begin.
とってもシンプル
It's
な
really simple. Holy. Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Auntie Eva was so proudly starting to talk about. Auntie Eva laughed triumphantly, as though she were about to reveal a secret that only she knew.
お父様を最後に目撃したのは
And then she was bluffing the whole time.
夏日姉さんよね
Natsuhini-san was the last person to spot father, right?
詳しい時
I
間は
forgot the
忘れちゃっ
exact
たけ
time,
ど
but I think it was a little...
今朝の
before
9時
9
前
in the
くらい
morning.
のことだと思ったわ
Yeah, I think it was 8:30 when she did that.
姉さん
Nisan, do you
覚え
remember?
私
I ran into you
あな
as you
た
were
がお
coming
父
out of
様
the
の
father's
書斎
study,
から
right?
超え え 覚えています
Yeah, I remember. Look at the fucking blicky. Sheesh.
それが何だというのですか。
What does that have to do with anything?
そして
And the next time you went
次
to
に
visit
ね
father's
ミー
study,
さんたちの遺体が見つかってか
that
らよ
was
ね
after we had found the bodies of Nii-san in the restaurant.
それを報告しに書斎に上
Together
が
with me,
り
we went up to
そ
the
こで
study to
私
report
と
that.
一緒に不在を
To
確
report that,
認
and we
したわ
discovered he wasn't there.
ところで姉さん
By the way,
その
Nii-san,
時お父様の書斎に入ろうとして
At that time,
気づ
when you
いた
went
こ
to
とは
the
なかった
when you
か
went
し
to
ら
enter father's study, did you notice
気づ
anything?
いたこと
Notice
何
anything?
のことですか。
What are you talking about?
ほ
Come
ら
on.
ゴミを拾ったでし
You
ょ
picked up some trash, right?
畳んだレシートを
Folded receipt.
確かに
I don't
そんなゴミを
I
拾
don't
った
seem
気
to
がしま
remember
す。
picking up
それが
trash.
何か。
What does that have to do with?
そのレシー
I
ト
got that
は
receipt when I
私
bought
が
some
飛行
candy
場
at the
に
store
着
at
く
the
前
airport. Auntie Ava pulled up a small bag of candy out of her handbag.
あ
Oh, the
あ、あ
receipt
の時
from
に
where
買
you
っ
bought that
た。でも
candy.
母さん、
Mother, what does
そのレシ
that
ートの
receipt to
話
do with
は
anything?
ジョージ、もうちょい
Could
黙
you
って
just
聞
stay
いとって
quiet
や。
and listen for just a little longer? Holy. Uncle's Hideyoshi expression was a little strict. Somehow it seemed that he understood what Auntie Ava was getting at.
本当にこれは気まぐれよ
It really just on a whim. It was really just on a whim, you see.
何かを予見し
It
て
wasn't
た
at
とか
any
ま
foresight,
してや
and I
夏
certainly
姫さ
wasn't
んを
planning
罠
on
に
setting
か
a
けよ
trap
う
for
と
you or
か
anything.
実はねその
Actually, this
姉さん
receipt,
がお
you
父
remember
様と
Nissan?
最後
Just
に
after
会っ
you
て出
met
てき
father
て
and
そ
I
こで
left you, you
私と
met
会
me,
った
right?
その時
The time
書
I
斎
snuck
の
this
扉に私が
into the
挟み込んだ
door
ものなのよ
study. I snuck this into the door to the study.
ってことは、つま
What
り
does that mean?
夏日おばさんが
Does it
そ
mean that
のレシ
Auntie
ートを拾うまで
that Auntie Anase picked up
誰
that
も
receipt
ドアを
that no
開けてい
one
ない。
had opened the door? What? I don't even get it.
ちょっと待って
Wait
よ
a
エヴァ
second.
はレシート挟むなんてバレバレだって。
Wait a second. Auntie Ava sticking a receipt would be obvious.
小さなが外出した時
Also,
に
that
気
when
づいて
grandfather opened the door,
面
he
白がっ
noticed
て
it
もう
found
一
it
回挟み
interesting
直した可能
and
性も。
stuck it back on the door. Stuck it back on the door. Wait, I don't even get it. It's like what? Like she wedged the thing in between the door and like the door frame before you close it, so that if you open it, it would be, you know, like kind of like a light Yagami's graphite lead trap on his door. Is that what we're talking about here? Jessica hurriedly argued back. She still didn't really know what it meant, but she realizes that whatever it was placing some kind of suspicion on her own mother.
もちろん
Of course,
バ
I
レない
folded
よ
a
うにレ
receipt
シ
very
ート
small
は
so
小
no one
さ
would
いで
notice.
もね
But
レ
even
シー
if you
トが落ち
assume
る
that
ところを仮に見たと
he
しても
saw it fall,
扉のどこの
it
高
would
さ
have
の
no
部
way
分
of
に挟
knowing
み
how
込んであ
high
った
up
か
on
は
the door it would have been
正
stuck,
解
right?
私は夏日姉さんが
I checked it while
鍵を取り出している間に確認したわ
Yeah.
レシートが挟み込まれ
The
た位
receipt
置
was
は
still
寸
stuck
分の
not
1ミリの
1 millimeter
違い
away
も
from
な
where
く
I put
私
it in.
なぜそんな子供じ
I
みたい
can't
たずらを
understand
さ
why
れ
you
るの
would
か
pull such
理
a
解できま
childish
せん。
prank. Oh, I get it. So what she's saying is that when she closed the door, I guess the dad, like the head of the house, couldn't have left their room without opening up that main door. Because then otherwise the receipt wouldn't have been where she left it. Okay.
大方、私の部屋の扉にいたずらをしたのも
I bet
あ
you
な
were
た
the
で
one
し
who
ょ。
put that, who did that prank on my door to my room too.
夏日さんも
The door to
不
your
愉快
room
な
was
話だったので話しません
unpleasant
で
talk
したが
about, so I
今朝
didn't.
目が覚めたら
This morning when I
扉
woke
の
up,
外側に
there were
あの
signs
シャッターの落
of
書きと
some
同じ
print
と
on
思
the
われ
outside
る
of my
赤い塗
door,
料で
which
いたずらがされていたのです。
with what was probably the same red paint that was scribbled across the shutter. I remember thinking that someone like Goda or Kraus would get slimed the next following morning. Half the fucking cast was just gone. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like everyone just fucking died. Like shit was fucking crazy.
かきむしったような気持ちの悪い跡で
Oh, whoops. Hold on. Okay. There were some unpleasant marks as though someone had been tearing at the door.
何やその話。
What is
なん
this?
で今まで黙っとったんや。
Why have you been silent about this until now?
申し訳ありません
My apologies.
立て
Since so
続け
many
にいろ
horror
いろと
things
恐ろしいこ
have
とが
happened
起こ
since then, I have completely
り
forgotten about it
今まで失明していました
until just now.
知らないわよそんなの
I don't know or care about
私
that.
がしてるのは
I'm not
姉
talking
さんの
about
部屋じゃなくて
the door of
お
Father's
父
room,
様の
okay?
姉さんがお父
After
様
he
がいる
checked
のを
that he
確
was in
認
his
して
room
か
until we
私
made
と
sure he
一緒
wasn't
に
in that
不在
room.
を
That
確
door
認す
wasn't
るまで
open
の
even
間
once.
扉を使わ
How
ず
did Father get out if he didn't
ど
use
うや
the
って
door?
お父様は外に出たのかしら
I mean, wasn't there like something behind like the bookcase or something?
そんなことは知りません
I don't know about that.
私が知りたいくらいです
That's what I want to know.
夏日姉さんの
Not
他
to
に
son, other than
お
you,
父さ
who
んの
else
在室を
checked
確
to
認
see
した
what
の
if
は
Father was
誰
in
や。
his room?
ゆうべ
Last
金
night,
蔵さんと
met
チェスを
Kinzo
したの
san
は
was when we were playing chess last
夕
night.
食の直前ま
I
で
believe I was
ご
with
一
him
緒だったは
until
ずです
just before dinner.
それより後の時
Did
間は誰かお
anyone
ら
else
ん
see
の
him
か。
after that?
私
I did.
昨夜の
I
晩
gave him his
餐をお世
dinner
話し
last night.
はい
Yes.
僕とシャノンも一緒でし
Shannon
た
and I were with him.
ここまでは間違い
So
な
up
くお
until
父
then,
さんも部屋
Father
に
was
いた
still
やろ
definitely in his
な。だ
room.
がな、夏日姉さん
But。Natsui
不在だ
Nisan
った書斎
sounds
は
like you were
窓も扉
sounds
も
like when
全
you
て閉
found
め
out
切ら
he
れた
wasn't
状態
there.
だったそうやないか。
Always in or out of the study were closed, right? Um,
なのに夏日さんは今
even
朝
so, you said that
お父さん
you
に
met
会っ
him
て
five
話を
times
したい
this morning.
私には
I don't understand why everyone's
皆さん
becoming
が
so
どな
gloomy.
たか説
Someone
明して
explain
くだ
to
さい
me. Mother and father, are you
夏日おば
saying
さんが
that
今朝
Aunt Natsui says
おじい様に会った
about
というのは
meeting grandfather this
嘘
morning is a lie?
嘘な
What
ん
the
か
hell
つく
would
も
she
んだ
tell
よ
lie? Mom's
なん
innocent.
で嘘なんかつくんだよ
How the hell would she lie?
ジェシカ言葉遣いを直しなさいといつも言っています
All at once, everything became confused. From across the parlor table, Aunt Ava and Aunt Natsui confronted each other, while George Aniki confronted Jessica. What the hell is
複
going
数の
on?
人間の
Remember,
目
it's only
撃
up
がある
until
の
last night when we
は
had
昨
multiple
晩ま
people
で
saying they saw him.
でも今朝以降
But the only one
お
who
父
claims
様の
that they saw
姿を見
Father
たと
since this
称する
morning is
のは
Natsui.
そして
And
私
then
の
that
挟んだ
strange
レ
fact
シ
that we
ートが
learned
も
from the
の
receipt.
さ
So how can we connect these points together? Auntie Eva urged everyone to work their imaginations. Sure, the receipt could have become an important point, but I didn't know what other point I could draw a line towards. The answer Aunt Eva was hoping for was that Aunt Nancy had lied to make it seem as grandfather had been in that room this morning. And Aunt Eva, mere whim, had exposed that.
けわかんねえなんで母さんが嘘をつくその理由がね
She
えじ
has
ゃね
no
えかよ
freaking reason.
その理由は私も知りたい
That's
わ
what I
よ
want.
でもねジェシカちゃんお父様の材質を偽
Can I say
る価値
there's
が
no
全く
possible
ない
reason for
と
her
は
to lie
限ら
about
ない
father
の
being
よ
in her room, right?
推理小説で
You
も
see
たまに出てく
See
る
it
でしょ
every once in a while in detective novels.
生
don't you?
存時刻
A
を偽
trick of
るこ
confusing
と
the
によっ
time
て
of death
自
to
分の
create
あ
an alibi.
なんだ
What the
そ
hell
ん
are
な
you
の
talking
聞いたことない
about?
ぜ
Never heard of that.
お父様はまだ見
You
つか
still
ら
haven't
ないけ
found
れど
father yet, but if you
普通
think
に
about
考
it normally,
え
it
れ
would
ば
be natural
も
to
う
assume that
殺され
he's
ていると考
already
え
been
るのと
killed.
なれば
In that case, we should
必ず
expect to
近
find
いう
his
ちに
corpse
その
soon.
時
If
死
at
亡
that
時刻
point
をうまく偽る
the
こと
time
が
of
でき
death
れば
could be fake,
夏
Nancy
日
Nixon
姉
would be
さんは
able to
アリ
create
バイ
an
わか
alibi.
る
Do you understand, everyone? This morning when Aunt Natsuki went to check on grandfather was there, she lied. And he was already dead at that time. And she moved the body to some location and disguised it to make it seem like he had just been killed there. And she could stay with everyone else to prepare for an alibi. And then she could say, I heard someone screaming or something. Dash over there and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Aunt Ava's saying?
バカバカしい
How preposterous.
推理小説など
Detective
所
novels
詮
are
は
nothing
娯楽
more
小
than
説
indulgent entertainment.
そんなものばかり読んでいるか
You
ら
can only think of
その
such
よう
a
な不謹慎な発想
indiscreet
に至るの
idea
です
because you read them all the time.
そうだぜ死亡時刻を少しく
Even
らい
if
ご
you
ま
try to
かしたっ
fake the
て
time of death
そ
of
んな
the
の警察が
all
検視
that
すりゃ
would be
一発で
blown
バレ
away
るじゃねえかよ
the instant once the police did their
古
autopsy.
典の世界だったら
It
とも
might,
かく
it might have fooled
現
people
代
in
日本で
notebooks, but
そ
do
ん
you
なのに
seriously think
本気で通用
that
す
kind
る
of
と
trick
思
would
ってんの
fly
かよ
in modern Japan?
おかしいぜ
Are you insane?
そうかし
think
げ
so.
さ
This morning when
南
Dr.
條
Nanjo
先
looked
生が亡く
at
なっ
the
た人
corpse,
た
he
ちの
was
死
only
体を見て
able to give a vague
死亡
estimate
時
of the
刻
time
を
of death,
検視
right?
結果
Now,
は
in
環
autopsy
境や
results
個体差
are
に
greatly
非常に
affected
左右
by
さ
the
れや
corpse's
すい
surrounding and individual peculiarities.
数時間単位で誤
It's a
差の
very
出る
rough
非
estimate
常
with
に
an
アバウトなものなの
uncertainty
よ
of several
し
hours.
かも困った
And
こと
unfortunately,
に
the police
警
scientific
察の科学
investigation
的
will
な
have to
捜
wait
査
until
はあそ
tomorrow.
こまでの正確な死亡時刻を
Measuring
測
the
るこ
exact
と
time
な
of
んて
death after
ジ
that,
ェシカ
even
ちゃ
in
んの
modern
言う
Japan, like you
現代
said,
日
wouldn't
本
be
でも
that
そう
easy.
ね南條先
Right,
生
doctor?
検視は
Examining the
経験と
corpses
勘の必要
is an
な
extremely
非
difficult
常
task
に
that
難
requires
しい
both
作業
experience and
ご真
instinct.
率も非常に
I
高い
heard there are a very high rate of mistaken
確かに
diagnoses.
ほんの数時
I
間程
imagine
度の誤差を
it
出
is
して
very
しまう
possible
こと
for a
は
misreading
大
of
いに
just a
あ
few
り得る
hours to occur.
しかしアリバイの
However,
世
for an
界
alibi,
は
that's
数
more
字
than
古典
enough.
のトリックとちゃう
It's not just a trick for the class,
十
it's
分に
a
通
trick
用
that
するト
actually
リック
works.
夏姫さん
Not to
わしらあんたを疑いたいわけやない
we
んや
want
で
to suspect you.
疑いとうないから潔
That's what
白
we
を
just
示してほ
we
しい
want
だ
to
け
prove
なん
that
や
you're innocent.
何の潔白を示せと
What
いう
is
ので
this
すか
innocent you want me to prove? This morning I definitely met with father. He told me to keep the one
片
week
翼のわしを
eagle
刻めとお
engraved
言
in
葉
my
あのお
heart.
言葉を
Are
否
you
定する
denying
と
that
い
he
うの
said
でそ
that
れだけ
too?
は
I
断
will
じて許せ
definitely
ませ
not
んお
permit
父様
that.
が
I
かけ
won't
られ
permit
た
to
言
deny
葉ま
what
でも
your
否定す
father
ること
said
は
those words.
あるいはお
I
父
don't
様
think
の遺
father's
体が
body
出てこ
won't
な
appear
く
at
通
all.
失
Normally a
踪
person
は
has to be missing
死
for
亡宣告に
70
7
years
年かか
for
るもの
before they're officially declared
余
dead.
命残りわずか
Wouldn't
なお
that
父
be
様
covered
を
to the extent
7
father's
年も
nearly
延
finished
命
life
しその財
after
産を独
another
占
years
する
to
に
keep
は
all of his wealth for yourself?
なんともうまいやり方じゃない
Holy shit.
聞き捨てなりません
What the fuck just happened? Lady, it's not that deep. You don't have to fucking kill someone.
それ以上は
I cannot
聞き捨て
abide
なりません
any more from you.
私は
I am
後ろ宮
Shinomiya
ナツ
Natsuki.
この身に片翼の
Although
わ
I
し
do
を
not
ま
have
と
the
う資
right to
格は
wear
なく
the
とも
one winged
胸
eagle
の
on
中
my
に
body
四
is
角刻
certainly
まれてい
engraved
ます
in my heart.
当主跡継ぎのクラウスの
Speaking
妻
that
とし
way
て
to the wife of
そ
Kraus,
の責
successor
務を
of the
代
head,
行する私に向
to
け
the
て
head,
な
the
んたる
person who
暴
will
言
act as such in his place, absolutely disgusting.
何
What's this?
その銃で私を
Are you
撃
gonna
つ
shoot me with that gun?
いい
Go
わ
ahead then.
撃っちゃえば
Why don't you just shoot? Bro, are these people fucking insane?
どうせ言い逃れも思い
Just
つかなくて
desperate because you can't
苦
think
し
of a
紛
way out
れ
of
な
it.
やりなさいよ
Do it.
暴
Just
力
try
で
to
真
obscure the
実を
truth with
ご
violence. It wasn't like Aunt Natsu had been actually holding that gun with the ready and threatening anyone. But after she was told by Aunt Ella, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, things got to the stage where... Unsurprisingly, once things got to the stage, Jessica and Genji tried to stop her.
奥様
Madam, please calm yourself.
母さんは嘘なんかついな
I'm
ら
your
今度は
aunt, so
聞
there's
き捨
no
てな
reason
きゃ
for you to listen to this.
落ち着いてえな確かにお父さんは部屋にいたと誓ってく
Don't
れ
you
れ
just
ばいい
like
ん
this
や
way?
ね
Father was definitely in that
それ
room.
だけなのに
Why are you getting so worked up over that?
それも
That's right.
夏日さんは
That's right.
嘘を
This
つ
is
いた
mine.
それだけのことじゃ
Isn't that the end of it?
だから説明してもお父様がどうやって部屋から今窓は内側からしっかり閉じられて扉も同じ
The
よ
doors too, remember?
今朝夏日姉さんが間
You
違い
really
な
know
く
what father was
夏日
doing
姉さん
when
に
he was
は
explaining how he
開かぬ
disappeared from
扉の密室
unopened
から
door.
いかにしてお父様が部屋からいなくなったかを説明してもらわなくちゃじゃないと
If you don't do
姉さ
that,
んが嘘つ
that
き
would mean that you are a liar after all, right?
あなたと
How
いう人
far do you plan to mock me?
反論したいならぜひしな
If you
さい
want
な
to agree, or if you want to argue back, go
そう
ahead.
ね今すぐこの場で
Try
釈明をして
explaining
みな
it
さい
right here, right
そ
now.
うしたらあなたを
After
疑
that,
った
I
こ
can
とを
apologize
謝ってあげても
to
い
you
い
for
よ
doubting
あの
me.
書斎の
I'll
密
just
室
want to
か
manage to
ら
get out of that
お
locked room.
そんなこと
I can explain that
説明も
better
でき
too.
そう
Really?
なら私
Then
は
let me
私
explain
の
it.
立場も姉さん
We'll
の
make the
立場
best
も
parts from my
いいとこ
perspective.
取り
We'll
の
take
と
the
っ
best
ても
parts from my
仲良しな
perspective
説
and
明
yours
な
and
ん
come
だ
up
か
with a
ら
more friendly explanation.
姉さんの
I can't
言う
believe that. Like
今
you
朝
said,
の時
father
点
was
で
still
お
in the
父
room
様
this
がね
morning.
次に
next
扉が
time
開
the
か
door
れ
was
た
open,
時
father
には
wasn't
心
there.
では依存
You
な
don't
い
have
の
any
ね
objections so far, right?
あなたの言うことにこれ以
Not
上耳を
desire to
傾ける気はありませ
listen
ん
to anything more you guys get to say.
その軽薄な
Shut
口
your
を慎みな
frivolous
さい
mouth. Holy.
私の推理はこうよ
My routine goes like this, right?
扉から姉さんしか出入りしていないことは私が2回確認している そして
And the
レ
receipt
シ
is
ート
filled with
に
that.
もかか
So
わ
what
ら
is
ず
the answer to the
お
puzzle
父様を
that
部屋から出す
sent
パ
out of
ズ
the
ルの
window?
答えは窓よ
The window.
窓から出したの
It
よ
was sent out of the window.
夏日姉さんはお父
And
様を
pushed out
3
of the
階の
third
書
story
斎の
window
窓から
of the
中に
stadium's
割り
big courtyard. You vicious, no, content,
奥様
and
こら
abuse endurance.
エヴァ様
So please stop us.
その後
But dark in the
中
fall
庭に
into the
夏日姉さんが屋敷内の戸締ま
And
り
when
を
you
確
left
認
saying
する
word
と
to
言って出
shut
て
the
行
doors
っ
and
た
windows,
時
you had
に
to
ど
hit the
こ
corpse
かへ
somewhere.
多分その時に
That's probably
死
where
亡
you
時
took some
刻を
measures
偽
to
る
fake the
工
time of
作
death,
もした
right?
クラウス兄さんたちの事件
There's
も
all ties with the
さ
case
らに
regarding
夕べのビアトリーチェの事件もひっくるめて
case regarding Beatrice's
ナスさんが怪しい可
There's
能
an
性が
extremely
非
good
常に
chance that
高いということだ
Matthew is suspicious in those
本
cases.
当
Normally, I
な
wouldn't
ら
like to say this.
だがもうぶちまけてしまったからに
It's
は
on
仕
the
方
open
がない
and there's nothing else I
頼
can do.
むわ
Please,
夏木
Matthew,
姉さん
please
どうか自
Please
分の
explain
無
it how
実
you
を
did
さもないとわし
this.
は
I can't
あ
help
ん
you
た
but
を
suspect.
なぜこのこの私が
I must hide.
後ろ宮
You
夏
should
日
have
が
been not to be insulted like this. Looks like everyone else has said their piece. Core. This guy's gonna cook.
ダメだな
No good, no goddamn good at all. Auntie Eva. What do you mean no good battler? Jessica looked up at me hanging onto my every word. Auntie Eva's expression was composed as always.
全然
No
ダ
good
メ
at
バ
all.
トラ
What do you say
君
this? No good at all? Why? No good at all, you say? What is this
聞
battle?
かせて
Tell
よ
me.
一方からしか見られな
Holy
いから
aura. Bro, that's what I'm saying.
夏日おばさんしかありえないって思い込んじまうのさ
You can only see this from one angle. That's why you're convinced that it has to be Aunt Natsuhi.
別に夏日お
It's
ば
not
さ
like
ん
I'm
を擁護
defending
する
her,
わけ
but
じゃねえが
bluffing a checkmate
そんなはったり
like
のチェッ
that
クメイト
isn't
じ
gonna work.
レシートを軸にした推理は
I
ま
think
ず
the
まず
theory
だとは
you
思う
based around the receipt is
筋
possible.
は悪くない
It's not bad threat
だ
logic,
が俺の採点じゃ
but
せ
I'd
いぜ
only
い
give it a
65点ってとこだ
65 at best. Holy.
これが答案なら居
If
残りで
this
報
were an
酬って
exam,
とこだ
that'd
ぜ
be bad enough to get an extra lesson in attention, you know? This
あ
fuck.
らじゃあレシートで封印されている扉を
Well, how would you
どう
break
やって
through a
破
glass
って
seal?
お父様を
How would
失
you
踪
break
さ
through
せ
a
られ
door
るという
sealed by a
の
receipt and make
私
color
の説
disappear?
以外に
Other than my theory.
エヴァおばさんの
Your
説は
theory
確
is
かと
interesting,
し
I
て
admit.
その
And if
説
you
以
could
外に
state
じい様が
definitively
失
that
踪で
there
きる
was
方
no
法がないっ
way
て
to
言
make
い
grandpa
切れる
disappear other than yours.
最終目撃者で
Then
あ
you
る
could say for
夏日
certain
おば
that
さ
the
んが
last
黒
person
である
seen
と
on Nazi
確
this
か
has
に
to
い
be
いだ
responsible.
が
However, since
夏日おばさんが
there's
無
still
実
a possibility that she's
濡れ
innocent
衣である
and
可
that
能
these
性が残ってい
accusations
る
are
以
false,
上
you can't
そうだ
make
と
that
断言
claim. Then
ならバトラ
what
君
are you
は
saying
夏日姉さん以外の誰のお父様を失踪させ姉さんしかありえないのよ私のレシートがそれを証明してしまう一度目に書斎に訪れた夏日姉さんそして二度目に私と訪れるまでの間
when we
書斎は
visited
完全
it
に
to
密
get
室
the
で
study
密室
had
開封後に
was
は
a
失
perfectly
踪し
locked
ている
room. When the seal was broken on the locked room, she was already missing.
これで夏日姉さんが犯人じゃないというなら
If this doesn't
どんな
prove
トリッ
she
ク
was
があ
a
る
culprit,
っ
what
て
kind
いう
of
の
trick could have
だから65点なんだよじゃあここで
So let's try flipping over the chessboard, shall we? This guy loves flipping fucking chessboards, dude. That's like his go-to. This guy's just spamming the same shit. He's spamming the same move. What do we flip over the chessboard?
どうやって
It's not about how they managed to make Grandpa disappear from the
ど
outside.
うやっ
Think
て
about how Grandpa disappeared from the
ない
inside.
扉にはレシートが
The
挟
door
ま
had
れ
a
てい
receipt
た
stuck
か
in
ら
it,
使
so
用
it
さ
could
れ
have
て
been
窓も
so it couldn't have been used. He also
出る
couldn't
こと
have
は
gone
で
through
き
the
る
window because
外側から
it
は
can't
施
be
錠
locked
でき
from
ず
the outside.
しか
So
も
when he
エヴァ
visited
おば
the
さん
study, he checked
書
to
斎を
make
訪
sure
れた
they
時
were
に
locked.
だから窓も使
The
用されて
windows
いないそ
also
の時点
weren't used at that point. The
確かに
study
書斎は密室
place
だった
really was a locked
これ
room.
は認めるし
We
か
had to
ない
accept
だが
this.
しかし
However, study
書
didn't
斎は永
remain
遠に密
a
室だっ
locked
たレシ
room
ートの
forever.
封
Once
印
the
さえ
seal
解かれ
created
れ
by the receipt was removed,
扉
it
は使
became
用可能
impossible
になり脱出可能に
to
な
use
る
the door and possible to escape through the door. In
つまり
other words, it's not about how
夏日お
Aunt
ばさん
Natsume made Grandpa disappear.
どう やってじい様は書
When you
斎
think
を
about
脱出した
how
の
he
かっ
was
て
able
考
to
えるん
escape.
だよじい様の書斎は
Grandpa's
ただの書
study
斎じゃねえん
isn't
だよな
any ordinary study, right? According to Genji-san, there's a toilet and a kitchen and even a bathroom, almost like a little house. If he hid under the bed, for example, he could trick the two of you into thinking he disappeared, right? Auntie Eva, even you didn't check that carefully, did you? And then the two of you went back downstairs thinking that he wasn't there. At that time, the receipt was already gone. In other words, if grandfather was hiding in his room this whole time if grandfather was hiding in his room the whole time when it was a locked room, we skipped after letting the two of you go past him, he could crack this locked room right open. Ooh, okay, that's actually true though. I mean, this guy's cooking, bro. Butler is cooking. Let him cook. What is this? Why would father want to do something that weird and then escape the room? Don't be so absurd. Yeah, it may be absurd, however, it still shows that there's a possibility that Natsu is being accused falsely. Your receipt wasn't perfect. In chess, we might call that check. But it isn't checkmate. The thing that I like least is how you pressure Aunt Natsu to explain it and then argue that if she doesn't, she must be guilty. If that passes as logic, then why don't you let me? Objection! Flip the chessboard one more time. Bruh. You're not Ace Attorney. Calm the fuck down, pup. So fucking silly. Auntie, according to your argument, you must explain to us here and now why you and Uncle Hideyoshi couldn't have killed those 6 last night and then casually returned to the guest house. True. You're trying to force Aunt Natsuki to explain. I'm sure you can prove your own innocence, right? Auntie Eva, who's had all of grandfather's wealth, suddenly dropped right into her hands. That's right, you're pretty damn suspicious yourself, aren't you? If you say mom's suspicious because she's the last person to see him, then what about you, Auntie Eva, who was the last person to see Dad and the rest? Just like Battler said, prove that you two weren't the ones that killed them. Mother, I also think that your receipt was a little over. I'm sure the receipt was an important hint. But like Battler-kun said, that's not enough to prove that Aunt Natsuki is guilty to any degree. We're all equally suspicious. It's not right for only Aunt Natsuki to be persecuted. Our noble father crawling on the floor under his bed. You call nonsense like that an explanation? Then why didn't explain it first? Who killed the 6 and how, then tried to showing us proof that you weren't involved. Her fucking bronchitis, but look at this. Yeah, I remembered. Sudden asthma attacks. Yep, I remembered. Yeah, I know. Milady, milady. Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but it seemed to be lasting too long for that. She really looked like she was suffering. She kept coughing and choking down on her own hands and knees. Hang in there. Okay, bruh. Your inhaler, quickly, no. No, wait, I have one with me. He pulled a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Ken-kun. To come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughings and have to use that? But 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain. Aniki, was Jessica's asthma always this bad? It's gotten a lot worse in the last few years. It's not a problem when she's normal, but when attacks suddenly come on, she can't stop coughing. Milady, your medicine here. Taking the inhaler from Ken-kun's, Jessica used it as a practiced hand. Or used it with a practiced hand. For a while, it looked like her throat was still feeling itchy, but it gradually settled down. Are you alright, Jessica? You scared me. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body, and she couldn't even hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down just for now. This disturbance had left her room hostile atmosphere in an awkward, unsettled state. But that was fine. Okay, but I can't believe that Aunt Ava actually has got to fucking not answer any of these questions. Because this dumb bitch started coughing. Surely she's not gonna get it off the fucking hook like that, right? There was absolutely no need to be driving up everyone's suspicions of each other. When you think about it, even probing at each other's alibis and searching for the killer were probably completely unnecessary. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. When the police come tomorrow, we'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques in investigating the case thoroughly. Solve all of the riddles and arrest the killer. Okay, but answer the question, Pop. Just like Natsuhi-san is suspicious, I can't ignore the fact that we are suspicious too. Okay, never mind, we're good. Arguing about that now is certainly unproductive. Ah, all of a sudden it's unproductive. Okay. All of a sudden, guys, actually, like, maybe we shouldn't question everyone. This fucking lady. Everything will be fine if we just leave it to the police tomorrow. But don't you want to know too, Butler, who the killer is? Don't you want to let them know right here this very second the pain you feel from losing someone precious to you? I won't deny that. Even one day would be too long to let that bastard pull this detestable bullshit go. But it doesn't mean I want to doubt one of the 18. Even though I said what I said earlier, I don't want to even doubt you. Auntie Eva, to me, you're an awesome aunt who's always mischievous and entertaining. I don't want to trade insults with an aunt like you. Not a single person who wants to do that, right? Everyone? I feel the same as Butler-kun. It's pointless to trade insults. It's probably just the stress built up that so many people have been crammed in one place since morning. Probably. It's only natural. Maybe easier said than done, but I think we should all relax as much as possible. Just chill out, bro. Chill out. Eba. Don't you think we should cool our heads? I do think the receipt is going to be an important clue for searching for father's whereabouts. We should tell the police about it when they come. Yes, you're right. Yes. I just feel a little triumphant when I figured out that part with the receipt. Of course, it isn't fair to only play doubt Natsuhi-san. Or to only doubt Natsuhi-san. We're just as suspicious. But still, Butler-kun, at least, the part about the receipt is real, alright? Don't forget this. And try to think deeply about what it means, okay? Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. It looked like they plan on leaving the parlor. In the end, it's pointless for us to continue playing detectives. After all, the police will reveal everything at the end anyway. True, that's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, and the typhoon passes, and those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. Yes, if you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. It will definitely be resolved, even if we do nothing. When the seagulls cry... Oh, that's it. Natsuhi-san, I'll take it that you don't want to see my face anymore. I feel the same. If I remember correctly, yesterday you had some rooms prepared for us in the mansion, so that we wouldn't need to go back to the guest house, right? There should be a bed and toilet there, as well as a lock and a chain to secure the door. There's even a bed to lie on, and my husband will be able to watch TV without having to fight with Maria-chan over which channel to watch, okay? You may do as you please. But make sure to be cautious. Thank you, Nisan. And mind your own business. I'll be counting on you to keep an eye on everyone, alright? Because the killer is definitely among us. So make sure you don't forget that you're being watched too. Haven't you made enough parting remarks? Yes, that's enough. Say you, Natsumi-san. Genji-san, please call us when it's dinner time. Until then, we'll keep ourselves locked in the chain. Genji, kind of escort them to the guest room. We'll be fine. I don't want to end up escorted by the killer. In fact, I would be more comfortable if no one left this room until we reach ours. Let's go, George. I'll stay here with everyone else. George, the killer is in this room. Do you plan on staying in a place like that? Leaving this room would be the same as suspecting one of my relatives. I refuse to believe that anyone in our family is capable of doing something so horrifying. George! Why don't you say something to him? George is already an adult. If his code tells him not to leave this room, then it's up to him. Let him do what he wants, Father. Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. The parlor was being buried beneath a savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Had we really spent that much time worrying, talking, fighting, and about such needless things? Feeling bored, I started clawing at my head when Maria and I made eye contact. Since I thought she was completely immersed in TV, I was a little surprised. I'll believe it now. The letter that murders everything, it was all Beatrice. No, actually, I wish she would just come out and say that was true. I just want... They're going to crack. Yeah, and they wanted their son George to watch. Can you imagine? George, come sit on the sofa and watch us crack. Holy. And George was like, "No, I'm good, pup." Okay. I want it to be the work of the 19th person. Otherwise, the 18 of us will have to keep doubting each other. I think believing in a 19th person is better than that. Bringing grandfather outside without opening the doors or windows must be a piece of cake for Beatrice, right? Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again. Yes, bro. Locking the doors useless against the witch. Beatrice is familiar with all 72 demons, 33 ranked. Gap gives it power to instantly carry a desired person to any location. To her, taking a person out of any locked room isn't hard at all. Which is sure incredible. Tell her if she plans on committing another crime to do it in a way that no human could. To make me believe in a 19th person, no. A witch exists. Alright. If I meet her, I'll tell her. Damn it. I don't even understand my own thoughts anymore. When I'm led to believe in a 19th person, I deny it. But when I'm led to believe there's only other 18 people, I deny that too. Even though I wish that there was more than just 18 people, I can't accept the existence of a 19th person. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19 people. I think it's possible. You could say that there's 19 entities, 18 of those are people. Thoughts? The 19th is not a person, but it is 19. Thoughts? Concerns? The number of people in this mansion is less than 19, but more than 18. So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. However, it is impossible for there to be anything after a decimal point. You shouldn't be able to represent a number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, Pomoklat. Why does a fraction less than 1 play into this? It's no wonder. That 19th person is an invisible thing being. It can't be seen. Oh, that's why in integer representation that must be used to describe numbers of people can't be seen. The witch cannot be seen because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she is invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? The witch exists somewhere in that X. Holy. $7 p.m. Okay. Any new shit? Nope. 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 Okay, nothing new. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea that thinking about who the killer was would be the same as deciding who to doubt. It had begun to feel like discussion of the incidents was itself taboo. So no one was mentioning it, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All we couldn't say out loud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So, at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood. Though everything was left unsettled. I feel like the rain's gotten a little lighter. Still pouring down. Even if it did stop, there's no boat on the island. So it'd be nice if the boat came quickly tomorrow. I've had enough of this Western mansion vacation. Mom, when will the boat come tomorrow? Originally, the boat to take them back would have arrived at 3 o'clock today. They probably would have telephoned to say they would come after the typhoon passed, but unfortunately the telephones aren't working. But there aren't any children over there. They were told this was for the purpose of dropping off and collecting our guests, so they will most likely arrive first thing tomorrow morning, probably around 9 o'clock, I believe. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa trying to use food to enliven everyone's low spirits. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes very highly valued. Kanon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on the plates under her direction. Kanon also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't skillfully arrange the food, Kanon's expression darkened slightly. But Kumasawa might smile to say everything was fine. It's arranged beautifully. Kanon-kun, aren't you skilled? If it hadn't been Shannon-san, it would have been even more beautiful. Kanon stopped arranging food for a bit and hung his head. Shannon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Kanon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shannon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced. Bro, they love saying grimace in this series. It's like their favorite word. Grimace. She grimaced. He grimaced. Grimace. Hey, yo, let me get a grimace shake. Me after 10 grimace. Me after 100 grimace shakes. Forget it for now. Genji spoke kindly to Kanen as he advanced a pawn. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had become sour, and Genji had become his opponent in the game of chess upon Nanjo's request. Yes, I will forget it for now. Good. That is probably for the best. Genji purposefully faced away from Kanen as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Kanen if he noticed that if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that, and he held back any thoughtless words. I wonder where Kanzo-san has gone. I hope he is safe, but I do not know. Only I think everything is as Master hoped as he has arranged. Only I think everything is as Master hoped as he has arranged. To distrust that would exceed my whole role as furniture working for the Master. Aren't you scared, Genji-san? I am frightened something bad will occur again tonight. I have nothing to be afraid of. I simply work for the Ushiromiya family. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly think that he would be left out of this? He couldn't begin to imagine what was happening inside this mansion. He definitely couldn't deny the possibility that something of Kinso's design. If you liken this island to chess, Kinso had opened this game as a result of 6 pieces had fallen. As a result, 6 pieces had fallen. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed that he alone was outside of the chessboard and safe? Nanjo thought about it. Wasn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard, lined up equally without any exception? Well, not true. Some pieces are more vulnerable to attack than others. So I mean, you could say they're lined up equally, but they're not equally exposed to getting fried. Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinso's trust more than anyone? No. Was it Nanjo himself, although proud of his position as Kinso's only close friend, just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard? Genji-san. I am really frightened about tonight. I am hoping with all of my heart that we will be safe, that we will still be safe when tomorrow's morning comes. Fuck. But never mind. Saved. The guest room that Eva and Hideyoshi had moved into was used to house the guests before the guest house had been constructed. So until a few years ago, they had stayed in this room every family conference, and they were very familiar with it. This room, just like a room at a hotel, has a bedroom, a bathroom, and even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor. Guess it's true, you can relax more when you're alone with your immediate family. They should all just do this. Shut themselves in guest rooms and lock the doors. But Natsu-Nisan throwing her weight around, saying no one can leave the room, or no one can leave the parlor. How can any of them talk back? She always felt she was being left out in the cold. Now that Nisan's dead, she's in high spirits, thinking her time has finally come. Seriously, how shameless can she be? Come on, don't say that. Natsu-Nisan's working pretty hard. No need to jump on her like that. And about the receipt earlier, you went too far there. Come on. If I hadn't said it there wouldn't have been another good time to say it. Eva, sulking cutely, sat beside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed watching TV. They're gonna crack. They're gonna crack. And poor George is gonna walk in. Still, it's been a very long time since we've been alone like this. Sure has. When I think about it, both of you and I have gotten older. Since George was born, everything's gone by in the blink of an eye. It really has gone by in the blink of an eye. I wonder if we're too hasty in having a child. If we were too hasty in having a child. Eva's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought it a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Kraus had been unable to have a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsuki without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. As for Eva herself, she would be removed from the Ushiromiya register anyways once she got married, so whether a successor to the head was born or not, it was all the same to her. So she had thought. But then one day, she had a heavenly revelation, or maybe it was a whispering of the devil that she had heard in her greed. Perhaps she could remain in the Ushiromiya register if she gave birth to a successor first. If things went well, perhaps she could even inherit the Ushiromiya family herself. When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he approved of it instantly. This had not been because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more that long-forgotten thing called family. So he agreed without hesitation, though. Not to fuss over which family name they were to keep upon getting married, as assented to having his name entered into the Ushiromiya family register. It wasn't easy to persuade Kinzo, but his daughter, Eva, knew Kinzo's personality too well. So even she chose a time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuki and expertly managed to make him accept Hideyoshi as a son-in-law. But look at this fucking snake. That's all I'm saying. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and permitted him to transfer into the Ushiromiya register. George would have eventually become the successor to the Ushido family. They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. George had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That is why she couldn't stand that he was in love with a servant like Shannon. So when she had learned that Shannon had died and the engagement had been invalidated, while a part of her had been shocked at the gruesome crime, another part of her had been relieved that her precious George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. This fucking bitch. I always did hate Kraus-Nissan. He was so full of himself, always swaggering around. So proud that he would one day become the head. So I wanted to get back at him. Those were just my emotions as a child, of course. But in the end, those emotions took over my life, my entire life. And if only that had been all because of those emotions, I got you and George involved, and I used you. Eva, don't blame yourself so much. Hideyoshi sat up and put his arm around Eva, so she could feel the warm understanding from him. Well, I reached the halfway point in my life long ago, but I have never once regretted how I lived my life. Not once. I think that since I've been with you, Eva, I've been able to relish an enjoyable life that other men never will. After I lost my relatives in the war, you taught me once more what the warmth of family is. So I'm grateful for the Ushiromiya family and think of it as my own family. In this life I've led with you, not a single thing has been wasted. It's really been a fun life up to today. Thank you, honey. With a hunger head burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably no one in the parlor could even imagine that this side of Eva existed. I'm the one who should be thanking you. To this day, there hasn't been a single day I've regretted being with you. Me too. I'm so glad to have you by my side. And then they cracked. George is already a fine adult. He's a man who can do this job well on his own, even if I'm not there looking out for him. How about it? Around New Year's, do you want to go spend some time in the Maldives? Just the two of us, no one else? No way. Are you always saying that you're so busy responding to New Year cards that you don't even sleep? None of that this New Year's. I won't read New Year cards. I'll just stay quiet and check to see if I won the New Year's lottery. It'd sure be nice if we won color TV this year. No way. I don't want to check the lottery in the Maldives. And none of that either. Just the two of us taking our time carrying on from when we were newlyweds just before George was born. Yeah, that does sound nice. I hear the Maldives are wonderful. An island with nothing on. Is surrounded by beautiful coral reefs and cottages lined up over the water. Carrying on from when we were newlyweds, when will that be? Hideyoshi can't handle all of that. I don't know, Pop. I think he can. I think he had a fucking kid with his lady. Just pointing out the facts here. He probably a freak, bruh. Carrying on from when we were newlyweds. When will that be? Soon as I finish some business. I won't know until I ask the travel agency, but probably before New Year's Eve. No way. Right now? Fuck, I skipped it. Config. Not config, but right now, I want to start right now. Okay. Peevishly or maybe coquettishly, Eva pled for his lips. The only sound to fill the room with the distant voice of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. Well, there's gonna be a different kind of obnoxious pounding very soon, I think. There was a knock on the door and Genji-san entered. Madam, the dinner has been prepared. Will you eat in here again? Yes. Bring it in here. Is Dr. Nanjo still in the kitchen? Yes. He said that he wishes to be carefully deliberate over his next move. Do not worry. He is with the other servants. Genji-san's good enough at chess to be grandfather's opponent. I hear he's even better than Dr. Nanjo, you know? Is that right? I played against him a long ago. He must have let me win. Maria, sounds like it'll be time to eat soon. But look at you. You've been watching TV all day since you've gone. And you still haven't gotten bored. Oh, I'm always watching TV, so I'm fine. Faf. Imagine your life as a toddler. It's just that. I'm always watching TV. Like, GG ba. Hey, Maria-chan sure is a TV kid compared to an iPad kid. Lol. Food's coming, so we have to clean up the table. It was still cluttered with the aftermath of the drawing contest we had been having, using several pages torn out of Maria's notebook. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here sure can draw. Really shocking. Genji asked Eva-san and Hideyoshi whether they would at least like to have dinner with us, although they will probably turn us down. Certainly. First father, now Eva-san. We seem incapable of managing a full showing at Ushiro Miya dinner family. Or dinner what? dinner table. Natsui felt her headache start throbbing again and lightly held her temples. Yep, they're cracking. GG. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that large, so Genji had gone there and back himself, but the guest room was a little further away. Natsui had warned him not to be alone without a good reason, and just now Nanjo had also admonished him by saying that it would be better if he held a little more concern for his safety. Genji took Kanon with him, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Genji knocked on the door. Eva-san, Hideyoshi-sama, dinner has been prepared. He waited for a short while for them to come out, but there was no response. Genji-sama, look at this. He pointed under the door. A Western-style envelope had been inserted under it. Bro, please. Okay, but things are actually getting interesting here, though. Actually, things are getting a little bit interesting. Another note. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it would be to be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. But since this might have been a private moment or a private note meant for Eva and Hiroshi, it was not meant that Kanon and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western-style envelope was Kinzo's envelope, the same one as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with. Which of the painting? There's no mistake. It is the master's envelope. Or, although it had been Kinzo's envelope, the author of the letter Maria had read out loud last night had not been Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice. Eva-sama. Eva-sama. It is Genji. Are you there? Please answer. Eva-sama. But there was no response from inside. Sometimes when the servant went to call some quest for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply they wouldn't wake up. In times like that, the servants would stick the letter in the door to show that they had been called by, and then leave the guests be. However, despite that, Genji beat on the door even harder on the door and called out Eva's name, but there was no answer. Kanon stuck his ear up to the door, holding his breath, listened for any sounds coming from inside. I hear something that sounds like the television, but I don't sense anyone. That room might be empty. Genji took out a handkerchief and carefully, to not touch it with his bare hands, pulled out the envelope which had been stuck under the door. It had been sealed with a deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark of the sealing wax had come from the Ushiromiya family head's ring. Eva-sama! 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 Please answer me. Are you still in your room? Even so, there was still no answer. There was a chance that the two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around his pocket and pulled out a bunch of keys, included the one that would open the guest room. Kanon also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock the guest room if they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guest was out. To unlock the doors for a separate reason, and especially do so when there was a chance the guest would still be in there without their permission, was an action unbecoming of a servant. However, Genji had decided, if the only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope underneath the door was doubtlessly Kinzo's, or rather one of the Western side envelopes of the Ushiromiya family had. And after last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone other than Kinzo, my apologies, allow me to enter your room. After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of his keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was a sound of the door unlocking. Okay, my guess is they're gonna be gone, disappeared. They're not gonna even be in there. Similar to how the grandfather was also disappeared from his room. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, what are these notifications from? Okay. And then he slowly turned the knob and slowly started opening the door. Oh my god. The anticipation. Okay, I'm gonna go piss. I'll be back. Holy. Just gonna take a bite real quick. And I will continue. All right. There was a sound of the door unlocking, and then he slowly turned the knob and slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in a room? Or they had forgotten to turn on the light? Or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank. It was the sound of the door being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside. That meant that they were in their room now. The sound of the voice of the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear that they were in the room, but there was no sign of them. Genji called to Ava once again through the crack of the door, but there was no answer.
Genji-sama, いかがしますか?
What should we do? As part of their job were to unlock almost any lock in the mansion, but they had no way to open the door with a chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. That certainly was not permitted as part of the servants' usual work. A creepy chill was already rushing up their backs. Ken held his breath again and tried to send someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone. I'll go call Madam. Cannon cut the chain. Yes. Cannon rushed away hurriedly to get a cutting tool. He was called back by Genji. Wait, Kano. Go back to the kitchen. Take Kumasawa with you. Whatever you do not act alone. Yes, certainly. Looked like Kano was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation. Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself. But in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Kennen. Score in the score. In the kitchen was Kumasawa, who was piling food on the serving cart, and Naja, who had seemed to have thought of a move that would turn the tables on Genji, had been waiting for his return, wanting to show him. But he immediately realized that something was wrong with Genji's demeanor. That was the Dr. Nanja, my apologies, but please allow me to suspend this match for a time. Kennen, take care of the chain. Kumasawa must stop setting up dinner for now and accompany Kennen. I will go over to Madam. You could come with me, Dr. Nanjo. Has something happened? Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen. Kumasawa-san, I apologize, but please come with me. What happened? Kennen said, unable to take the situation. Unable to take in the situation, Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo and chased after Kennen, who had flown out into the hallway. Accompanied by Kumasawa, Kennen went into the storehouse. From amongst the tools packed in the toolboxes that was hanging on the walls, he looked for the tool that could be used to cut the chain. What are you looking for? I will help. We're cutting a door chain. Where's the large bolt cutter? The door chain. Why would he do something like that? The chain is locked to Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama room. Eva, though, they should be inside when we called to them. They didn't answer. It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hiroshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation. So probably Ken took down a very large bolt cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it was easier to understand, described as having a shape of a large pair of pliers. He recalled being warned that it was a dangerous tool that could easily cut through one of your fingers. Ken took that and rushed up the stairs. He knew it instinctively. He should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly, or maybe already. Please wait, Kanan. Hurry. Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath with both hands on her knees. Kanan changed his grip on the bolt cutter and looked at the door. He let out an ah, struck speechless. What the fuck is this? Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there on the door, just like the magic circle had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with paint that looked like blood. However, it was dubious whether this could be called a magic circle. Unlike what most people think of as a magic circle, this wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it, but slightly more geometrical shape. However, the strange non-alphabetical characters written in the gaps of the figure were without doubt the same as the magical circle on the shutter. But the thing that had Kanan struck speechless was how eerie the magic circle was. Only moments ago, this hadn't been there. He had returned to the kitchen for a short while. He had gone to the storehouse to grab a tool, headed right back. Put those two together, it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that time period? And as though it had been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding, several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave away and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Kanan surely would have wanted to. Beatrice-sama. So worker Beatrice, how horrid. Kanan gulped and raided the bolt cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get this close to this disturbing magic circle, but he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he couldn't cut the chain. Fighting this cold fitting, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the bolt cutter up against the chain. And he pressed with all his strength and cut through the chain far more easily than he'd imagined. The chain fell into two separate pieces, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth. Kano-san, by your feet, an envelope. And isn't that the master's? It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed a Western-style envelope at the bottom of the door, and that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head rings. Kanan was lost for a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room, but he decided on prioritizing his original purpose. Kanan pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his worst fears had been realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to hear the sound of the television that had been seeping out of slightly more clearly. Eva-sama. Eva-sama. Eva was face up on the bed. On the bed with her shoes still on. Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Kennen, who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short hi, or a short he, again after she saw Eva like that. Eva's shoes had been the first part on her that Kennen had seen, so the incongruity of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing that entered his mind. But after he shifted his line of sight towards Eva's head, Kennen couldn't help but let out a short scream like, Kumasawa. Her head got fucking bashed in too? No shot. Right in the middle of Ava's forehead was something set there. Growing there? No. Right in the center of her forehead, an old-fashioned knife or some weapon like it was stuck right in. From the base where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, stained the sheets on the other side bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more. She sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed. She couldn't even scream. Eva, with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead, was dead. Both eyes were open wide. The image of a person who killed her must have been buried into them. But the mouth of which to speak that truth had already been eternally sealed. Even though that forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck into Ava's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was a design so complicated you could never expect it to see it on an ordinary weapon. Oh, okay. I'll check it out after this little portion, because I don't know if like the husband is also cooked there and there or not, so I don't want to get like spoiled. But yeah, gotcha. Thanks for the heads up. That thing could be summoned up with the word occult. It was a vulgar object with a design that might have been some demon. What about Hideyoshi-sama? Hideyoshi-sama. Ava was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backward glance at Kumasawa, her knees and stooped field, she checked the bathroom just in case. That moment he opened the door, he was greeted by the steam of the sound of the shower. The bathroom was of the same similar style as most hotel bathrooms, containing both a bath and a toilet. When taking a shower, the waterproof curtain was used to keep the water from flying out. Holy. The waterproof curtain was half open. While lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked, both eyes still open. And those eyes were pointing right at Kennen. Just like Ava, the weapon is a demonic design was stuck into his forehead. Since his head was under the hot water in the shower the whole time, his face wasn't half covered with filthy blood like Ava has been. But the sight of him dead while taking a shower was tragic enough. Just then, Natsui's voice rang through the hall. She was probably coming with Genji. Again with this graffiti? What about the letter? What does it say inside? I have not read it yet. You shouldn't touch it carelessly. The culprit's fingers might be left on it. We should hand it over to the police. They went out of their way to leave everything. I'm sure they wouldn't have left fingerprints. Stating this with finality, Natsui picked up the envelope. Before checking this contents, she entered the room where she found Ava dead. Madame Hideyoshi-sama is here too. This is truly atrocious. Wow, wait, so George has lost both of his parents and his wife. Poor George. Cannon, turn off the shower. Don't let this be any more pitiful than it needs to. Yes. Cannon gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small bottle of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he had been attacked right in the middle of taking a shower. A spray of blood was still clung slightly to the white bathtub, and the combination of the red and white made a horrible contrast. Dr. Nanjo? I understand. No signs of postmortem lividity. Rigor mortis hasn't begun either. I'd say barely an hour's passed since they were killed, if that. But even so, how a weapon with such a short handle could do that to us, I cannot imagine. Nanjo checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. As Cannon watched this businesslike treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance they were dead without doing all that? Nanjo thought, without removing the weapon, but after deciding that, or possibly it would be better to hand the scene over to the police without disturbing it, he left it alone. However, on close examination of the base revealed that it had no blade, or rather it was shaped like a flat blade, but it was conical. He noticed that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handed spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Rather than a short spear, some people might call it a thick ice pick. At any rate, the original hideous purpose for this weapon is its unsettling design was made. Exactly how that purpose was carried out were both displayed here in such a glaring fashion that there was absolutely no need to use further words to describe it. Natsui, hoping she had skipped the repulsive steam filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with her handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. As if she looked any longer, the image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she had that morning as at the gardening storehouse. For a while, Natsui couldn't help but to stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach. Anyway, we can't let the kids, we can't let George come see this room. Quickly close his room up. Gracious, no, shouldn't be shocked to that. George-kun saw his parents in this brutal state, but the recklessly approaching footsteps were obviously George's even before he came flying into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor, but when they seen Genji call Natsuhia, he had noticed her turn pale and fly out of the room. They had felt that he might have been the bearer of bad news. When they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it.
Tosa! Tosa!
What is this? Another magic circle. Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi are safe, right? Hey, Cannon-kun? What's this all about? Butler-sama. Cannon didn't have to say anything. George's scream after he ran into the room told him everything they needed to know. Hang in there, dear. Natsui touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. George collapsed on the floor beside Ava and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again. Hang in there. Butler-sama. Butler had his back against the wall of the hallway and was, without restraint, covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping. Horrible. That's horrible. He proposed to the girl he loved and lost her the next day. And on the same day, even his mom and dad were killed. Isn't that just way too harsh? Of course, he felt sorry for everyone who had died. The battler felt far more sorry for those who had been left alone by the deaths of others. Everyone here had lost someone close to them. George was the only one who felt sorry for. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's. Story's so nice, they say it twice. It's true, bro. Story is really nice. By the way, really, very chill. Happy vibes over here. Battler. Sure, all the people die sooner or later. If you're human, the day is going to eventually come when you got to fight the sorrow of losing someone close to you. But still, shouldn't that day be far in the future for Aniki? And shouldn't those deaths visit him one at a time? Horrible. It's too horrible. Bastard. Don't you have the slightest bit of human compassion? Battler, don't cry. Maria tried to comfort Battler in a mechanical sounding voice. Battler violently wiped his tears. Damn it, I won't cry. Tears of regret, tears of sadness. I won't shed them again. Holy. Yeah, it's no good at all. Yeah, it's no goddamn good at all. The witch is backing us into a corner. We're always on the defensive. And that's no good. That's no goddamn good. Flip over the chessboard. That bastard probably thinks of us like sheep, just cowering in fear until tomorrow with no way of running. Guess what? We'll flip it over. As we can escape this island until tomorrow either. We won't be the ones hiding away, kissing ourselves that fucker will. We'll expose you, you'll see. By tomorrow. No, forget tomorrow, tonight. Before this night is over, I'll be gripping you by the collar. We don't know the time.
とにかくこの部屋は警察が来るまでこのままにして施錠します。
Let me get another bite. I'm just gonna click through it, but I'm reading it, okay?
いいですね。
Uh-oh.
答えよ。
マリアもわかるか。こりゃ。
I'm gonna guess it's maybe some of the food that they forgot in the kitchen.
私ちょっと厨房を見て火はちゃんと消したはず。
カノ、一人にさせないよ。
はっ。
これは確かに鼻が曲がりそうな匂いですね。しかし換気のために窓を開け
換気扇を回させましょう。窓を開ける必要はないと思います。
ジョージの兄貴、話しかけても大丈夫？
犯人を探す相談なら構わないよ。
部屋にはチェーンがかかってた。さっき構造を見たが、とても外から細工できる代物じゃねえ。つまり完璧な密室だったってことだ。
そうなるね。バラ庭園の倉庫の時はシャッターの鍵を使用人室からこっそりと持ち出したのだろうとか、あるいは複製の鍵を持っていた可能性とか、いくつか方法が想像できた。でもチェーンは違う。チェーンは一般に浸透した施錠方法の中で最もシンプルに密室を構築。
チェーンだけは物理的に破壊しない限り外からはどうにもならないぜ。じゃあつまり犯人は扉からは出入りしなかったって。
こりゃ面白いや。
Holy Holy moly。
つい数時間ほど前にも扉以外でどうやって部屋から出入りしたのかってみんなでさ。
Oh shit, I forgot to check the fucking this thing. Okay, let's see. Still the same, still the same. Still the same, still the same. Okay. Found on the bed of a guest room inside of the mansion with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed into her forehead. The windows and door to the room were locked from the inside, and even the chain was set. No way a human could have killed her. Found in the bathroom of the same guest room as Ava, that Ava was found in, with a weapon resembling an ice pick having rammed through his forehead, just the same as Ava. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap door while the chain is set. Can't see, can't reach, go on. Could a human have killed him then? And it's the laugh that Maria does, which she's like tweaking or whatever. It's kind of weird. A little meta, you know? But certainly something. This time it really was, without exaggeration, a true locked room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 incidents have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been the point of interest. The first was a shutter. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, they can't really be called a locked room. Or this can't really be called a locked room. Next was this door sealed by the receipt. However, since Aunt Natsuki had entered the room, she could have let grandfather out through the window or thrown him out, and she would have been able to lock the window before leaving. Or, like my crazy theory, he could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. Murder case, and it's true. In that case, you really can't call this one a locked room either. And now we have a door sealed with a door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, and everything had been locked from the inside. It was a perfect locked room, unless there was a secret trap door in the floorboards or some shit. Or in the walls, maybe. I don't know. I think that's about it. But yeah, they're fucking cooked. The first hadn't been a locked room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a locked room because Aunt Natsu could have been suspected, but this time no one can be suspected. This room was a perfect locked room, sealed by the door chain that denied access equally to everyone. Whoops. In that case, the culprit carried out the crime without entering the room. Some method from the outside the room. Good thought. It is a chain, so even though it can't be opened wide enough for a person to fit through, you can open it a small crack. The culprit could knock the door, make them peer before attacking them, or wait, is that naive? Yes, it is. If Eva Bada had been lying right next to the door, then it might have been possible. But she was in the bed in the center of the room, and Uncle Hiroshi was even in the background. Looking for the crack in the door, you couldn't even see them. You can't even reach them with your hand either. And this is no goddamn good at all. I have no clue. Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria. What do you mean satisfied? Oh, that's right. He told her that the next kill should be something that a human can't do. I remember that. Since you didn't want to doubt any of your relatives, you made a wish saying that you wanted the culprit to be Beatrice, right? Well, Beatrice granted your wish, just as you said, in a way that no human could make, to make you believe in the witch. Yet you're being stubborn. I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly on the head with my fist. Thanks for granting it. That was an expression of my gratitude. In a free lesson, I'm not laughing at times like this. More importantly, tell me. There was more mysterious graffiti on the door. Twenty Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Was that another magic circle? It has an especially memorable and characteristic design, so I hope you at least know that one. I don't know, that's why I've handed the stage over to you. Quit whining and explain. You sure are violent. I won't tell you if you're being too mean, get it? I'll say it, you brutish man. That's the first magic circle of the moon. What does the magic circle benefits? What does the Hebrew writing mean? Oh my god, the fucking writing and shit, man. Okay, I'm just gonna click through this, but I'm gonna read it, obviously. I'm just gonna munch, though. Stupid.
上等だぜ。
マリアちゃん、この世に魔女も悪魔も存在しない。父さんと母さんはそれが僕のよく知る人間なのか知らない人間なのかはでもそのどちらであっても。
しかしどうやってせいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうやって。
それにしても耐え難い匂いです。一体。
Wait, they have a basement? What the fuck? Since when?
ボイラー室。
またボイラーの調子が今の音は。
Listen to this banger real quick.
カノンさん。After a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Karen go alone, so she dashed down the stairs. Holy. He grabbed a hatchet from the tool shelf. Then he answered.
ルーレットは
And
数
roulette,
字
you
と
bet on
赤
a
黒
number
にかけて配当を競い合う。
where the color is red and black, vying for a payoff. However,
赤か黒かのような。
mm-hmm. GG. Pop is cooked.
.逆により的中率の低いかけ方をすれば親方様は 天文学的なリスクを的中できること、奇跡とその結果得られる天文学的な配当を、親方様とお前がどんな魔法を求めてルーレットに挑んでいる。しかしルーレットには赤でも黒でもない目が出うることを。僕は一つだけ心に決めて、もしシャノンが殺されて僕の身を投げ出してお前のルーレットを全て台無しにしてやろうと。これは親方様が決めたルールでも、このルールは僕はお前のルーレットの僕はもう悪魔のルーレットはこれで地獄にてさらに1000年、次の召喚者をまずベアドリージュ。
Dude, you can't be serious.
カノンさん、誰か
何事ですか？熊様、返事をしなさい。カード、返事をしなさい。源氏、南條先生をここに。そこに隠れているものはおとなしく出てきな。そちらから出てこないなら容赦なく。
ライトだ、おばさん、照らすぜ。夏日おばさん。
源氏、あの扉はどこにつ。
逃がすかよ。くす
待ちなさい、バトラ君。一人では危険です。バトラ君、一人で先走ってはダメです。バトラ君。
畜生、エヴァおばさんにさらにカノン君6人も殺しやがった。飽き足らずさらに3人も殺す。ふざけるな。エヴァおばさんも秀吉おじさんもカノン君とは日のあったばかりだが、なんで殺したんだ。どうして人ってのはな、タケノコみてえにひょいひょい生えてきちゃこねん。どうして殺すんだ。どうして
あなた、ジョージ君、母として、そしてとにかく犯人を探すより、明日になれば船が、そうすれば警察がやってきて、犯人がどうあがこうとこの島から逃げられるものです。
警察さ。
A burning corpse. Who could it be? I mean, I want to say it's like the grandfather, but I feel like that'd be too obvious. Mid-teens.
What? でもこの死体本当にじい様だって保証はあるんすか？こうも黒焦げじゃ性別さ。
バトラ君、足。
両足の指です。よくご覧になって。
Look at the feet, bro. Appreciate it. え？
本当だ。
親方様はお生まれの時から、そして故に親方様は後宮家の再興を託されたのです。
後宮家には昔から生まれつき多子症の方が多く、多分遺伝的な。
Holy. This is quite intriguing.
昨夜の手紙の通りということですか、お父様。さあ、
Wait, he's still not technically dead? What the hell? I wonder if like the amount of red has anything to do with anything. I mean, I think that's just like how brutally they were beat. Like, because I think they mentioned that half her face was like cooked. And so I guess it's just like the actual damage. But this is one possible result of the gamble he always knew was not in his favor. Literally got cooked. Wait, what? Shit, I didn't mean to skip that. I didn't skip it. Holy. Mind. Let's listen to this peak. After this latest crime, we cannot be sure, or can we now be sure of a 19th person exists? They haven't shown themselves once, and yet they're trying to tout their existence. Along with Kyrie's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person by flipping over the chessboard once more. The very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of a 19th person is even less possible. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us, the culprit could get grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt. And if they could kill Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of the door sealed by a chain, then is it possible for them to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? If we still want to believe that the culprit is among us, then the list of suspects is very short. The four of us kids, Aunt Natsuhi, Genji-san, Kuma, and Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. Well, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the body here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we could try thinking of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 had their faces horribly destroyed. Some bodies had kept enough of their face for us to confirm who they were. The mild bastard, for example, had lost his entire face, as though it had been peeled off. We'd only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Had the culprit prepared a fake corpses beforehand and disguised it to make it look like they all died, then hid them somewhere and continued their killing spree? It sounds ridiculous, but it doesn't mean it is an impossible trick. It is too early to give in to this 19th person now, this switch.
マリアちゃん、それ以上しげしげと見てはなりません。さあ、バトラ君もカノンの容体も気になりますし、いつまでもこのようなところにはいられ戻りましょう。
Let's go back.
おいマリア、ベアトリーチェの目的は何？俺たち全員の命か？
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。その時誰も生き残れはしない。
よくも笑えるもんだぜ。自分だけ蚊帳の外だと思ってるのか？どうして自分の身に危機が迫っていると感じない？どうして怯えない？
ベアトリーチェは約束して、私は黄金鏡へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ。そこはね、しがらみも何もない全ての人たちが、私は楽しみだよ。その時はもうすぐだもん。
マリア、もう一遍だけ聞く。どうせ答えは同じだろうが、もう一遍だけ聞く。
Who gave her the letter at the beginning?
お前は昨日バラ庭園で手紙をもらった。そいつは誰なんだ？
ほう、だからベアトリー・バトラがまだ死後。
I think. What? No. GG. Wow. Not even episode 2. I'm in the way. Shit. It's still episode 1. And more than half the cast, I think, is dead. Yep. More than half. GG.
申し訳ありません。あのような重傷を設備のないところでは。
Bro, this doctor's fucking useless, man.
いえ、
I swear to God.
無理もな最善を尽くしてください。
私が
気に病むことはない。仮に一緒だったら熊沢もそれに
そんな言い方ってねえぞ。カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて言うか。熊沢さんも一緒だったら犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
Okay.
ジェシカ、
今はこと僕だって、そしてバトラ君もだろう。もう何が何だかわからなくて。
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカ。カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
よしてくれよ、そういう慰めは。
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。だからきっとすぐに会えるよ。そしてきっとみんなで。
カノン君を殺したのがマリアに昨日手紙を渡したっていうベアトリーチェなのか。そいつはどこにいるんだ。どこに隠れてるんだ。私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。言えよ、知ってるんだろ犯人の正体を。お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。話しやがれ。
お嬢様、
Lady, please stop. Oh, okay.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
ちくしょう、源氏さん話す。マリアが犯人を知ってる。しかもそいつは知ってて、そして私たちの内情を伝えて殺す。
ジェシカ、
Holy.
マリアちゃん、僕は君が断じて犯人ではないことを知っている。君はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、犯人なんかとだから聞かせてほしい。君に昨日手紙を渡したベア。
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき。返事は同じさ。
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。ベアトリーチェとは。
言ってもどうせ。
それはどういう意味。ひょっとして僕らのよく知る君は何かの事情からそれ。君はあの手紙を
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。何度だって言う。手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから。ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけた。だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を。だから言っても無駄。信じない。でもマリアは何度も言うよ。真実だから言うよ。ベアトリーチェはね。黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ。マリアはそこに行くの。ベアトリーチェが約束してくれたの。その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。マリアは早くそこへ行きたい。みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れ、そしてそれは無理もないことなら安心し。ベアトリーチェは台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるから。
饒舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが、とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとってさぞや現状は愉快だろうが、とりあえず他人にまで押し付けるんじゃね。
こいつおかしいぜ。バトラは思わねえのかよ。熊沢さんは母さんはどうだよ。マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて確かに直接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれん。でも間違いなく犯人の一味だ。そうさ、スパイ。私たちと一緒になんかいさせられ。
マリアちゃん、不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。これ以上混乱に油を注ぐような真似が過ぎ。
Holy.
とにかく今は仲違いをしている時、犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今、私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しな。
夏日おばさんに極めて犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできる。今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
私もどうか、私も含め、もう今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょう。
そういうこと。敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている公算が高い。
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
はい、勤務時間中だったんなら。
現場をいじらない方がいいってんでそこまでは調べなかったろうが。
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性、そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットからその鍵でも開けられない安全な場所は。
私たちはお仕事の都合上、すべてお屋敷のゲストハウ
つまり私たちはどこへ立て上等だぜ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るか返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
敵は正面から来ないよ。最初の6人はともかく母さんたちやカノン君、そしておじい様の霊を見る限り敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々との。
そうだな、兄貴の言う通りだ。ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が。
なら良いのですが。
マリア、言いたいことがあるんだろうが。
よろしいでしょう。一箇所だけ。
それはどこです？
はい、親方様の書斎。
私爺様の気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
あの部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか？
One.
2本です。
Oh, JK too.
1本は常に私が、もう1本は親方様がお持ちでしたが、先本来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが、親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりましたもので。
なるほど。ということは金蔵さんの書斎。
そういうことになりますね。あの怪しげな匂いの部屋に一晩も立てこもるなど、あの部屋が一番安全であることを今は認めなければならない。
その安全な部屋に絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。
バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思で部屋を出たと考えるなら籠城の価値はある。
じいさんの部屋ってのは8人ではい。
ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので流しにご浮上。冷蔵。
ひゅー、そいつはすげえぜ。しかし自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を島を丸ごと買って自分の夢を全て実現しきったじい様の最後の家にしちゃ随分手狭なんだな。
そうですね。いつの頃からかお父様にとっては
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいというか。
もちろんこっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。結局は待つしかない。ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。逃げも隠れもしない。客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ、ベアトリーチェ様をよ。
現れなければ現れないで十分です。犯人を暴くのは私たちで。
正論ですな。警察が来るまで危険。
ありがとう南條さん。私はお父様、確かにお父様が連れ出された可能性があり絶対の安全が保証されている。しかしバトラ君の推理のお父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て外で。
チェス盤思考ってのはね、昔本で読んだゲーム理論というものを私なりに解釈したものよ。とても面白い学問だからバトラ君も大学に入ったら挑戦し。
ぜひやってみたいっす。それを勉強してチェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたらどんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで。
でもね、盲信しちゃだ。ゲーム理論は非常にチェス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈。バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強。しかもチェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものでは便利ではあっても弱点。ええ、チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。ゲーム理論は突き詰めると数学の弱点は何か知ってる？ノイズよ。 その通り。人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。人の感情だってそうでしょ。全く同じことが起こったからといって人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限り、それを数学の理論で当てはめ相手の行動を読もうとする時点ですでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。手っ取り早く言うと、チェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれ、そして誤解、
Oops. Holy shit, that's what I thought too, actually. The possibility of poison.
Naruhodo. なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら今更ながらじい様の書斎に反対したジェシカに。
おお、すごいと。
古くいかめしくて冗談の通じなさそうな、いかにもじい様の書斎にふさわしい扉だよな。
霊的な悪意を退ける力がとても強い。多分ベアトリーチェは
お？それどういうことだ？
Oh shit, it's the scorpion, yeah.
「火星の5の魔法陣は強力な魔除け。しかもこの魔法陣は相当丹念に作られていて、魔の者であるベアトリーチェにとってこの魔法陣はとても厄介。
それは心強いじゃね。この部屋ならベアトリーチェの魔種から逃げられるってことだろ。うちの魔女様は実に。
ならベアトリーチェは
バトラが推理した通りだよ。ベアトリーチェは中に、でも彼女には魔法があるし使い魔だ。それらを使っておじい様が自分から書斎を出てくるようにし。
ああ、漫画で読んだな。 吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど、使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで使い魔に襲わせ。
アトラたちに昨日あげたサソリのキーホルダーのようなお守り、込められている力は微々たるものだけど、この島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら。なくしちゃったそうだけどね。
サソリのキーホルダーの。
昨日私が母さんに渡したお守り、ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて、私より。
そうでしたか。ジェシカにしては変わったものを持っていると思っ。
夏日おばさんがドアノブに。
ええ、夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内。
なら夏日。そうだったなら夕べベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指。ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと。
よせよ、そういう魔女なんかいないぜ。いるのは犯人、それも私たちと同じ人間。それを確かめる必要があるってなら八つ先にして、よくも
Ole. Minute Darkness.
やはりこの勝負は決着がつきませんで。
南條先生、
わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんのことを知っているのは、金蔵さんにはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと、わしは金蔵。
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると、
そうだ、母さん、エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で犯人の手紙を拾った。
ええ、まだ開けていませんでしたね。開けてみましょう。
内容は
不愉快な一文があります。私たちを挑発するつもりな。
我が名をたたえよ。なんだよこれ、うっせえぜ。
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろう。そう。
大方また怪しげな
魔法陣ではなかったけど、想像は裏切られなかったよ。
どういう意味でしょう。自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか。
そう考えるのが妥当。この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人、ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに。
封筒も風浪も間違いなく
おお、もう私には何が何だか。こんなことは後ろ宮のお家にお仕えしている。
昨日の手紙の言う通りならベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の。じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。ってことはじい様の話してくれないっすか。
私は長いことですが、この期に及んではそうも。源氏、お父様の愛人ですか。
かもな。ばあ様は生きてた頃よく疑ってたらしいぜ。浮気相手がいるってな。私はてっきりそれはじい様のそう。
源氏さんは俺に言ったよな。ベアトリーチェはこの屋敷ができる以前か。
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年と
ってことはベアトリーチェという人は30年以上。
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何かの裏。なるほど。
汚らわしい話ですが、一番納得でき。どうですか源氏。
おそらく親が亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられた。
ベアトリーチェってのは何者な。そして今はどうして。
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになった。
すでに死んでいる。
はい、親方様は大層深く悲しまれ、ベアトリーチェ様をよみがえらせる方法として黒魔術。親方様はベアトリーチェ様をこのような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
World End. Though that is some new shit to know. I didn't even consider that she was already dead. He was trying to revive her. I mean, I guess it makes sense though, right? I mean, like, even though, like, in the poem of the, what's the thing called? The thing that you write on tombstones or whatever, on the big painting in the hallway, it does say something about, like, resurrecting her, but I guess it didn't really click to me that she was, like, a real person that had died, and that now he's trying to revive. That, to me, I didn't quite make the connection, but it's good to know, I guess.
一度だけ深く酔われた親詳しいことは忘れ、それはもう女の私が聞いて羨むような深い深い愛情でございました。
金蔵さんは後宮家の当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の、
つまり後宮家にとって強制された。
さようです。金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯で
それ以上
私、
何をでしょうか。
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を問診するのは違ったんだな。
私はお父様の前で今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷
今の僕にならわかるよ。シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次のある
兄貴。
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき蘇り会うことができる。
そう言ったのか。マリアに手紙を渡したベアトリー。
信じないよね。
ここにじい様がいたならきっと喜んだろうな。もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んなら、おじい様が半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら。
バトラ
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが周りにも伝わり真実となる。それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、今の僕はあえてそれを。
気遣いじゃないよ、本当に魔女だよ。やっぱり誰にも
女の私から言えば、お父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したい。それではお母様の立つ
浮気は浮気、綺麗事にされちゃかなわね。
それもそう、ばあ様が気の毒。
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
いえ、そのような話は
仮にいたとしたら最愛の人の忘れがたみとして、それがなく黒魔術に没頭していったなら子供。
そういえばこんな噂知ってるだろ。じい様が福音の家っていう福祉施設に莫大な。
よしなさい。それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
教えてくれよ。隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと。
くだらない話です。
Holy.
お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用。それはお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する。
一時期それが黒魔術の生贄にするため、実際いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで。
その福音の家出身の
何人かいますが、親族会議。
確かにじい様が使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの。私だってじい様には
ジェシカ、言葉を慎みなさい。
Something clicked. Play.
急に気持ちは。
生贄を6人。最初に死んだのは6人で、そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
マリアは最初。
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
ざっと読むだけでも6たす2た13人は死ななくちゃならないことになっ。
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、そして使用人が 2,3 人、昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが、普段はそこまでいます。
ってことはだ、この儀式を実行しようとしたら、いや、じいさま、福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするためにつ
まりなんだよ、生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらにこの儀式を執り行える年にたった一度。
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない？魔術にもそういう限りなくありえない出目を期待して、ひたすらにそうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は、奇跡の出目が現れた時、魔力をおじいさまがしようとした魔術は、多分鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選。それに万が一自分が当たることがないように、この島に最も人が多くなる日を選んで儀式。
バカバカしい。これらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こっ。
Still gaming? Loves reading. Yeah, I'm reading it. Just not out loud because I'm fucking tired. But yeah, I'm reading this bitch. I mean, it's good. Not gonna cap. Who are the two that are close? Let me look. Made a guess these two? That'd be my only guess. Oh lol, never mind, I'm trolling. I'm retarded.
そうだと判断せざるを得ない。そして母さんたちを殺した犯人は続く第三の番の言葉。
第二の番を実行し、第三の番をその場に残した。第三の番はまさにさっき夏代おばさんが。
Ooh, it's kind of cool.
じいさまは焼却炉の中で焼かれてたから、そっちに目がいっちまってきじいさまの眉間に、いやあた
じいさまが
第五の番に胸をえぐりてカノン君については、犯人との突発的な誰か一人をおびき出し胸を貫くことを。
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたなら、また3人が死ななければならないというのです。
確かに
Holy.
そう読み取れますけど。
いや、そいつはどうかな。あと3人が死ねば見てみろよ。
私たちは
わけがわかんねえ。結局何人いようが最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。じいさまは何が持ってきたったんだ、この儀式じゃ。じいさま自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
誰も生き残れなくていいんだよ。第10の晩には黄金鏡にたどり着く。おじいさまは死を恐れて、ほら4つの宝の
一つは全て一つは失った愛する、つまりおじい様は自分がこの儀式の途中で死んでしまってもやがては復活できるとし。
バカバカしいぜ。死んだらそれまでだろ。死者は生き返らない。人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない。つまりこういう死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう。
ジェシカの言い分通り、追い先短いじいさまが恋に狂っての自殺まがい。いや、そう。
ケンジ、その可能性は。
わかりません。親方様は時に1000年の未来を見越される。しかし凡庸な私にはそれが
それってイエス熊沢さんはどうなんだよ。
私は何も知りません。知っていたなら今日この島に仮病でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
おじい様の長年の友人である南條
源氏さんに同じ金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越、そこにある種の人間離れした力すらも感じる私にも、金蔵さんが何を考えてこの。
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても。
確かに少なくともじいさまとカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとし。
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙、あれには何て書いてあっただろう。
ほらベアトリ。
なんだって。
なんだよ。
What the fuck?
どういうことだよマリア。その封筒はどこから出てきたんだ。
今見たら置いてあった。
私は何。
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてことも。俺たちがちょいと肖像画の前に集まっていたわずか。
System 0. Okay.
壁へ下がりなさい。バトラ君、この封筒を開けて中身を一歩。
金蔵様の碑文の謎をお楽しみいただいているでしょうか。すでにご存知と思いますが、皆様がどうか嵐が過ぎ去れば逃げ出すことができるという甘えをお捨てください。このゲームには時間切れは私の引き分けはあります。そこをどうか誤解なきようお願い申し上げ
って内容だ。
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。ですが疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。あなたたちです。
What?
そうは私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置きました。その時このような怪しげな手紙は決してそしてその時すでにジェシカとジョージ君、バトラ君は、そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の、つまりあなたたち4人の中ベアトリーチェがいる。
おお、ベアトリーチェはベアトリーチェは
お黙りなさい。あなたたちの中の一人が疑わしいのか、全員が疑わしい。しかし確実にあなたたちの中に犯人が混じっ19人目なんかいるわけ、魔女なんかいるわけがないんだ。カノン君を殺したのだ。そうさ、熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り、そして後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
誤解です、お嬢さん。私がなぜそのよ。
母さんたちをどうやってあの密室で殺したのかは。でも母さんたちが殺された時、使用人の人なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。でも本当に疑って
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが、
夏井さん、どうか落ち着きなさい。今日一日いろいろな心が参っているのはよくわかる。
南條先生をお疑い申し上げるのはですか。お父様の主治医として唯一無二の親友ベアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。何かの古いしがらみを知っていて隠しているのではありませんか。
そんなはずはない。落ち着きなさい。
源氏、あなたはお父様の一番の部下です。ベアトリーチェとはあなたがお父様に見せた幻想、あなたこそがそのそう
お疑いいただける。奥様はこのようなまではありません。しかしこの手紙、
それを私が鵜呑みに。お前が首謀者に決まっています。あるいは熊沢も南條先生、マリエちゃんもです。マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から裸が。誰もが昨夜からずっと持って、昨日バラ庭園であなたに手紙を。マリア、この際はっきりお前に手紙を渡した。
だから何度も言い、ベアトリーチェだよ。1000年を生きる黄金の姿を知りたければ後ろを振り返る。ほら、そこにベアトリーチェが。
よ よせジェシカ、マリアをよせ。状況が分かってんのか。そんなこと言って何になるってんだ。無意味な挑発はよしやが。
マリアには分かっモトラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定。だから見えないんだよ。ベアトリーチェはお前たちには見えない。
黙りなさい。あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者
ならどうするの？マリアを撃つ？別にいいよ。もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開く。そして全ての死者がよみがえる。今や死は恐れるべきことでは一緒になんかいられないよ。
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。マリアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。どうか冷静に。手紙は挑発するけど何も恐れることはない。犯人だって明日が怖いんだ。警察が怖いんだ。この島は今無秩序に支配されているけれど、それは台風が過ぎれば秩序が。だからおばさん、撃っちゃえ。
なんで調子兄さんはそんなにも冷静？この4人の中に犯人が、いやあるいはこの中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに。
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやり。でもそれは単なる、僕は罪の裁きを秩序だから。どんなに疑わしくても。
夏日おばさん、ここはちょいととにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになるって。
はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。ここは六軒島で、ここは後宮家の後宮家代表後宮夏日として宣言。ここには魔女などいない。ベアトリーチェなど認めない。何を企もうとも娘たちには指一本触れさせない。それが母としてのと。
落ち着きなさい、夏日さん。だが気持ちはよくわかる。わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭が。だからわしらを疑いたい気。
もし本当に南條先生が無関係なら私ですか。
わかった。わしらは部屋を。どうですかな、源氏さん。客間に戻ってチェスの
それをお望みでしたら。
私だってこの中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出さ。嫌ですよ奥様。
大丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェは敬う人には。熊沢さんはベアトリーだからきっと大丈夫。マリアは客間でテレビを一緒に見ようよ。ここテレビが
それでは夏日さん、今夜はこれで。また明日。
今夜だけは警察が来たら全員に。チェスもよろしいでしょうか、現地。
かしこまります。
仕方ありません。小連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言います。
源氏も熊沢も、また明日マリアちゃんも冷たいおばさんを。
マリアは許る。
奥様、2本すべてをお預けし、それから
源氏、私はお前を、お父様がお亡くなりになったら、なのに
私は親方様より今日までの日々はそれにどうか。
それではおやすみなさい。
おやすみ。バトラもおやすみ。
あ、ちょっと待て。身につけとけ。
おお、バトラ、
あん時はなんか尺になってお前の大切なお守りを。
それでは皆様、
Holy.
これでもう安全です。もう。
GG. What? 30 minutes before midnight. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. I think I just finished this one and then I call it. That's what I'm thinking. Damn, at this rate, you're almost done. Don't even joke, bro. Don't even joke, lad. Yeah, we'll see. That's not funny. My bad.
熱心だね。何か手がかりになるようなこと。
さっぱりさ。そもそも日本語で書かれた本を探すことからして骨だぜ。じいさまは一体大したもんだぜ。
バトラ君は眠くないの？誰かが起きていてくれてるうちに休んだ。夏日おばさんは寝ズバンをしてくれると言ってるけど、体が持つわけない。ローテーションで休んだ方がいいよ。
じゃあ兄貴が先に休む。俺は眠気が来るまでちょいと調べ物をしてるさ。
さっきの魔法、
どうせ時間は腐る。レアトリーチェ様がどういうメッセージを込めやがったのか。
よせよ、そういうのやってると妙なもの。
安心しろよ。俺はマリアにお墨付きをもらってるぜ。俺には霊的才能はからっきしなんだとよ。
マリアのこと邪険にしすぎたかな。
今はそれを考え。
でも母さん、もしもマリアが無関係で犯人は襲いやすい相手を狙うに決まっ、それで殺されたなら私たちは。
気持ちはわかりますが、マリアはこともあろうかその肩を持つように煙に巻く発言を繰り。私はこの部屋から追い出せ。
夏表9歳の女の子のザレ言かもしれないじゃない。
もしそうだったなら明日謝罪します。彼らをこの部屋から追い出したのは、だからあなたたちが気に病むことはない。
なんでマリアってあんなこと。自分で自分の首を絞めてるぜ。
もともとマリアちゃんが魔女や魔法に。僕は
ローザおばさんのせい？何がどう関係してる？
バトラ君だって気づいてるんじゃないかい。マリアちゃんの本当の父親は随分。おばさんはそれを海外出張とか言ってごまかしているけどね。
後ろ宮家ではローザさんたちに関わる
おばさんは再婚だって考えたと思うよ。でもマリアちゃんの存在が枷になって非常に。だっておばさんは時折ものすごく感情的に。
それについてはローザおばさんはマリってことはつまり好きじゃないってことなんだよな。再婚の妨げになっているマリアに思うと、
母親の感情的な拒絶がきっと彼女の幼い心に深い傷を残した。そしてどこかでオカルト趣味と出会い、知ってるかい？マリアちゃんにとって魔女のイメージは決してネガティブ。ほら、昨日海岸で。
ああ、なんだか楽しそうな落書き。
僕は今頃になって胸中をマリアちゃんを、いや現実多分
気まずくはあるぜ。
なら皆さんは私の後ろにいた4人以外の誰にも置くことはできなかった。それは私がこの目であの4人が潔白だというならどうやって。
その話が始まっちまうと確かだが全然ダメなんだ。ああ、
ダメって。
ああ、もう今さら何の役にも立たないかもしれねえが、つまりあの4人が本当に犯人だってんならよ。
あんなテーブルの上に堂々と置いたら、この中に犯人がいますよ。そうだよ、やるなら例えば扉の隙間に置いて廊下側から差し込まれた。そうだよ、部屋の外に犯人がいるように見せかけなきゃ。
ああ、そういう。あの4人の中に犯人がいて、テーブルのど真ん中に手紙をポンと置くことは。だがどうやってそこに手紙を置いたかのあの4人以外の誰か、すなわちこの部屋の外にあの手紙には大きな意味が。
よしなさいバトラ君、今さら些細な問題です。
この部屋の外に犯人がいて、俺たちが外からは手出しをできない密室に立てこもっちまったらお手上げ。ああ、そうだよ、この部屋からじいさまがいなくなったって話の時、じいさまが自分から出ていくという説、自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がしてまんまと
だとすると私たちは犯人の罠に見事新しい生贄候補を送り。
源氏たちもバカではあります。身を守ろうと思うならこの部屋の次に安全。そこできっと身を。
なあ、きついこと聞くぜ。もしあの時たまたまジェシカもおばさんはこの部屋から、確かに残酷なところはあったかもしれない。でも夏日おばさんは母として娘を守りきろうと思って、その責務から自分がやがては糾弾されることを俺は別に。ただそのジェシカはいいおふくろを持ったなって。
そうだね、夏日おばさんは朝からずっと続いているこんな事件の中でも冷静さを失わず、もしおばさんまで混乱していたら僕たちは今頃全員。だから僕たちはおばさんに。
ありがとう。
バトラたちの言いたいことはマリアの母でもあってほしいって。私マリアのことをなのにいろんなことがあって ひどいことをたくさん言って。母さん、お願いだよ。マリアもみんなも。私たちの中犯人なんていない。この事件の犯人は魔女のベアトリーチェでいいじゃないか。だから
ジェシカは主人と結婚してから12年もかけてようやく授かった。私はジェシカを守るためなら
この魔法陣だ。
Holy.
マジかよ。
Discord. It brings about the destruction of our own downfall. Holy. When you think about it, that really is what Discord is, honestly. If you think about it really hard and then you cope a little bit.
じゃあどうやってここに置いた。この部屋には私たち。
とにかくこの鉄壁の書斎に疑心暗鬼を引き起こして。
だとしたら狙いは
あの4人が危ない。
どうしてって故障していて使えないはずなの。
そんなことは関係ねえさ。もしマリアたちが助けを求める電話だ。
そもそも電話の普通が犯人の工作によるものならば、この電話おそらく
何かの理由で電話が回復。マリアちゃんたちからの緊急の電話の可能性。
そうだぜ。それに万一犯人からの電話だったら上等さ。話を聞いて。それにどうせ電話受話器越しに何をほざいたって痛くもかゆく。
おばさんが取らないなら俺が取るぜ。
私が取ります。もしもし。
もしもし。
歌って何ですか、おばさん。
わかりません。電話の向こうでかすかに何のことやら。
ちょっとじわ。もしもし。
もしもし。This is not my song, Pop.
おい。
I mean, I'm thinking it's just bait, low key. But
もしもし。誰だ。
もしもし。
歌ってるのはマリアなのか。返事をしてくれ。
どういうことだ。
わからねえ。一つ言えることは多分これは罠で。
罠かもしれないことは分かってても。
ああ、まったくジェシカと夏井おばさんはここに。
お待ちなさい。あなたたちだけに行かせる。私も行きます。ジェシカはここで待ちなさい。
私だけのけ者かよ。冗談じゃない。
そうだな。電話が俺たちをさらに分散させる狙いがあるって言ったんなら、留守番を残すのは適当。
議論する暇も惜しい。みんなで行こう。
This guy fucking brought a candelabra. No shot. Thorny ass weapon. Closed my heart.
どこにいるんだよ。返事をしろ。
マリアちゃんは確か客までテレビを開花に降りてみよう。
そうですね。行ってみましょう。みんなは周りに用心して。
おい。
僕はずっと思ってたんだ。カノン君のように胸にあのアイスピックを突き刺すことは不可能ではないと思う。でも母さんたちのように頭蓋骨を打ち抜いて。
犯人はそれだけバカ力ってことか。
多分あのアイスピックを飛ばす、あるいは打ち込む人力だけであれだけ深々と衝突するには。
いずれにせよ頭蓋骨を打ち抜くほどカノンの傷も肺にまで届いていたそうです。もし相手の姿を見ても決して前に出ないように。私の後ろから出てはいけませんよ。
扉は僕が開ける。夏日おばさんとバトラ君は。
わかりました。気をつけて。
開けると同時に攻撃してくるかもしれん、ジョージ兄さん。
Let me guess. It's gonna be locked, and they don't have the keys or some bullshit.
じゃあ。
Okay.
Oh, 開いた。
ありがとう。
Biting fingernails emoji. X 9 times.
ジョージ君とジェシカは後ろに下がって。
おばさん、一気に飛び込んで左右に分かれよう。扉を開けてボサッとしてたら例のアイスピックがど真ん中に飛んでくるか。
承知しています。いいですか？
やっぱ嫌だって言いてえな。
Holy.
行きます。
Yeah, man, they're all gonna be dead. Because on like the last part of the riddle, it's like it's in the knee and then they're dead, and then it's like in the fucking leg and then they're dead, and then it's like in the fucking toe and they're dead. Yep. Golden Slaughter. The stomach, the thigh, or whatever the fuck. Yeah. Bangs back. Huh? What does that even mean, Pop? Okay, yes, bro. This is low key DJ Gato beat right here. Low key DJ Gato right here. What the fuck?
マリア、歌うのをやめろ。聞いてるのか。
Whoops. This motherfucker.
マリア、これ誰がやった。
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
いい加減にしろ。よすんだバトラ君。マリアちゃん、今度こそ君は3人を殺す犯人は君に手紙を渡っ。
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
ああ、19人目はいるんだ。じゃあマリア、これくらいやつはこの何をどうやったらあんなむごい殺し方ができるんだ。
知らない。
知らねえってことはねえだろ。この部屋での出来事だぞ。歌を歌うのに夢中で気づかなかったとか言い出すんじゃねえ。落ち着いてバトラ君。マリア、僕とお話ししようね。マリアちゃんはどうして壁を向いてお歌を歌っていたのか。
おお、ベアトリーチェがここでね。
じゃあベア、その時にはまだ源氏さんたち。
みんなで客間に来て座ってた。源氏さんはちゃんと鍵をかけてた。
確かに鍵はかかってたが、じゃあどうやってベアトリーチェは。
おお、でもベアトリーチェは魔女だから蝶々になって扉の隙間から通り。
はあ、冗談も休み休みいい。そんなわけねえだろ。お前は何を言ってやがるんだ。
信じられないよ。だから言いたくなかった。どうせ言っても信じない。でもベアトリーチェは不思議な魔法で何でも。だからベアトリーチェは鍵のかかった扉なんか
それで現れた。
ベアトリーチェはおじい様の書斎は強力な力に守られていてどうしても入れない。だからあと3人の生贄はこの客間の4人みんな嫌だって言ったよ。熊沢さんは嫌だ。でもそしたらね、ベアトリーチェはマリアはいいよって言ってくれたの。どうしてだと思う？バトラがマリアの安全を祈って念を込めてくれたあの火星の5の魔法陣のサソリのお守りがあったからだよ。だからその力でベアトリーチェは、だから生贄はマリアじゃない。そしたらね、ベアトリー
さあさあ、壁に向かあなたはたくさんたくさんお歌を歌うから何がさあさあ。
だからマリアはずっとだから何も聞こえない。そしたらバトラたちが
それを信じろってのバカにするんじゃねえぜ。
じゃあ今度は誰を？マリアを疑う？マリアをこの場で殺してみ。そんなことしてもベアトリーチェはこれで第8の番は終わったよ。
ふざけんな。もうそんな話は金輪際ごめんだぜ。魔女なんているもんか。煙に巻かれてた。俺は認めねえぞ。ベアトリー絶対に俺が認め。だから存在なんかさせねえ。読み伝説は永遠に伝説のままだ。この俺がそんなことを認め。
よせよバトラ。マリアが殺したわけでも見殺しにしたわけでもベアトリーチェが来て。
あれ夏日おばさん。おばさん
さっき手紙を読みながら開けて！
dead uncle.
Ushiro Miyake 代表、姿を見せなさい、黄金の魔女。ようやく姿を現しました。あなたのような存在が本当に存在したのって私は未だ信じることができない。でもそれは後ろ宮家の代表であると自負する私、後ろ宮家の当主を引き継いだと自称するあなたが、今あなたが本当に魔女なのかどうかは今となっては、さあ決着を。後ろ宮家を真に引き継ぐ者はこの後ろ宮夏日。あなた出会った、あなたの決闘の申し出。
ジェシカちゃん、一人で先ば。今のは銃声だぜ。夏代おばさんが撃ったんだ。わけがわからない。どうしておばさんは一人で抜け出して、どうして自分の額を打ち抜いているんだよ。
マリアちゃん、夏日おばさんは手紙を読んでから部屋を出た。手紙がない。くそ、おばさんは何を読んでどうして。
知らねえぜ、知らねえぜ。そんなことはどうでもいいぜ。なんなんだよ。
第9の晩に魔女はよみがえり、そして第10の晩に旅は終わり。これで全部終わったね、ベア。おめでとう。おめだからマリアを導いて、今こそ。
いい加減にしやがれ。何が楽しい、何がおめでたい。 島に18人いた。14人死んだ。残りは俺たち4人だ。俺は絶対に死なねえぞ。夜が明けるまで、いや台風が過ぎ去ってまた船着き場に海猫たちが帰ってくるまで俺は絶対に死なねえんだよ。生き残ってやる、生き残ってやる、絶対。
よしなよバトラー。ベアトリーチェに銃なんて意味。それに生き残るも何ももう旅は終わったんだよ。ほら時計を。だから意味なんてないってば。ベアトリーチェに鉛玉なんて意味ない。バカだね人間。
俺は魔女なんて認めねえぞ。貴様は誰だ。一歩でも動いてみろ。指一本でも動く。こいつをぶち込んでやる。
バトラー、ジョージお兄ちゃんに旅は終わって。
What? Ruined. Bring the fate. So, when does this shit get good again? Hold on, I think I'm 20 hours deep. When does this shit get good? What do you mean it's over? I got a tea party, bro. Okay. This is how I feel right now, dude. I feel geeked as shit, dude. Literally me right now. Geeked the fuck out. Oh. And I assume these are from different chapters? Right? Or from the different episodes? Oh, okay. Purgatorio.
おお、みんな海猫の鳴く頃にお疲れさん。やれやれ、わけがわかんないうちに物語が終わっ。
つまりなんだ？あれは結局犯人は暴けず時間切れ。
きっとバッドエンド。
そうだね。1日目の夜にマリアちゃんが読んだベアトリーチェの手紙に自分の謎を解いてみろとちゃんと予告してたもんね。僕たちは自衛や犯人を探るのに忙しくて全然。
そうですね。ちゃんと碑文の謎に挑んでいたら違うけ。
それはどうかな。シャノンちゃんもお疲れ。お茶の給仕なんてしなくていいぜ。何しろここはお疲れ。ひでえ目にあった者同士仲良く傷の舐め合いをしよう。ベロベロベロ。
ひでえ目って言ったらシャノンがぶっちぎりだったぜ。綺麗どころのキャラだからてっきり最後まで生きる。一番最初に殺されるし、顔面を半分砕か最悪だよな。
そういうお役目でしたら
姉さんが気にすることはないよ。お嬢様方もラストのエピローグを見る限
りどうもそう。なんだか全身を食いちぎられてバラバラにされたみたいな。
それを言ったらカノン君の最後が一番かっこよかったと思うぜ。返り討ちとはいえ犯人と一騎打ちだろ。俺らのよくわからん最後よりはスーッ。
結局何も歯が立ちま。
でもカノン君の死だってあのせいで19人。
そうだね。あの時点では全員だからカノン君を殺せるのは未知の。
マリアは最初からベアトリーチェだ。
信じたくはねえけどベアトリーチェ。
そうですよね。人にはできない不思議なことがエバおばさんの密室殺人とか人間にはできない。
19人目が存在することが明らかで。
となればその人物をベアトリーチェと呼んでも。
多分僕たちはラスト黄金の魔女にね。
だからマリアはみんなずっと信じなかったからダメだった。信じないと奇跡は起きないって友達。
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様は敬う。
マリア様は恐ろしい事件が次々と起こっていっても、
マリアは一番の最初からベアトリーチェを信じてた。でもそれじゃあ同じように信じてたカノン君たちも殺されたのは納得がい。
それは多分
碑文の歌がベアトリーチェ様の復活の儀式を意味するものなら、その一人にご指名をいただけたということなのでしょう。
シャノンちゃんはせめてもう少し綺麗で安らかな方法もあった。
まあそれにほら、今はこうして全然平気。
でもこう言っちゃなんだけど、僕はてっきり本格ミファンタジーだと分かって、ちょっと遺産をめぐる外界から隔絶された孤島の洋館ものなんて推理物の王道だと思ってたからさ。
ファンタジーじゃな。ベアトリーチェは
ええ、ベアトリーチェ様は。
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様は
悔しいが19人目の魔女の関与は
人間には不可能なことを劇中の僕らはそれを否定したくて、今ならはっきり言えるよ。どれもいずれも全て魔法の力を使いこなす魔女のベアトリーチェに。
犯人は魔女。その一点においてベアトリーチェ様万歳。
みんな信じ。マリアは神様も魔女も怖がる信じ敬う人にとって
じゃあさ、せっかく殺人事ここで気を取り直してちゃんとベアトリーチェの言うと。
賛成。きっとベアトリーチェも
劇中ではみんな無視してたからね。
せっかく出題されたのにほとんどなんだかかわいそうで。碑文のメモがある。みんなで謎解き。みんな
物語は多分
そうかもしれない。私たちはベアトリーチェ様のご指示通り、
まあ今からでも再挑戦するってことで魔女様には許さ碑文の謎に挑戦。何懐かしい。
ちょいと待てよ。お前らさっきからなんで魔女の仕業ってことで決まってんだよ。そんなのあるわけねえじゃねえかよ。
明らかに人間には無理。
そうだぜ。どの事件も人間には無理なことばかり。
そうですよ。だって人間じゃ説明がつかないことばかりじゃないですか。
バトラ様が何。
お前たちこそこんなの人間が起こした事件に決まっ。魔女なんているわけねえだろ。
私が倉庫の中で殺されてた時、顔のあれは人間が犯人なら。
そりゃどうやったらあんなひでえことができるの。でもあそこはバラテきっと中に妙なわかんねえけどよ。例えば電の子とか。
それは
じゃあバトラー、じい様が密室の書斎から消え去っていたのは扉は封印されていたのにじい様は。
その話はじい様が何らかの方法を使えばレシートをごまかすことは不可能じゃない。あるいは窓から出て、あるいは落ちて。別に魔法を使わなくたって。
それは。
ならバトラ君、僕の母さんたちが客室の扉には鍵も無論窓もね。どうやって人間に母さん。
まあ確かにそのトリックは劇中でも。とにかく犯人は鍵だけは持ってるか。チェーンに許される程度の扉の隙間は確。非常に苦しい話だが、いやあるいはその確かにチェーンってのは偉いだが、密室トリックなんておよそやり尽くさ。そこいらの書店で密室ミステリーを数冊買ってくりゃどうせビンゴなトリックがとにかく 俺には思いつかねえが、どうにかやりくりすりゃ。
それはひどい暴論じゃ。説明できないのに人間に可能だと断言できるなんて。
兄貴たちは何を一見できなさそうに見えても、それがお約束ってもんだろうが。
めちゃめちゃなのは人間にできるってんならできねえだろ。
できなきゃすぐに犯人は魔女ってことで落ち着くのかよ。その論法で言っちまったら世界中の未解決事件は全部魔女が犯人。
バトラは問題をすり替えてるし、マリアたちは人間だから人間じゃない存在が犯人、それが魔女だとそう言なのにバトラは説明できないけど魔女はありえまるで地球が回ってるはずがない、説明はできん、宇宙が地球を中心に回ってるんだと言い張る愚か者の
つまりお前らはこう言いたいのかよ。人間に可能だと説明できないベアトリーチェであることを
そこまで押し付けているわけではあり、ただバトラ様が何を
なあ、俺ってさっきからおかしいのは俺なのか。さっきから
バトラ様、僕は自分が死んだ時、それが人間の仕業だと、あの時18人のにもかかわらず。
その件も例えば熊沢のカノン君がボイラー室に降りてからすぐ後を追ったと言ってるが、実は一緒にボイラー室に入って不意をあるいはボイラー室に踏み込むと何かのトラップが発動して何しろ焼却炉からはじいさまの必ず誰かがやってくるわけだから、仕掛けだけ施せば犯人はその場を離れ、カノン君
ボイラー室のトラップって。
そうだよ。あの後すぐみんながボイラー室に駆けつけ、でもそんな変な仕掛けは
さようです、バトラ様。
いや、でもとにかく何かの仕掛けをうまくやってこうも考えられるぜ。そもそもあれはカノン君の自作自演だったとかな。そうだ、自作自演だ。エヴァおばさんたちも自作自演なんだよ。自分で密室を作り死んだふりをした。
バトラ、お前大丈夫か。
そこまで荒れみの目で俺はあくまでもそれにほら、死者が実は死んでないなんて。
お約束。
カノン君が殺された時、確かに俺たち全員の所在ははっきりしていた。そして熊沢のばあちゃんでもそれは生存者だけの話だ。もし死んだふりをして犠牲者に混じり姿をくらましていた犯人が別行動をしていたとしたら、全ては説明。
つまりエヴァおばさんたちが犯人。でもおばさんたちの
そうです。南條先生はもしバトラ様の説を採用するな
ら、南條先生が犯人の一味で嘘の死亡宣告をしていた。ほら、これも推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
でも南條先生も殺され
そうさ、何しろ南條先生以外に検視ができるやつはいねえし、あの時はもう混乱してる状況から、本当に脈が止まってるかなんてのんびりこの論法なら死者は誰だって歩き回れたことになる。
私たち最初の6人は難しかったんじゃないかと思います。だってシャッターを閉められた上に内側からは開けられ。
そうだぜ、その鍵は母さんが預かった。じゃあ母さんも犯人の一味だってのかよ。
最初の6人は無理そうだが、エヴァおばさんたちは外から鍵をかけたなら内側から開けられるし、そうさ、俺たちが部屋を出た後窓から飛び出してボイラー室に苦しいか。あるいは南條先生も検視を誤ったとかな。ほら自分でも言ってたぜ、検視は誤審率が高いとかって。うまく偽装したとか身代わり死体を用意したとかで死をごまかしたんだ。方法やトリックはこれから考えるとして、とにかく19人目を否定することはましてや魔女、それだけは断じてありえない。
バトラがさっきつまり
そういうわけじゃね。ただ 安易に19人目を肯定はできねえし、仮にそれら全部を否定しきった最後の最後で苦し紛れに出てくるのが魔女なんているわけないだろ。なんでさっきからみんなは、そりゃ身内に殺人犯がいると思いたくねえ家族愛は立派さ。でもそれでごまかしちまっていいのかよ。あれだけ大勢を殺した憎き兄貴だって、両親の仇をジェシカだってカノン君の仇を、そしてシャノンちゃんだって自分を殺したのがなんでこうパーンと全面こう、お前らさ
呆れてるんだよ。バトラはさっきから支離滅裂なことを繰り返し、だからそれで人間にどうやって、具体的にはそう聞くと決まってバトラは今は思いつかないけどとか何かの仕掛けで、むしろ知りたいよバトラ。どうしてベアトリーチェを知るのに、どうして。
いねえからだよ。魔女なんかいるわけがね。
まるっきりだだっこ。
バトラ様、お気持ちはわかります。
ベアトリーチェ様は
バトラ君、これほどまでに状況
説明できなきゃ全て魔女なんて、どうして電球が明るくなるのか。仕掛けを知らなきゃ全て魔法ってことにな。違うだろ。魔法じゃなきゃ説明がつかないことなど、魔女だの魔法だのってのは思考の放棄だ。兄貴たちはわからねえ事件に屈服して。そうだろ
やっぱりバトラだけはどうしても信じないね。誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きない。だからバトラのその猛獰な思い込みを改めさせなきゃ奇跡。
なるほどな。ようやく言ったんだ。つまりお前らは俺に、全員が認めた嘘は真実になる、そういうこったろ。ここばかりはあいにくだが、そいつは全然お前らが俺にそう詰め寄るからこそ。悪いが最後の最後で魔女の存在を俺に認めさせたいなら、それは人間にはできないから魔女が魔法でやってみせた。それを俺にさらにだ。さっきマリアが言ったことが一番墓穴を掘ってる。誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きない。真の奇跡は誰がたとえ俺一人が信じなかったとして、だからこそ俺が信じれば成立する奇跡も魔法も、そして魔女も
What?
よい。久しぶりに愉快な人間に出会えたも。
誰だ。
招かれた茶会のホストも知らぬ。よいよ。
こちらのお方は1000年を生きる。
ご機嫌うるわしゅう。
バトラ君の暴言を。
こいつは頑固です。
よいよ、1000年も生きる。そなたのような気骨ある男も。
ベアトリーチェがお姿を現してくれる。
こりゃたまげたぜ。そこまでして19人目が犯人だとますますに。だから全然ダメだ。お前はマリアたちが主張する魔女ベアト、そして全員がその存在を信じる、そういう虚構の存在なんだ。だから俺にも俺だけが信じないから存在ってそうなんだろ。
魔に通じぬ凡夫の分際にして、なるほど。我ら魔女の天道を逆さに振るってみせようと、決して我らを。だから魔法が及ばお前の存 その態度にも納得。
何を言ってやがるかさ。わざわざお姿まで表してもらって恐縮だが、俺はお前さんの存在なんて確かにこの2日間さっきマリアに言われた通り、俺はそれら全てにだからといって屈するわけ。俺は兄貴たちとは違うぜ。説明できないから魔女の仕業だなんて論法には
お前は屈服させが、お前のような男にこそ、お前のような男にこそ
寝言言いたきゃ好き。俺はお前なんか全ての出来事、人間とそこには一遍たりとも。
よい、それでこそならば聞こう。お前は先ほどエヴァたちを殺すのに扉の隙間を利用すればよいと言った。人間とトリックで
いきなり一番辛いところからってことは、この真犯人さん。
さあ、このわずかな隙間
多分そいつを使って。
その隙間からは見えぬベッドの上のエヴァを、そしてバスルームにこもり。
隙間はある。何か方法があるはずなんだ。
お前に思いつか。
ほう、魔女様ならどう。お手並みを拝見して。
バトラベアトリーチェに。
よい、愉快な。それでこそ屈服させる。
そんなに俺につま先にキスをさせ、俺がこうさ。だが見てろ、きっと俺がこのと
覚えておこう。弱き魔女、それを超える屈服の力、そこまで言わせたからこそ。さあさあおいで。我こそ滞在を許せし7つの悔い。ベルゼブブにアスモデウス。さあ罪人の魂を。
うわっ、
見てみる。
殺せてたまる。
殺せるとこのように
カノ君。
カノンはさまつな怒りにとらわれやすいのに、お前の大気よ。悔い
どうかお許し。カノ君は十分に反省。
よい、わらわは
ふざけるな。こんな三本芝居で俺がお前の存在を認めると。何が1000年を生きた魔女だ。てめえのトリックなんざ1000年じゃねえ。せいぜい100年って魔法なんかじゃねえ。断じてねえ。事件の全ては
我が千年人間よ
愚かなバキ
よすんだ。バトベアトリーチェ様に逆らっちゃいけない。シャロンシャロン、しっかりどうしたってんだよ。そう、なんだこりゃ。頼む、ベアトリーチェ様を信じてくれ。故障だから。信じないから。魔法がやめろ。シャを恥ずかしめるな。シャやめ、兄貴が何をし、ジェシカが何をし、もういや。
魔女なんかしけるんじゃ否定しろ。決してこいつは存在できない。
大丈夫か。
バトラー、早く。じゃないとみんなの魔法解けてしまう。
マリア。
わらわは魔法で、でもお前が信じない限りもっともお前ほどの男が。
バトラー、私たちに身内を、現実から目を魔女に。バトラーなら魔女になんか。
ジェシカ、ジェシカ。
バトラー、泣かないで。ベアトリーチェは死者から悲しくだから死んでも平
気。てめえは許さねえ。
Prison Strip. I think this is new.
何が魔法だ。俺は全身全霊をかけてお前を否定してやるぞ。何が何でもてめえを認めるわけにはいかねえ。俺をここまで敵に回しやがった以上、絶対にてめえだけは許さねえ。許さねえ、許さねえ、絶対許さねえ。よくもこの後ろ宮バトラーを敵に回しやがった。何が何でも貴様を否定してやるぞ。どんな不可解だろうと全部人間で説明してやる。君をこの世から細胞のひとかけらまで残さず消し去ってやる。
So, Sigma. 9-hour stream. Cheers. Okay, well, you have AIDS, I think. Cheers. Holy shit. This fucking peak right here. Honestly, I liked it a lot. I would say, cause I don't really play like many like different types of video games, but I've played nothing quite like it. Especially like visual novels, like that's just not really something I would really find like interesting, I guess. But honestly, like the story itself was like pretty captivating, and I really like the way how they paced out everything, and like no one was out of like the question. At least like on episode 1, like there was always like some suspicion on someone, even if it wasn't like blatantly in your face, which is honestly I think was like a good thing. And then I always like even like tiny callbacks, because I remember one of the things that I thought of was like they maybe for like the first like 6 people that died, I thought like maybe that they were poisoned. That was like just like a random ass like thought that I had. Because they were like serving out tea, and I remember they said that one of the reasons why they used silverware was to like detect poison. So I remember like, oh, like maybe that's maybe what they did. And like kind of like later on in the episode, they like bring that up, like, oh, like maybe like the first 6 were like poisoned, and like I don't know, just like little things like that was like kind of cool. Like it kind of shows that they obviously cared, you know. But it was really cool. A lot more captivating than I thought it would be, for sure. Holy shit, he's going Super Saiyan. Okay. Yeah, so I was gonna say, like, I assume like the next episodes it's like trying to remove less of like the witch's influence on like the story and having more like logical, humanistic like outcomes, I guess. That's what I'm guessing happens, but I don't know. That is my guess. So I assume I do this, and then episode 2 unlocks, or I don't know, some bullshit. But it was pretty good though. Pretty cool. And honestly, like a lot of things like caught me off. Like these like cut-ins, like these were pretty fun when you first see them. It's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. They kind of fucking cooked. But I think that's gonna be it for me. And then tomorrow I might play. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, yeah, we'll see. So, take it easy, have a good one, and I'll see you in the next one, dude. Gee, my fucking G's.